that DaXe has had to offer, and I think Harry would have known that DaXe is the better player coming into this, so he won't mind me saying that. But it's just been unfortunate for Harry that his chances and his shots, they've just been inches wide sometimes, or he's mistimed it here or there. Could have been a completely different game on another day. It's just been...
So 15 minutes to go here, 4 goals the difference on aggregate here. Going to be pretty much the impossible task here, but we need to, again, give praise to the way that DaXe has been playing. He's looking for more. Extra pass to Mbappe. Bullets round the corner. 5-star weak foot, tries to go back onto his right. Gives Harry the chance to get back in and defend, and now he just fires it out wide. But Ramos versus Mbappe. We see Mbappe win a lot of headers, but Ramos is one man who can stop that.
DaXe must be feeling so confident now in this tournament, and I'm sure he doesn't mind who he gets in that Xbox final, whether it be Stokes or whether it be Msdossary, because of course I said yes, Dossary looks on, but you have to remember Stokes did beat Dossary in the Swiss phase, so maybe it might be Stokes who could be facing DaXe, who knows. Either way, we are certainly in store for a fantastic Xbox final.
At
this point in the game, it's kind of a victory lap here for DaXe with such a cushion on aggregate. Now it's just a case of how many. There's going to be so many gaps at the back here for Harry. The heel to heel, the scoop turns from Ronaldo are effective, but not quite enough to beat the man. Harry will come away here, and I'm sure he's going to want to give the hashtag fans at home something to shout about towards the end of this game. Maybe a little bit of magic from him. But DaXe is just being relentless here, Dan. This is one thing that you want to see from someone like DaXe, who has been the nearly man so far this season. Is that ruthless edge to his game.
Yeah, you can't let off in these situations. Even when you feel like a game is over and won, you still have to press on, whether you be 2, 3, 4 goals up. You still got to try and assert your dominance and intimidate your future opponents.
Here's Ronaldo then inside the box. Ferdinand appears out of nowhere there to make the tackle. Just as he might have thought he had a little bit of space there, hashtag Harry, but it will be a goal kick, and with just a few moments left. I mean, where does this rank for you on performances so far from DaXe that you've seen this tournament?
He has made Harry look very much second best, and I don't think that is an easy thing to do. As Harry is a phenomenal player, but he's needed one of those to go in a little bit earlier in this game.
Hey, I said, look, he's looking to give the hashtag fans at home something to celebrate, right? Gets into a position, little flick up here from R9 and a beautiful volley. A little bit of a deflection, I think, on the way towards goal there. Just took it away from the left hand of David De Gea, but hashtag fans, you got something to shout about. It's been a great performance from Harry this tournament. We have to give him credit for getting to the Xbox semi-finals here. His best performance of the year so far.
And it should solidify himself in playoffs. But the 315 points.
But we have to talk about DaXe.
I mean, DaXe is going to guarantee himself another 450 Global Series ranking points with that win. Get himself to the Xbox final, and yeah, he really has been something else this tournament. I've been so impressed with what he's had to offer, his pass and move style, and he's doing more of it now. Thankfully, Harry can stop the bleeding there.
I had to have a little chuckle there because I think 100% of players who would have played that ball across to Mbappe would have hit it. But DaXe always looking for that extra pass. As David De Gea will gather the ball at his feet, and it is PSG's DaXe. It will be in your Xbox Grand Finals here as he takes down a valiant effort from hashtag Harry. But this man that you're seeing on your screen right now is a real contender for that championship.
We say so much that football and FIFA can just be a game of inches at times, and when we saw Harry hit the post, we saw him just narrowly taking several shots that went wide. On another day, it could have been a completely different scoreline, but we have to say DaXe performed absolutely incredibly.
Well, I said before the game, it was the Joker versus the artist. And this time it's the artist that comes out on top. Tom of the guys, what do you make of that?
Thank you very much, Mark. Dan Gaskin, beautifully casted, yes. The artist versus the Joker. And I'll tell you what, smiles all round. We were treating some great FIFA there. Unfortunately, Harry leaving the competition, but as Mark Dan said... not you, Harry. Yeah, the hashtag Harry. Actually, no, you can go. No, no, don't. Actually, no, because I need you for the next segment of the show. Listen, Kyle Walker, Harry Channing. What do we make from that? What do we take from it? What are the top level points that we can talk about?
Well, I've just got to say, PSG DaXe there. What
performance. That was unbelievable stuff. We talked about it yesterday. This was his opportunity. With Tex not being here, we've not mentioned it as much today, but we are now. With Tex not being here, this was an opportunity for DaXe to really prove how good he is and put himself out there to potentially win this tournament. And that was a performance worthy of a winner, a true winner, because unbelievable stuff. I've got to say, I think Dan summed it up perfectly. We won in our heart, hashtag Harry to win, and in our heads we won. We think DaXe is going to win, and I think it's difficult because you like hashtag Harry it, and it feels like he shouldn't have to go through that. He shouldn't have to be subject to such a beating like that. But as he said, he's just going to go away from it. There's bigger things in this world. Let DaXe take the win, and then he'll move on from that as well.
Yeah, so he will be taking on either Msdossary in the next grand final for the Xbox, or taking on Stokes. But interesting enough, Harry, I still want to talk about the other Harry's performance there, and there was a beautiful goal, just to salvage a bit of pride towards the end.
Yeah, it was a little bit too late though. DaXe honestly looked very good for that victory. I mean, after winning the first leg, he got off to a dream start within 5 in-game minutes with this goal right here. And from then on, when he's 2 goals clear, he never really looked like he was going to look back, you know. I mean, Harry got a couple back later on in the second half, but by that point, essentially, the tie was over, like I said, after DaXe winning the first leg. And I honestly feel like it was a case of Harry maybe running out of a bit of steam. When you do play at this level and you play against the type of player like DaXe, it does become that kind of elongated chess match where both players are trying to figure each other out and make those adjustments to beat the opposition. And you know, I feel like this time DaXe just had the better of him, and Harry either, I don't want to say made the wrong reads, or I think it was more a case of DaXe just figuring him out quicker than he could figure himself out. He did have some vintage Harry goals, like that one at the back stick, but I think the one that you are referencing to, Tom, will be that R9 goal right at the death in the 88th minute.
He's a showman, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, even in defeat, he's got a smile on his face and he's entertaining everyone, and that's what we love to see. I just feel like he was quite unlucky, but let's not take anything away from PSG DaXe. He was unbelievable. But there it is. That's those showman abilities right there. Hashtag Harry, he is the greatest showman indeed.
Yeah, looking at the stats there, right in front of you, 42% possession. DaXe he loves to have that extra pass it. Sometimes players might shoot a little bit sooner, but PSG DaXe is like the Arsenal of old, isn't he? Arsene Wenger sort of area champion.
Yeah, often when you see possession statistics lopsided like that, it is because one player is just going into that game management phase where you want to keep the ball away from the man who's chasing the game. But I don't think that was the case there. I think DaXe was just the superior of the two. I do feel like Harry got a little bit unlucky, but when you look at the stats overall across the 2 legs, I mean, there were only 2 shots total difference between the two. DaXe had 10, Harry had 8, but the shots on target were completely different. It definitely felt like DaXe had the more clear-cut opportunities, and that's why we saw him come out with a win.
Have you seen Mike LeBell recently?
I'm not sure. He's been hanging around in different places.
Or Lottie? No?
No. Okay, do you know where they are?
No, tell you what, they normally should be, probably at the touch screen. Lottie, Mike LeBell, you up at the touch screen?
We are indeed, Tom. We are. We've moved from my lounge. We've come up here because Mike LeBell is good at many things, actually. I was going to say one thing, but good at many things. And one of those is teaching you guys at home some new things to work on yourselves. Now, we saw DaXe do some really impressive stuff there, especially with skills. And there's a lot of skills that goes into the pro game. So let's hit us up with some new stuff.
And I kind of like this nickname that DaXe is getting. DaXe, the artiste. I like it.
I like,
Frenchman. I think
French
that works. Yeah,
it
works for him. So we're going to look at the running fake shot and also the drag back. And both of these skills are used so commonly at events because they're, number 1, they're universal. They're 2, they're very simple to learn. You guys at home as well. And 3, reactive. And when I say reactive, that gives you a half second to react to maybe the way that your opponent is moving, the space that's available that you can conquer, you can take, you can use it to create. And that's what we're going to see in this first example here. Of course, we have DaXe, and he's got Neymar, beautiful guy, man. He can do everything on the pitch. Good looking in person, good looking on the pitch, everything you want to have. And as you can see in this situation here, he's going to attack the end line, and he's going to attack this space with a running fake shot. And what's also nice about combining the running fake shot with the drag back is that it allows you to go with a fast skill, then into a slower skill. So we're going to see him attack that space, and then after he's attacked the end line, Harry is forced to react, which then tells DaXe, oh, I've got more space that I'm going to be able to use and abuse, and you're going to see him come back this way to open up a passing lane, and that's where you're going to see the drag back, which is much slower, as I was saying. So it kind of throws you off as a defender in terms of knowing when to tackle, when to go for an interception. DaXe gets a little bit of good fortune on the shot, but the creativity and the build-up, it's a beautiful world. It's a beautiful thing.
In that situation, Mike, there, obviously you said a little bit of good fortune to get that goal in the back of the net there. What would have been the perfect situation? Were the defenders just a little bit too quick for DaXe just to get in there and rush him? He managed to squeeze one past them. But would you then break it back up again, put it around maybe the goal line?
Well, you're playing a mind game where DaXe and Harry are trying to figure out, is he going to attack this way? Is he going to cut back? Is he trying to whip in across? Does he want to shoot from this angle, or is he looking for an extra pass? And in that case, DaXe had everything figured out, and he got a little bit of good fortune on a deflection, but that's what happens in FIFA in time to time, especially when the margins are so small. Sometimes you need that friendly bounce.
Amazing, thank you so much. Incredible stuff from you. I'm looking for an extra pass now, because I'm going to pass this back to Tom.
Pass, received, skill move, and laying it off again. LVP, MLB. I feel a bit jealous of that, so I'm gonna throw out my middle name now. I'm gonna be the THD.
انا عارف بس انا بتفرج على اساس ان انا بتفرج مع الناس فبعدين انا اتاخرت. انا هتفرج يعني هو فاضل النهائي بس يعني نص النهائي والنهائي مش اكتر.
Listen, gentlemen, we want to get to the other semi-final before we get to that grand final on the Xbox. It is, of course, Msdossary taking on Stokes. This is going to be a juicy contest, right? People shouldn't go because we're going to go to a break very soon.
If you there, if you go, then you are very, very silly because we've got some amazing stuff coming up for you. Don't leave.
Please don't leave. Before you do that, let's look at the bracket so we know where we're standing because it is going to be a brilliant game, this one. Msdossary, Rebel Stokes. I saw Msdossary just sat in the audience here at the arena, just chilling. Just seems very relaxed. He's a very cool, calm customer, isn't he?
He's literally just been chilling in the seats. Like,
yeah. Premier ones, though, no doubt.
Oh, of course.
Standard,
but I love the best. He was sat with Lev and Stokes before, so I don't think there's that much rivalry. They're just sat, they're all talking. That's what I like about all these pros. Is it doesn't feel like there's too much kind of hating each other. Seems like they all get on and they all respect each other, so that's quite nice. But I'm guessing when they get up there, when they load up those Xbox controllers and they get signed in and they get ready, it's going to be all-out attack against each other.
And if I can't make you stick around for a little bit longer, this will tease you. Harry,
yes.
I'll get your thoughts after this break. When we come back, Rebel Stokes taking on Msdossary. Oh, you do not want to miss this one.
انا قفلت الصوت عشان الموسيقى بس. حاضر خلص البطولة وهعمل كده.
FIFA 19 action, you are in the right place. If you come for any other esports title, get out of here! We don't want you. This is FIFA 19 in this house. Yeah, I brought a bit of energy. Welcome back. It is happening. This is Global Series LQE March. My name's Deacon, and to the side of me, I've got Kyle Walker and Harry Channon.
Can you tell he's had a coffee in the break?
Yeah, someone had some caffeine. I'm ready for this. This is the Xbox second semi-final. Msdossary taking on that Rebel Stokes.
Well, I want to hear Harry's thoughts. You teased it before, and I want to hear them.
Let me tell you this, right?
Nah, the thing is, right, what we're gonna... Wait, Harry, wait, because I want to throw in there a little fact for you, because we asked the people, because I know this will just add to it, okay? It's all about adding. We asked the good people who are watching right now, who do you think is
حاضر
going
من
to
عيني.
take this, right?
بس حسب بقى ما تطلع يعني المباراة على حسب ما تطلع يعني الجيم جه معايا كوميدي هنزله ما طلع مش لازم مش هنزله.
Deal with that. How much of an underdog do the people think that Rebel Stokes is? Now, Harry, take that.
A massive underdog. A massive underdog. And I'll tell you why. Msdossary has had such success in the UK. I mean, he's already won 2 Champs Cups here. I mean, he's the FIFA E World Cup winner. I mean, he has done so phenomenally here in the UK. I don't know what it is, but he always seems to find a way to win here. So Stokes is going to have a very tough match ahead of him. If there's a time to win, it's in your home country, and it's, I like to say it a lot, a statement victory. But right now, Msdossary, sure, he's going to take this, you know, game by game, but in the long run, in the grand scheme of things, he's looking at that E World Cup. He's looking to stamp his name on that trophy 2 years running, and he's looking at trying to catch up Tex. So, I mean, everyone on the Xbox side is at the moment, but that's Msdossary's goals are unfortunately.
But he's got the strongest name. He's got the strongest name there. Another Tom, to me, Tom, that's Stokes. He's there. He's undefeated. He keeps that undefeated sort of momentum going. Yes, Harry?
Let's see if your namesake does better than mine. Because mine in the previous round.
Oh, that is. There's no Kyle's great. So look, he's undefeated. He's already beaten Msdossary. Surely he should go into this match feeling a little bit confident. Like,
I mean, if you were watching that video just there, you would have seen that. I don't think he agrees with what Harry's saying, because he was just yawning as you were talking. So I don't think he agrees. He's bored of listening to you. He just wants to show.
Scientifically, that means he's trying to take on more oxygen, so he wakes himself up. He's alert. It's fight or fight right now.
Yeah, I think he's going to be feeling confident. You've got to. You can't be at this stage on this level. It's not his first time at the rodeo. He's been here before, all right? He knows this kind of scene really well, and he's going to be confident in his own abilities, because you've got to be. That is something that is going to help you, especially when you go in against someone who is second in the world, but actually he's up there. Him and Tex are always going to be battling for that #1 spot, no matter what the Global Series rankings actually say. That is someone that can beat Tex, he can beat that #1. So Stokes needs to be confident, because he needs to bring his A game, his A-star game, as you said.
Give Stokes some credit. I mean, he's almost a top 15 guy after this tournament, more than likely will be in the Global Series rankings. And like you said, he's already beaten Dossary at this tournament. So I'm by no means saying it's impossible. I just think right now Dossary is on another level. I think he learned from the loss yesterday. And as I've said before, the players at this level, the high caliber players, the players at the very tippy top, always learn. I knew you'd like that one. Always learn. The longer they play, the longer the ties go on. We saw it from DaXe in the previous.
بقول لك هجربها ماشي حاضر.
Dossary has had 2 legs yesterday.
تمام كده.
Gets to suss him out again. It's going to be interesting to see what adjustments both players have done here on the stage.
We've got the Rogue Msdossary taking on the Rebel. It's the Rogue versus the Rebel. And that Msdossary, he smiles, he just seems so casual. It feels like, and I mean this as a compliment, he makes the area suit him. He doesn't feel like he's in some grand place, the arena at Gfinity. This is his house. That's how he makes it.
ساعد شكله مرتاح جدا ومروق.
3-3, 5-5 when it comes to London.
Yeah, and I think
ومش قلقان.
it's not just him that does that, it's the support he brings with him. I was actually lucky enough to sit just behind, literally the row behind all of his family at the FEWC last year. And they can make a lot of noise. So having that support whenever he comes to these events, not just from family, but by friends, from the fellow pros as well, it makes a huge difference. And he must make him feel so comfortable in this environment where he can play his best.
اتوقع ان الجيم ده ممكن يخلص توتال يعني ذهاب وعودة. اقول مثلا 6-2.
I'm going to score all the goals. That's what yeah.
What about yourself, Harry? You're left back still.
You asked me this earlier, left back.
You're still there. Unbelievable. I don't agree with that.
If not, stick me in there. I'm like a cat. I've got some reflexes on me.
Because earlier on, if you missed it, we heard from the two casters who are going to be taking care of everything right now. Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Apparently one's a utility man and one is a solid right back.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, that is very, very true. I'll take it. You're doing a little bit of the three-barrel names earlier. RJB, BSS. Here at your disposal. Let's make it stick. Let's see if it can stick. But here we go, into our last semi-final over on the Xbox. Of course, myself and Richard taking you through this one. And it's going to be Stokes against Msdossary. And it's been great to hear from the guys down there about, you know, how both players feel coming into this game. Kind of the reputation as well for both players as well. You've got Stokes, he's been involved in competitively for a very, very long time. And now you could just say, hitting some of his best years. On the other side of that, Msdossary, if you go to Msdossary, he's a celebrity. If you go to Saudi Arabia, the guy is a celebrity. Right now, this Twitch chat, I can imagine, is just Saudi. Like, he carries and brings so many fans with him, family as well when he comes to events, and they always make such a noise. There's only one unbeaten player.
اتوقع 12 كتير شوي.
Rebel Stokes is already beaten. He's not only beaten, he's dismantled Msdossary.
يلا بينا.
7 goals to 3 earlier on in Swiss style. However, it's a different Msdossary from Swiss, from group stage Dossary to knockout Dossary. When he knows it's do or die, he always seems to fly. If you didn't know already, it will be Rebel Stokes from left to right here with the first chance of the game. And see Msdossary in that team Rogue strip, actually in FIFA 19 now, the esports kid there from right to left, and you hit it. Well, you kind of explained in the best way possible. Unbeaten Richard still, 3-0 in Swiss style format, and he did beat Msdossary yesterday in Swiss style as well. However, today is a new day. Today is knockout FIFA, not Swiss style. You see some of Dossary's results there on the right-hand side of your screen. A 6-3 beating of Hensu in the quarterfinals. Got him to the semi-final right now. 3 out of 4
انت عايز نلعب مع اصحاب يعني هنلعب مع اصحاب.
With Nicholas and Web setting up a tantalising PlayStation final, and DaXe awaiting the winner of our final semi-final here between Rebel Stokes and Rogue Msdossary. It's great to see Rebel FC come into the esports space recently via Cal Frazee. Brought in obviously Tom Painter, playing for Huddersfield in those EPL finals, I want to say, next week. The other side of that, you got Tom Stokes, who was so close, a golden goal finish at the Manchester United EPL event. And just shows he's just getting better and better for me. Yeah, 100%. Shows the type of man that he is as well, Tom Stokes. He lost on golden goal. It was very, very congratulatory. I'm going to make that up as a word. To Jonesy. He lost on golden goal in the final. To be honest, and it came up to us, soon Singapore lads, have a good trip, have a good flight. On his day. A lot of other players in that situation, getting a hum. They'll get the monk on. I think the best way to describe it, he's very mature. Yeah, he's a very mature FIFA player. He's got displays himself in a great way as well. Alongside that, you know, you don't have to look too far to Msdossary. He's probably one of the most humble world champions you'll ever find. Esports Console Player of the Year as well. Let's not forget that at the Esports Awards. Msdossary. Said, a cult hero back in Saudi Arabia. Here we chance now for Rebel Stokes. Just offside though, it was a ball roll into a finish.
Sight.
Surprised it actually come off. And of course, there's only 2 Saudi Arabian FIFA World Champions, Mr. Dunn, Abdel Al-Shiri and Msdossary. There's like 2 English World Champions as well, with Chrissy Bullard in 2005 and Gorilla
ماشي
20
سلام
years later.
سلام.
We are still waiting to find out a country that can go and win three of them, Richard. I think France, Saudi Arabia, Denmark, England, Spain. I think that's all 5 there that have, you know, won 2 world championships within their nation, within their FIFA ability since the FIWC started to run in 2004, now known as the FIFA E-World Cup. This is all part of that journey as Stokes will come forward now. This is our semi-final on the Xbox. A lovely little dink to the back post there. I think tried to play it back over.
Yeah, went to head that back across. You see some of Stokes' results there. High scoring games, 8-4, 7-3, 7-3 and 5-3 results. You might be thinking he's played 1 less game than Msdossary. That's correct, because when you hit 3-0, you can go home in Swiss.
That's exactly what he did yesterday. Here's a chance now for Msdossary. Just going to sting the hands. David De Gea there, and you can see that result as well. Alcen at Bijot, that was the game we commentated on yesterday, me and Richard, where Msdossary was tested and in the end did get the result and showed a lot of resilience there. But when Msdossary plays in England, he plays well. He said it's his second home when it comes to competitive FIFA. You only have to look as far as the FUT Champions Cup #2 this year in London. You've got to look towards, we'll see, the FIFA World Cup Grand Final in London, Manchester last year. Here's a chance now, goes all the way over. It's going to go out for another corner.
لا مساعد مش بيلعب حلو الجيم ده. اتوقع ان هو لازم يغير خطته. ممكن يغيرها الشوط التاني.
Stefano Pina 4-0 in the final. That fantastic game that he played against Tex in the console final on the Xbox will be remembered for months to come. A real Christmas treat in December.
هو قدامه بيلعب 4-2-3-1 يعني.
At FUT Champs Cup #2.
It's one of those as well where, you know, Tex has got a lot of respect, fantastic figure player. But Msdossary was like, I think people were writing me off here. I'm a world champion for a reason. And what a game it was between those two. It's been great to see as well. So much Saudi talent come out this year. Abuaza, the Royal, even seen Mr. Dump pop up a few times. Jet Merkin, I think, you know, there's a handful of players there, obviously with the East Saudi Premier League as well, which is part of the Global Series this year. Here's a chance now for Msdossary. You've seen 1 shot from him so far in this game, 1 real chance created.
A little bit cute in and around the box there, nothing really.
It's a dangerous area, I'll tell you that. 19 yards out, Neymar runs over it, just laid off, sure he's going to be hit straight away off the boot of Maldini out for a corner.
Yeah, great closing down from Maldini. It's going to play to Ronaldo at the near post, but the defensive Ronaldo doing the defensive work there for Stokes.
Watch out here, Eusebio, back to Neymar, to the crowd, not troubling David De Gea's goal at all there. Nearly at half time as well, we are goalless. You can see there on the right hand side of your screen, just gone away there. 10 goals scored between these two when they did meet in Swiss style. Obviously this
7 went in the favour of Stokes.
Yeah. And this was a, you know, of course this game has got completely different implications on it. Those being Global Series ranking points, which Stokes needs slightly more than Msdossary.
I think he's just inside the top 16 players right now, Tom Stokes.
Msdossary second in the world, 2,994 Global Series ranking points to his name. And you have to go quite a few thousand up to find Texas.
Over 9.
ما ينفعش كده مساعد والله.
Said it before, he's making a world record for the most Global Series ranking points collected. And I'm sure that record, or whatever he will get, will stick for quite a few years. They're half time between these two. No shots, no chances registered from Stokes.
He has had the ball in the back of the net. It was just flagged off as offside, however. Both players playing in that 4-2-3-1 formation. Looks like CR7 leading the line, R9 in at camp for Stokes. Msdossary in that Rogue kit. Never know, you might be seeing the Rebel kit in FIFA next year. We saw the FUTWiz edition this year alongside a number of other kits.
Team Rogue as well. Great to see, as you said, a connection between FIFA and FIFA esports moving more into the game. I'm sure we'll see over the next few years as well. R9 into Hullet now. Msdossary has had all the chances so far in this game. Hasn't been able to put one in the back of the net as of yet.
Well, that's nice.
He wants to keep it in there down the line, did Mbappe. Great close control shown by him. Seemingly a variant of Mbappe. For the first time you're watching FIFA eSports, wondering how they're both using the same players. Every single player available on the game for these two players to use.
Mbappe all the way over to Ronaldo. Falls back to Vieira.
ايوه بقى ايوه ايوه.
Scoring goals in big games, and it's often the case.
It's a little bit hard done by there. He's got to clear the ball, Stokes. You can see it here with, I think that's Hully, and Vieira's just absolutely ploughed into him.
I was about to give a lot of plaudits to Marcelo for beating Ronaldo in the air for a header. Ball fell back down. You can see Hully. He tried to turn, he tried to play it out, but the aggression there from Vieira. So no thank you. Barged him right over. Referee said, no, we're playing on. Now he's won the lot.
6 shots registered for Dossary at the break here. The last time we really saw Stokes playing at an event, I'm sure he won't enjoy us bringing this up. It was a 10-1 defeat to the hands of Tex in Singapore.
As we've seen this year, he's played in quite a few events, and I think you have to compare it to players that have played in lots of events. It's always a different story.
بيليه مكان رونالدو، رونالدينيو مكان مبابي. ماشي.
Megabit's a similar sort of player where we all know he's got the game. To go far in tournaments.
On 9.
However, it's very, very hard to replicate it tournament after tournament after tournament. He's always going to be a threat. But there's only really one Tex. No one else has shown that consistency ever, really. Dossary's up there.
أتوقع كده مساعد ابتدى يفهم.
In quarterfinals before, in semifinals. Tex has never not made it to a semifinal in an event.
Here's a chance. Rebel Stokes cleared away though straight away by the side. It was
ليه يا عم؟
free kick that didn't even actually reach the first man in white for him. Marcelo will try and spread it out this far, but you want Ronaldo in the box.
حلو.
Don't really want him out wide. Ronaldo will pick it up again. Plays to Vieira. And you get a shot away.
لا
It
فيرا.
could be deadly from here. Didn't really want to take the shot of it. Instead wanted to play into Neymar's feet, but unfortunately on that occasion could not perform what he had in mind.
تمام.
Straight again, Ronaldo.
حلو اهو ومعاك فوق.
Plays inside. Will we get a shot away here? We will in the end from Neymar.
شكلها مش ماشي.
Did really well there to actually fashion that opportunity. You saw Neymar was the man that he wanted to use. I think he wanted Neymar to just run a little bit further on and into the gap more. He sort of was a little bit reluctant to make that run into the box and force the ball into him in quite a tight area. No surprise the shot did get deflected over the bar. But Dossary building into this game, I wouldn't be surprised to see him double his lead potentially with how this game is going. Stokes yet to register a shot.
Tell you what, this is nice from Dossary. He's moving it around impressively in a very tight area. Mbappe heel to heel, not going to be getting around Ramos. Try and make this game all square into the second leg. It really will be a best of 1. Just how does he break the Dossary? A player that can adapt to anyone and anything.
He's like a chameleon. He adapts to his surroundings.
And it will constantly change until it's right as well. Always changing the very small details, such as maybe just even your custom instructions, your custom tactics of how you're going to press, of you're going to drop back. Just so he's matched his opponent up perfectly and can kind of just work out and read how they're going to play. Ronaldinho to Hullet. Needs an option. He's going to get Neymar.
Oh,
حلو. حلو.
About wins the ball. Referee says Van Dijk. And now his chance. Now I think he's onside. R9 he is. Can get round Van Dijk. Plays inside to Neymar.
حلو
It's
قوي.
time
حلو.
And as I always say, time to perfection. This time, Dossary 2-0 up, 75 on the clock.
And that's all come about from Dossary having the bottle, in all honesty, to slide tackle in his pretty much on the edge of his own box. If he gets that wrong, he's giving away a free kick on the edge or a penalty. He's dove in with the tackle because he knew that there's a good chance I can win this back. He's not expecting a slide tackle. It's a quick counter-attack and then just bolted into the top left corner to fire him into a 2-goal lead. I said on the balance of the play, we're expecting potentially a Dossary doubler. And he's hitting for 2.
Of course, we're not in our second leg yet, but just goes to show Swiss style is a completely different day. In which Stokes was so
لا
good.
لا
He chipped the keeper,
ايوه
went
ايوه
for
ايوه
finesse,
ايوه
will
ايوه
fall back
ايوه
finally. Hullet, fair play. It's not over yet though. Pele into Hullet.
لا
To Neymar, can he get round the
تمام.
right side of his man? Tried to pull away
حلو.
from him, and Msdossary, you said
حد
about him
اللي
having
عايش
bottle
ولا
earlier, making that
عايش
tackle.
عايش
We're
عايش.
seeing it again in his own box.
With that goalkeeper movement, perfect there from Dossary. He read the opening of the body. Finesse shot from Stokes, and all it was a shake of the head from Stokes. He knows that he's had a couple of chances here to bring this game back into his favour. Scooped across to the back post. I'll tell you what, Marcelo's been very good at the back post in terms of winning headers and beating Ronaldo in the air.
He's done that 2 or 3 times now. He's actually met him in the air, jumped up, been able to compete with Ronaldo. We often ask questions of the full-backs if they can do that. This is really well done from Msdossary. Such an acute area of the field, and to move the ball around as he is. The very... And we talk about Nicolas having no emotion, like Msdossary, unless he's like winning the tournament, we'll see a bit of emotion there, but he can just look
نضيع
so
الحبة
calm
الفاضلين
and
بقى.
collective. Scoop turn away from his man from Ronaldo, didn't actually achieve anything on that. Stokes has got to be feeling up. Should be a goal back in this. Ronaldinho will pick it up. Can he get round the right side of his man? Yes, he
أيوة
can.
بس
To
حلو
accelerate
حلو.
flank shots. Van Dijk having a stand-up performance. It's not dealt with though. He's going to get one more attack. It is Rebel Stokes. If he can get a goal, it will be a booster into this second game for him.
2-0's a fairly safe scoreline, though, in all honesty. Like, you have got to go more attacking, yes, very similar to what Harry had to do against DaXe. But it's a doable scoreline, if you get what I mean. It's not a 3, a 4, a 5-0, where you're feeling dejected going into that second leg. You're feeling as though, look, I've created chances, and if maybe I was a little bit more clinical in my chances that I've created, I could potentially be in this game.
Well, that's going to do us all here for the first leg in our last semi-final at the Gfinity LQE of March. It's going to be a 2-0 win for Msdossary, a 2-goal advantage as well for the Saudi Arabian world champion from last year. As we said, you know, kind of asked a few questions in Swiss style yesterday of, you know, an Msdossary-esque performance.
It's what we've seen. This is what we're seeing from him right now, the sort of clinical, composed, cultured Dossary performance that we've come to expect in tournaments. Like I said, Swiss Dossary and knockout Dossary are 2 different animals. One's a kitten and one's a panther. And right now, we're seeing the animalistic panther instincts from Dossary.
We saw the opening chance there for Rebel Stokes, 26 minutes in, or just under, sorry, it was. He had his chance. He was offside, and then Msdossary. Getting his first shot away in the game. It was Time Greenman, not troubling David De Gea there. This was the chance here.
Out and Vieira's just clattered into him.
So Marcelo originally won the first header. It went to Hullet. He initially, you know, just tried to turn, tried to take the shot away, couldn't get it clear. That was Hullet off the post, and that was nearly 2-0 in the 56th minute there.
Yeah, he had a couple of chances, Dossary. Kept on creating, and that tackle right there, Van Dijk has steamed into him, and this has all come from the same move. R9 down the line, played into Neymar, and then fired past the goalkeeper into a 2-goal lead. It's all come from just a courageous slide tackle.
I think this was the chance as well for Stokes, which it was just heroic defending from everyone. A great save from De Gea. Hullet got there on the rebound, and then in the end, Richard, he just could not find a way through.
If he doesn't move his goalkeeper right there, the way that he's coming out, he's rushing straight onto him. If he doesn't actually manually do a little bit of movement there, it's just easy finesse around him. But because he's moved him back maybe half an inch, it's opened up his body, he's planted himself, and then he's been able to make the save.
Exactly as you said, that tackle as well from Van Dijk about, you know, that's a big, it's a potential big mistake to make there. He makes that tackle, he potentially gives away a penalty or a tackle from behind, a red card, you never know that. Instead, starts a counter-attack. I call it a slide tackle counter-attack. And he goes and scores a great goal. It's Time Green, and you can see him on your screen there. Not a smile yet, or not the trademark hands behind his ears celebration from the world champion, but if he wins here today, I'm sure we will see that.
اشرب يا عم مساعد.
On the other side of that Xbox, you know, we saw it break down there. We saw some great play there, and just saw a bit of reaction from Msdossary.
While we're waiting here, just for the second leg to get underway, I don't know if you can can actually smell that. But it smells like stew and dumplings in the Gfinity arena right now. Again, a nice little bit of stew coming in.
Getting a little bit of Barnsley. Trying to make you feel at home.
Potentially so. Stokes needs to feel at home if he wants to try and get back into this game.
I saw him tweeting yesterday about a certain artist he was listening to when he was playing his FIFA. He needs to turn that volume up and try and pull himself back into this game.
The only player currently undefeated here at the Gfinity LQE is Tom Stokes, Rebel Stokes.
And as we said, sorry, I meant to follow that one up. DaXe obviously beat #Harry, so he's waiting in the final for one of these two to join him to the back post. This could be worse for Stokes. What a save!
Unbelievable keeper movement there.
To
read the shot. Dossary doesn't really know what he's seeing right there. And that could just be the tiny little bit of mental momentum that Stokes needs. Okay, De Gea's doing it for me. Let's have the rest of the team now pull the sleeves up and get me back into this game.
If that goes in, you're 3-0 down and...
It's game over pretty much.
It's a little bit of a mountain to climb, isn't it? The mindset as well. You're thinking, right, I'm 3-0 down, now I need 3 goals minimum to send me to extra time. And I've got to defend on top of that without conceding. What a save from De Gea. Bit of goalkeeper movement there. I'm surprised he's still about stretched out to keep that off the line. Msdossary will come forward again. Watch out for that cross if he wants to try and play it. Really well done from Maldini there. Had to be patient when he did have the opportunity to make the tackle, though he did, and he did win the ball back.
Stokes in the attacking third just lacked a little bit, I feel like. His defending's been pretty good. He's got a cross and stopped a lot of the crosses coming into the box, but just in the attacking third, I think Dossary's just slowing him.
And he goes again. Watch out, Marcelo. Every single time he's beating Ronaldo to the ball in the air. Don't know whether he's just getting around the right side of him or something, or just timing the run slightly better. Certainly had a great game so far. Across these two legs.
Mbappe down the line if he does decide to play it. There it is. Could see a scooped cross here.
That pressure, though, is immense from Marcelo. Really gave him no time at all. Couldn't even turn, couldn't even do anything.
And it looks like we saw Dossary using Aurier at right back yesterday and Sergio Ramos at CDM. He's gone back to Sergio Ramos over at right back. Rio Ferdinand comes into the defence alongside Van Dijk. And Vieira comes back into midfield. So clearly wasn't happy with his performance yesterday. And change was made from the world champion.
As I said, he constantly will adapt, I want to say. He will constantly change his team as well to how he wants to play, how he feels like he can play well. And yeah, as you said, the Swiss style potentially made him make a few changes because he obviously wasn't happy with how he was playing. He would have been wanted to go 3-0. Still got through though, still got his 3 wins. Msdossary not happy there about that tackle he's made.
Free kick here. We might actually just loft this into the penalty area for Ronaldo to try and win, you know.
Challenging is the player to control there. He's got Ronaldo out on this left-hand side. He's controlling him there.
Making the run now.
Ronaldo's made that run. Just watch the blue cursor that's being controlled. Ronaldo's in the box. Ronaldo's nearly going to win it. It's going to fall back on the volley.
Is that Vieira?
Patrick Vieira.
شكلها باين جدا
Hello.
جدا.
He's still got it in his locker. How about that one?
Patrick Vieira, Zinedine Zidane-esque, on the volley, just on the edge of the box, and potentially firing Stokes back into this game. What a strike that is. It all came from the free kick. He got Ronaldo from deep and ran him all the way across the box, maybe making it so Dossary didn't really know where the ball was going to go in the end. It's fallen to Vieira on the edge, and what a strike that is.
You said it perfectly. Every single player can put up their sleeves and do a job. David De Gea has. Patrick Vieira's even chipped in with an unbelievable finish as well.
He does have 86 long shots and 84 shot power alongside 79 finishing
مساعد كسب الماتش الاولاني 2-0 والماتش الثاني هو لسه شغال لسه جاي فيه جول.
Why not take the shot and he will not be regretting
كده
that.
بقى
He goes
2-1
over a corner
لحد
though, Msdossary. It's great us saying all this stuff about Stokes' players, but he's still got to defend against Dossary. Controlled Ronaldo. Ronaldo's out. It's going to be your save who actually gets the header away in the end.
Taking his time over the goal kicks and plays over to CR7 yet again. Does Tom Stokes.
R9. Done very well there to be very creative as well on the left-hand side. He's pulled 2 players out of position. Didn't get enough on the ball there. I think just because he had his back turned, Neymar into Ronaldo, the pass was not good at all. Ramos had to make that header. He did. He met it well.
A little bit hit and honk with here from Dossary. Wonder if he's feeling the pressure slightly from Stokes.
Watch the back post here. Tries to go all the way across. Ronaldo is there. So is Sergio Ramos. Somehow out for a goal kick in the end.
Wow.
Guessing Ronaldo's headed it against Ramos. Oh no, or Ramos has headed it against Ronaldo, I should say, and it's been a goal kick in the end. Interesting, that one.
Stokes is all over Dossary right now.
But that's what a goal can do. A bit of magic. It fills you with confidence. Here's his chance now with Neymar.
Oh, wow.
He goes down there. That could be a penalty.
Definitely looked like they were contact in the box there. Neymar not gone down to the floor. But Dossary is under the cosh right now.
Needs to keep up this pressure to Stokes. Keep that pressure going.
When you're in these sort of surges in the game, you have to make it count. You have to get a goal from it. When you're in these storm surges where you feel like everything's going your way, this is where you have to make it count. Because Dossary will get this going back in his favour.
If anything, he will create a chance as well, which we could be seeing right now. Falls to Neymar. Just hits the body of Van Dijk out for a corner.
Is the tide turning yet again?
This is where the pressure from Msdossary can come in and help him potentially. Be careful there. That's only Ronaldo. That does not matter. On back defending, and Mbappe is going to turn around the inside of his man. Wasn't timed at all, really. I think it was timed yellow. Went straight over the bar. Doesn't matter anyway. A better half from Stokes.
Let's play that out to Marcelo. Marcelo sort of he won the header, but there's no conviction on it at all, really. And the ball turns over yet again to Dossary. Again, I know players don't like playing long because it comes straight back at you, but just hit Ronaldo from goal kicks.
Look at Mbappe, he's made that run in the added time. He's in front of us, and unfortunately Mbappe's just had an awful touch there as well. See this one out for Stokes. Msdossary, who'll only be 45 minutes away.
Is it?
He can get round his man.
Rio Ferdinand still at the heart of many a defence. Bringing out all the new items into the game.
لو الفريق جاب هدف كمان الموضوع هيبقى أريح كتير.
Msdossary on the other side, he's going to get another chance. Ooh.
Seeing penalties gave, and Tom Stokes taking no danger at all, taking no risk, just booting the ball out of play. But 2-1 this game currently stands at. This game is wide open. He's blown the doors off it in the second leg, has Stokes. And he knows this is potentially there for the taking. Dossary looks...
Just seen him say to himself there, come on.
Not Dossary-esque, I think it's safe to say.
And again, we rarely see in a two-legged game a player dominate over both legs, maybe, unlike someone like Tex is the only one you can really think of there. It always gives you a different story, two legs of FIFA.
Even though the scoreline were quite narrow in the first leg, I feel like DaXe versus Harry, DaXe were controlling the game for long portions of it. Whereas in this game, it feels like Tom Stokes in his second leg has just come out flying. He has to make it count though, because Dossary will, as I said earlier, create more chances and probably score more goals in all honesty.
Ronaldo to Neymar. Had to kill Mbappe now. This is an opportunity here. The next goal is massive. It goes all the way across to Ronaldo. He's going to head it back inside. Van Dijk will win that one. Whoever gets the next goal, this could be massive in the complexion of this game. Just can't get his foot round him, R9. Oh, he's fallen so kindly back to Ronaldo. For Stokes, slightly too heavy on the touch there. Van Dijk happy to come across, happy to make that tackle.
Ramos pulled out of position there. But Marcelo is very, very high for Dossary. If this ball turns over, so making sure it doesn't. The Saudi Arabian.
Mbappe. Time just slowly ticking down. Msdossary trying to build into this attack, and he will do just that. A fake shot inside to R9. David Aya. Heroic performance so far we've seen from the Spaniard.
الدخيل بتاع ستوكس ده جامد.
Truly magnificent save that is.
شال له جولين لحد دلوقتي.
You have to take your chance. Mbappe expects an El Tornado cross maybe if he needs to do that.
I'll tell you what, there's been a couple where it's just been collisions inside the box, but we've commentated a few games of FIFA throughout our time, Brandon, and we've seen penalties gave for that.
like a kind of a block off there. They nearly fell down to the ground. As I keep saying, lucky enough for these two that these penalties aren't really given. I know they're a bit soft at times, but as you say, we have seen them given before. Ronaldo, for both of these two, just seems to be out wide every single time. I think they've been.
انا مش بلعب التيمت تيم فيفا. بقالي سنتين ما بلعبش التيمت تيم. ان شاء الله هرجع العب التيمت تيم تاني السنة الجاية. اللي هي فيفا 20.
Feldman is such a good icon at the back. That prime Rio.
Oh no, this could be it. Msdossary, you need to take this one to the back post. If he wants to go there, use Neymar instead. Lovely fake shot. The composure. And once again, the save from De Gea.
ما كنتش فاضي كان عندي كلية وكده.
You see the formation that he's currently using in that 4-3-1-2. And that's why he's been pressing so high. He's using Mbappe at left centre mid, that pace injection. Ronaldinho now coming on in that position. I'm looking at the rest of the bench. Kante, Messi and Modric. All viable options for him, but prime icon moment, Eusebio. Prime icon moment. Ronaldinho coming on. Can they be the game changers?
Played in now. Potentially to the head of Ronaldo, and it will.
بس هو كده كان كده خلص الجو.
Such an easy finish that we're so used to talking about, but it's always the time when they just catch.
لا مش زعلان عادي عادي
والله. You always
والله.
expect the front post potential to be the front post corners can be so potentially dangerous, and it's always when you're maybe not switched on for that 1 second or the corner comes in a little bit too quickly.
It's the quickness that he's taken it with. As soon as we got back underway, it took me by surprise. He's whipped that into the front post. Ronaldo leaps up high, wins the header, and
such a big goal.
Reinstates that 2-goal lead for Mr. Msdossary, unless Stokes can hit straight back from his own corner.
That there is potentially the winner. For him to send him into the console final, unless we're going to see another special volley from Vieira. Oh! He'll be on for a hat-trick if that goes in. Minutes left. Chances aren't going to come.
That's nice
really
from
nearly
Dossary.
now.
Just that little goal kick there. He's isolated Hullet just in that CDM position, and instead of rushing as soon as the ball's come into him and almost spamming A to move it on, or L1 and Y, LB and Y I should say, he's just took it down, kept hold of the ball, played it over to Marcelo, kept hold of it, kept calm, just showing that elite level composure that he has. I don't think I've ever seen Dossary panicked. Ever. Just in life in general as well.
And if he is panicked, we wouldn't see it. Dossary coming forward now for a place in the Xbox console final up against DaXe. So we have got 4 players left after this game. Web Nasri up against Nicolas, and PSG DaXe potentially up against Dossary if he can finish this one as well. Yes, he can. Mbappe just to put the cherry on top of the cake.
طب حلو ان انت هترجع تاني.
Game, set and match. It looks like for Msdossary.
انا خدت بالي انت بتتكلم عن نفسك.
It's fallen back very kindly for him. Ball went into Neymar originally. He tried to get the shot off. It just ricocheted back to the Frenchman. That team of the year fight him that so many players are just loving at the moment.
They get quite fortunate with how the ball bounced back to him, but Dossary will be moving on. The Prince versus the Artist. The Prince of Saudi Arabia.
المفروض القناة دي اتعملها من 2014 بس انا ما كنت بروح واجي فاعتبر بدأت اشتغل عليها تاني بقالي يمكن شهر ولا شهرين.
A great tournament for Stokes. Needs to remember that in his mind, as tough as it can be. As we say, he's already guaranteed himself 315 global series ranking points, Richard. Add that to the 1,152 he's already got. He's approaching that 1.5k mark and maybe potentially solidifying his place in that top 16. Great feat there from Cristiano Ronaldo. Just did the drag back, tried to find some space. Unfortunately for him, doesn't matter really now.
Yeah, he's setting him up, so he's setting himself up, I should say, very, very nicely for the playoffs. Going into those playoffs, he knows that he doesn't have to perform to a semi-final, to a final. If he can get a top 8, a top 16 on the Xbox, he's probably done enough to get the grand final, given how good of a season he's had so far. Another top 4 finish for Stokes.
And again, you know, you are losing to a world
فعلا هو
champion.
انت
There's nothing to be
اوقات كتير بتبقى مخنوق ومش عايز تعمل حاجة او مش عايز تسجل، ولو عايز تسجل ساعات بتاخد وقت كتير في الايديت فبتكسل. بيحصل والله.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy with their signing of Tom Stokes. Unfortunately for him, though, he will be going out of the competition in the final 4.
أنا عندي فيديو المفروض شغال عليه من 7 شهور ما عملتلوش إيديت لحد دلوقتي.
He loves playing his FIFA here in the UK, and he's just seconds away now from playing up against DaXe. You said, Rich, the Prince against the Artist in the Xbox console final, and I can't wait for that one.
Xbox is looking DaXe versus Dossary, PlayStation Nicolas versus Web here at the Gfinity LQE.
عندي فورتنايت بس ما بلعبهاش صراحة. أنا فاشل 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 في فورتنايت.
Our 2 console finals coming up very shortly indeed, but Dossary loves playing FIFA in London.
He's done it again, Brandon.
Thank you very much, Brandon and Richard. Beautiful work for those 2 gentlemen up there. Sorry, I got slightly distracted by the fact that Kyle Walker, for that whole weekend, could not seem to sit on this next to this table.
When you've got legs the size of mine, the length of them, all right, you've got to find the right type of chairs. And this is not adapted to my leg length.
Okay, talk to your agent. We'll try and see what we can do for the Gfinity Arena. Can we make it adaptable and accessible for Kyle Walker? This is Kyle Walker, ladies and gentlemen. You've just joined us. This is Harry Channon. He seems to be having a lovely time over there.
Honestly.
I'm Tom Deacon. We have been leading you through. Brandon Richard took you through all the action there. Dossary taking on your main man, Rebel Stokes. And Dossary just showing why he's the Prince of Saudi Arabia. He is the man.
Yeah, he is. And we thought it might be a different type of test for Stokes to go up against Dossary. And Dossary, as we said before, has his sights set on major competitions and major championships, and unfortunately for Stokes, he found himself as a bit of a stepping stone, so to speak. Dossary was leading 2-0, excuse me, after the first leg. Stokes was able to get one back after a beautiful Vieira volley on the edge of the box, but as soon as Dossary heard him get back into the game, it was...
There was a lot of penalty shouts. That could have been one there.
Yeah, there were a few, but you know, in a physical game like FIFA, there was another one right there. You know, there are some calls, most calls you won't get in the box unless you're getting absolutely slid out. It took a massive chunk of time actually from the 26th minute when Stokes got his goal.
Seen them given.
It was the 67th minute when Dossary
No,
got his
DaXe
goal to reinstate his 2 goals.
Didn't qualify.
3-1. Then after that, it was
did too much there. Didn't get that goal. It's just. It's getting there. De Gea saved Rebel Stokes a few times. Good old Tom Stokes had De Gea to thank a lot of the time, but in the end, you know, the relentlessness of Dossary prevailed in the end.
Yeah, it definitely did, and we've talked so much about this, but this is what the elite level pros can do. They adapt, they change, and they watch their opponents. And by doing
You're welcome, bro.
They can see the little mistakes, they can see the little chances, the things that they can exploit in their opponent's game. And I feel that's what Dossary did right there. He saw where he can get through. He was relentless. He kept on pushing. He kept on pushing. And look at that, 19 shots compared to Tom Stokes. Rebel Stokes is 8. But you've got to say, Rebel Stokes, he did have 8 shots and 8 on target, and but I mean only one of those went in. But if you look at that, 19 shots, 11 on target, 57.5% of the possession. Unbelievable there from Dossary. The winner is deserved 100%.
Okay, listen, gentlemen, but listening to everything you say about Dossary, it's like a predator. They work out the weaknesses and then they go for the kill. Listen, I'll leave you for a second. I'm going to head over here to join the one and only Lottie Van Pro and the main man back in London doing his thing, Dossary, here in Lottie's lounge. You must be feeling very happy after that.
Yeah, but the most thing that I'm happy about is I played really good, especially in the second half and the first leg.
Absolutely. Well, let's just talk about now with some of the stats we just saw there. You had
علاوي دلوقتي زمانه
11 shots
بيتنطط.
or more. I mean, what was your approach? What was your game plan going into this game here?
The good thing that I played the Stokes on the Swiss rounds. He won against me, but this is the first time I played him in an event, so I know how he played, and that's given me a lot of confidence. How I start my game and what to do. I didn't do anything special for Stokes. He's a really good player, but I think mainly I played one of my best games on FIFA.
Amazing. You said you didn't do anything special there.
No.
I mean, it looks special to me.
He is the special one, I'm going to say, because a lot of the people watching out there, put a little bit of pressure on you, and I want to ask how you feel, because 49% of the vote said you were going to win this again in the Xbox champion.
هو الكابتن ده قفل اول زرارين في القميص وفتح الباقي ليه؟
The thing is, the top elite players, let's say top 5 Xbox, in every tournament they have pressure. We have a huge amount of fans that want us to win, and we really respect that, and we play for them. So let's get it.
Yeah, indeed. Do you remember in December when Msdossary was here? He won that major, and FD Tex, I'm not saying he disrespected Msdossary, but I remember standing right at the bottom of the stairs, and there was that kind of bit of banter between the two of you, and you kindly put him in his place. Are you kind of missing the fact FD Tex is not here to have a repeat of that?
Yeah, I played Tex here in the Gfinity final for Champions Cup, and I won, and he played.
لا هو كده تأهل لنهائي الإكس بوكس.
And he won as well, so I like playing Tex. And let's say it's the Classico of FIFA 19. So I hope he was here. That make the final more excited to play. And I want my revenge, that's why.
Absolutely, we love a revenge grudge match, don't we?
We do indeed.
It's the drama, it makes it a bit more exciting over here. But yeah, I mean, incredible stuff from you. And like you said, you know, you didn't really have to turn it on too much for Stokes. It was somebody you haven't really played too much before, so you're sort of just, you know, gaining yourself there and seeing exactly how he fared out. But now you've got bigger competition, you've got bigger fish to fry, as we say. How are you feeling going into this next one here?
I play DaXe since FIFA 17. Maybe every tournament we play friendly before the tournament, so we both knows how each other plays. DaXe is a good friend of me, so let's hope the better player win.
What do you think your nicknames, the Prince and the Artist?
Yeah, of course.
We've given you nicknames, by the way, but you know, it is what it is.
I like that.
You like it, there we go, he likes it.
I want to ask if you like this. Do you like having your play during the games broken down?
It's hard to say.
Because we're going to make you sit through this right now.
خلاص اقفل وروح ذاكر يا رب تنجح يعني روح راجع كده وبتاع.
Mike, did you see lots of good stuff there?
Well, I was just thinking about the Prince, the Artist,
يلا.
and a fish fry. I don't know, it's around dinner time, I'm kind of hungry. But I wanted to look at a very important moment with Msdossary versus Stokes, and I want to do something a little bit different. We break down the complete play, because it's about 4 or 5 pieces to how he generates this goal and generates his opportunity. And when you're watching live, a lot of times you miss some of the key moments that led up to creating this goal. We only see the final finish, sometimes the final piece of build-up, and that's what we're going to start with here. So it begins. Stokes is attacking, and Msdossary is going to get kind of halfway beat with Neymar, and he's going to recover with a slide tackle. But you have to be very bold, you have to be confident, you have to be decisive in order to do this in a big moment, especially he's only up 1 goal. So this is a game-changing opportunity. Maybe he gets a red card, concedes a penalty kick, you name it, and it starts his counterattack. You see that with VD, who makes this a beautiful slide, and he has an outlet here with Neymar. And I'm going to zoom in, see if you guys can see this on screen. But I know Msdossary notices this. We've got R9, his hand is out.
ده البريك دلوقتي.
Hey, I want the ball, I'm running into space, please feed me, I will deliver. Okay? Maybe I'm just hungry again with the whole fish fry situation.
شكرا ربي 3 على الفولو.
But he doesn't have many attacking options here. So he's going to go with a big through ball, and he doesn't have a lot of support as you see the play develop. So he's into space, but you see this, he's a 1-on-4. And now we see the third part of this defensive to attacking scenario where he's got a 50-50, and Msdossary chooses to go with a more attacking route where he's thinking that Stokes is looking for a cutback. So you're going to see Msdossary attack this space. Stokes is thinking that he's going to come back that way because he doesn't have any help. He needs support. And we'll see the play develop again. Boom, he's into a money position. He's going to lay it off to Neymar. And this is the last piece of the play. You could take a touch here. You could look for another pass. Most people are looking to at least take one little sidestep left or right to create an angle. Unfortunately, if you do that, you do give an opportunity for your opponent to move the goalkeeper. Instead, Msdossary is going to go with a first-time finish. And I mean, it is a rocket. Top corner, and you know that it was time green. The man said that he played his best FIFA. I agree with him. He's building into this tournament. It's going to be him versus DaXe, the Artist versus the Prince. I can't wait.
Green time finish as well. Thank you very much. MLB breaking everything down. Is it instinctive? Are you thinking that fast when you're playing, Msdossary?
About the slide tackle, it's mainly about my badge, because the team I support in Saudi, they always do that, so that gives me a lot of motivation to do it. Attacking wise, whenever I've seen another center attacking midfielder behind me, I always try to play him. And about the first time finish, I think it's now getting more popular. So it's really good and it looks like a bullet.
Yeah, and obviously you've got that situation where you're breaking down where the play is going well, which is nicer to see. If it's going badly, you never want to see Mike LeBel break things down. How are you feeling about DaXe? He's done very well, started off slowly into this competition, and now he's building momentum. Does that worry you, faze you?
The Swiss round is really not the same as the knockouts round. Whenever we're playing Swiss, it's different than the next day. We set mental really good for the knockouts. DaXe is a really good player, one of the best FIFA 19. Definitely, we've seen him in a lot of tournaments, doing finals, semi-finals. So to be excited to play him for the first time, I think, in FIFA 19.
I can't wait for that.
Amazing stuff, but that is coming later on. We are going to be seeing some exciting fixtures. Up next, we've got a PS4 final. It's going to be NICOLAS99 versus Web Nasri. I'm excited to see exactly
مش فاهم انت عايز ايه.
But we want you guys at home to get involved too. Don't forget that we're here for you guys to bring you all the amazing action of this weekend. So I want to know what you guys think of our next fixture. Who is going to win this PS4 final? Is it going to be NICOLAS99 or is it going to be Web Nasri? All you need to do is go over to the Gfinity Twitter and have your say on our poll.
I already know. Do you want me to get involved with that? I'll go to.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know while we just quickly
go to a break. Yeah, we'll do a break. Then we'll come back. Then we'll have the PS4 final. You don't want to miss this. Thank you very much, Msdossary.
ماشي هديك اشراف يا سلام. حاضر. لا ما تجيبش 19 يعني استنى بقى عشان 20 هو خلاص 19 يعتبر خلصت. يبقى لو هتجيب جيب 20.
Been, guys, we've had some incredible FIFA action, but you're in the right place right now. Kyle Walker's joined myself and Lottie. FIFA 19 LQE March. You're not happy about what's up, Lottie?
He's going to start. He's going to start, and I feel it's happening. Don't.
I just want to say welcome to Kyle's Cool Down Corner. It's really good to have you both here. Thank you for joining me, Tom and Lottie.
Hey, listen, it's a pleasure. Listen, I only want good vibes because we are moving into the PS4 grand final, and this is a big one because Web Nasri is there, but also Nicolas, the eyes cool, calm, collected man is there, and we know what he can deliver because in the previous LQE here at Gfinity Arena in London, he was the victor. So Web Nasri could throw a massive spanner in the works here today.
Definitely. I think at the beginning of yesterday, we were all looking at the PlayStation side and we were going, wow, this is stacked. So that's what people were saying. This is huge. There's so many big names in there. And I don't think if you would have asked any single person on the team, analysts, commentators, anything like that, who would be in the finals if someone would have said that Web Nasri would be there. So do you know what? Good on him.
Yeah.
Absolutely good on him for getting this far, because maybe this could be the tournament that he shines and he wins it.
Yeah,
Totally
he's got to have a big performance, Lottie, against Nicolas, because Nicolas has already beaten Ustan. We know earlier on in the quarterfinals, he beat Pina. NYC Chris, who went out in agonising style yesterday in the Swiss format on penalties. But we're just seeing some of the gameplay from Nicolas, and he's a tricky customer, and you have to get the goal advantage against him because he will come back and see you off.
Definitely. He's just relentless. Going forward, defence, everything he's got. And he just doesn't stop, and that's what the hard thing is. You have to break him down, and then you have to stop him from breaking you down, which I'll tell you is not easy at all. You've seen time and time again at different tournaments, people try to climb that ice wall, but they can't get over it because the Iceman is waiting to take them down.
No,
yeah,
we've all seen Game of Thrones. Don't need to get up that.
You do indeed. Have you been practicing on your Argentinian? If we have to interview him.
No, I haven't. I can get to it though backstage.
تمام كده انت
I'll give it a
مودريتور.
crack.
Yeah, just do it. We'll quickly do it. So Nicolas has got it all to do. We know that what he's capable of. How is Web Nasri gonna stop it? How is he gonna begin to break down
I
Nicolas?
think he just honestly has to go all out. I think that's it.
عارف الدحيح.
Go hell for leather, the saying is that. You just have to go for it, because actually, if you go one down, I think you're going to really struggle to catch Nicolas up. But I think what we've seen from Web Nasri in this tournament, which is different to other tournaments, is he's been doing that. He's playing with this confidence, which I've not seen from him. He's just got this confidence where it's just underneath. He doesn't have to show it. He doesn't have to talk the talk. He just walks the walk, and that's what we've seen time and time again this weekend.
Definitely. I mean, he's really come out of his shell.
Yeah.
So then, I mean, look at him there. He's so chilled out.
Yeah.
He is so relaxed.
When you say come out of the show, there's not a lot happening with Web Nasri.
I mean, I'm not gonna let you say that, because he plays in the Man City kit with the Man City badge. Any player that does that, they get my vote right there. No bad words about him.
Being a Man City fan. No, obviously, Carl being a Man City fan, there's kind of a cheeky tactic that, look, you want the whole world to see you, which is happening right now, and you want to put your colours to the mast. You want to nail them and say, look, I'm a Man City guy, come sign me, come get me.
Well, I mean, the greatest football team in the world right now is Manchester City. So what Web Nasri is obviously trying to do is to recreate their form. He's getting all of the confidence that team has, and he's putting it in his own team right here. And yeah, he's probably going, hey guys, how you doing? You're right. My name's Web Nasri. I can get to the PS4 final at the LQE. Come and sign me because I like Man City. And he gets my vote. So yeah, he should be. He should be.
Beautiful. Listen, Lottie, I actually love the Lottie Lounge. I love that.
Oh, thanks, man.
No
I
worries.
appreciate it.
I also like the touch screen where Mike LaBelle is at, and he is going to break down the teams. What's the lineups looking like, Mike LaBelle?
I think in reality, Tom just likes me. But that's all good, Tom. I like you too. And on screen right now, we're looking at Web Squad. And I want to go over, because we have seen, of course, these new icons where the majority of guys are using the icon moments as they should be. And then usually when you're looking at variation, it comes down to the defensive choices. So for Web, what he's done is he's looking to whip in more crosses. That's why you see Cristiano Ronaldo as an outside cam or a winger, kind of in that position in the 4-2-3-1. That's for the back post cross. The new meta is now back to Ruud Gullit and Vieira when you're looking at the prime moments. Remember, we started to see some Modric introduction, and we're seeing Conte as a possible introduction before when the Team of the Year cards, but not any longer. And then defensively, he's more defensive than Nicolas, and we're going to look at Nicolas' team. And I say that because he's sacrificing, well, I mean, shouldn't say sacrifice, but he's choosing to use Ramos as a right back to win those headers, whereas Ramos is not going to be as dangerous or as deadly going forward, not as agile. And then, of course, Team of the Year, De Gea. And then with the center backs, when you're looking at Maldini, or if you're using Virgil van Dijk, or if you've gone with Ramos there, or Varane, all that is very preference-based, or Rio Ferdinand, which you're going to see from Nicolas. And I really like that Rio Ferdinand's kind of living on. Something that's going to stick out for you right away with Nicolas' team. He uses Manuel Neuer. And that's because of confidence and preference there, where he feels more confident with Norrie. He thinks he's better. And when you're using icon center backs, you don't have an issue with anything with chemistry. You're also going to see Cancelo, who's going to be a better attacking fullback. And so he's sacrificing some of the defensive fullback duties in order to make sure that he has those intricate touches. And the same can be said when you're looking at his attack, where you have Neymar and Mbappe on the wing. That's just to hold the ball better. And if you look at Nicolas' gameplay, his style, how he likes to build up, he wants to make sure that he has complete control. And when you're looking at skill moves, it allows you to do the El Tornado. It allows you to be more creative. And just to reiterate, everyone has Vieira. Everyone has Ruud Gullit in the midfield. I don't see that changing for pretty much the rest of the year unless something happens with Team of the Season. But I do want to mention, you don't see Team of the Year Ramos, and you don't see Team of the Year Varane in his squad builder, which is out of the ordinary to see neither of them when you're looking at some of these guys putting together teams. He's not even using them off the bench. These are the 3 subs that are most common for Nicolas, with Modric, Pele, and Eusebio. And I'm glad that over there on the couch that Kyle can stop complaining about how the other chair doesn't fit him properly. And he can lay down, lay out, do what you got to do for the final.
Love it. Always MLB, always with a strong out.
Do you know what we do want to see as well, though?
What?
Richard Buckley at right back.
Oh, definitely. What I liked was the triangle of icons. Powerful lineups, Web Nasri, and for Nicolas, MLB doing his job, and he does it so well. Kyle, who are you going for, based on those 2 teams that you've just seen?
I've got to go with the man who has the greatest football team, the badge, he has the kit, Web Nasri. I'd like to see a bit of an upset. This is what I'm talking about in terms of, we know Nicolas is going to the playoffs. We know these top elite players are going there. So I want to see, well, what difference does it make when the other players don't get as many points as them? So actually, the 850 points would be amazing for Web Nasri, because it's just going to shake things up completely in the positions below. So I'd like to see that, and let's see what happens with them.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much, Kyle. Lottie, I'm going to pass over right now to the casters, Mark Hatcher.
Tom, you always do this. Let me have a go, yeah?
Why not? Hey.
I'm going to take over.
Great
Right.
vibes.
I'm going to tune in now to Mark Hatcher and Dan Gaskin. I'm calling upon you guys. How's it going?
Best story of the day. Best story of the
So
day.
good.
I really
Welcome.
enjoyed that.
Why can't we do that all the time?
Yeah.
Welcome to the brand new analyst desk. I hope you like it. This chilled out vibe.
Wait, so you can decide on the name, so they've decided for you? Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Well, gentlemen, we've got an incredible match on our hands. I hope you guys are ready. I'm ready to see exactly who's going to be taking this PS4 final.
Okay, Lottie, thank you very much, and a fantastic job from the guys on the couch, as always, in the build-up to our PlayStation 4 final, where we have Nicolas, of course, taking on the underdog here that nobody expected to make it this far. Of course, that's Web Nasri.
Yeah, this is a fantastic chance for him to excel his position in the Global Series rankings. 28th at the moment. A win here, Mark, would jump him all the way up to 10th as it stands. That is a massive jump. He's probably already going to be at playoffs anyway, but this is a really good chance to solidify himself at playoffs, and maybe even that World Cup as well.
How are you?
We saw him do it last year in
Hello,
2018.
Manuel.
We saw him perform well in the latter tournaments. It seems like he's doing it again here today.
Yeah, it has been a real Cinderella story for Web Nasri. He's got this far now, he's got into the final, but he's not going to end it here. He's want to become a console champion here, a PlayStation 4 champion, and give himself the opportunity to not only become a PlayStation 4 champion, but move on and have the chance of becoming a cross-console champion as well. Now, someone who's used to having the word champion banded about when his name is mentioned is, of course, that man on your screen right now, Nicolas. This guy has been phenomenal for so long now. And we mentioned right at the start of this tournament, with some of the other PS4 players stepping up in recent times, and us not seeing as much of Nicolas, a little tournament win here would just remind everyone that the Iceman is still about.
He is still about, and I mean, let me just remind you, Mark, and everyone watching at home, his placements this season.
No, I'm from Egypt.
Then the semi-final, then the grand final, then he won here in London, then he reached the semi-final and he dropped off, but then he reached another console final. He is always there or thereabouts when he's competing. It's so difficult to take this man down. However, he's not unbeatable. We have seen players go up against him and actually manage to defeat him. The key is not allowing him to play his own game, because when he's comfortable, he just excels. He just gets so good, and he will just generate so much pressure. And he finds those goals just out of nowhere sometimes. Even when he looks uncomfortable, he still finds them.
And the interesting thing for me is, if we had to take ourselves back to FIFA 18, these two were sparring partners. These two played against each other a lot in FIFA 18, around the time of the playoffs, around that Amsterdam tournament, in the build-up to the E-World Cup final. So these two know each other pretty well, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they match up now in our PlayStation 4 final. Now, one thing I am a little bit surprised about is the way that we have seen Webb play this tournament. His defense has been very, very impressive for a player that last year we were talking about how good going forward he was.
Yeah, he has obviously worked on that, and of course, a different iteration of FIFA, 19 rather than 18, there's always going to be changes in which you can make anyway.
Yeah,
the core game is always going to be there. There are always going to be vulnerabilities here or there. He's worked on those, he looks better, not just at this tournament in comparison to FIFA 18, but if we look at his early tournaments in FIFA 19, still wasn't there.
Here we go then. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our PlayStation 4 final here in London. NICOLAS99, no stranger to be in these positions. The man who sat across the stage room, Web Nasri. First time we've seen him reaching a final here, and he is the player looking to cause what would be a
Where
huge
did you meet
upset here
him?
in London.
Yeah, and he just needs to make sure he switches on from the early stages, doesn't allow Nicolas to get that lead and then start to kind of build on that lead. That's when Nicolas does look at his strongest. If Web Nasri, however, can get Nicolas on the back foot, try and make him play from behind, then that's when you're going to start to notice cracks in the armour of Nicolas.
Well, it is Nicolas who is on the attack early on, and he just manages to nip the ball back here with Neymar. Thought that pass had a little bit too much oomph on it to be controlled by the Brazilian, but he manages to pick it up here. Neymar now on the edge of the box. Hullet maybe with a chance to strike, but finds the ball in to Mbappe, I believe that was, just inside the box. De Gea called into action early.
There's one thing that Nicolas does very well is he reacts quickly to the situation. If the ball does just bobble off another player, he's straight on it. He knows exactly what he wants to do. Very good at reading the game.
So a corner here for Nicolas. Option to take it short. Will he whip it into a dangerous area
Brazil
in the
is
box?
very beautiful place.
See Nasri.
I'd like to come one day.
Player at the front post, Virgil van Dijk looking for him to control the air there in that aerial battle towards the front post. That's exactly what happened. So Web Nasri doing his homework, but now he's got to defend this second phase, and a beautiful little elastico creates a space there for Neymar, but Virgil van Dijk again closes that space down.
Nasri, I mean, it was an interesting semi-final that we saw happen where he was playing so well at the start of the first leg. He found 2 early goals, he looked so confident going into the box, but then almost going into that second leg, he was more than happy to try and defend that lead, and he played very defensively, put everyone behind the ball, and it did work out. He came up trumps with a 2-1 victory after all, but is that going to work out against the
One day I will try to come.
Probably no. It's very difficult to defend against the best PS4 player in the world. So I feel like if he does find those goals, and if he does still have those confidence and gets 1-2 goals lead, he is going to have to press on. He can't just turtle back and allow Nicolas to attack him, because it won't end well.
Well, there's a little slight miss pass there from Nicolas though, and
Most time I play at my PC. PS4 little.
Really became anything meaningful. And normally I'd say in a game like this, it's up to Nicolas to not lose focus, not take his eye off the ball here, and kind of take these situations for granted against a player like Web Nasri, who he wouldn't have expected to meet in the final. But a player like Nicolas, you just don't expect it from him.
And I'm sure Nicolas will have memories of losing to people in console finals, in semi-finals as of late. I mean, Tuga took him down most recently in Atlanta. And he'll want to just show himself and his fans, I think, that he still has what it takes, that he is still the best PS4 player.
Well, Neymar with the elastico gets a little bit of space. Oh, no, it's there! And he's going to open his account in this game in the final. Little bit of fortune for the ball to ricochet back to R9. But one of the most deadly strikers of all time is never going to miss a chance from there.
And I mean, yeah, there is a little bit of luck. However, it's been all Nicolas in the early stages. Web Nasri has very much been on the back foot and absorbing the pressure, so chances are naturally going to come.
What's that mean?
And there's a little bit of a gift, but Nicolas with a 1-goal lead now. This is where he starts to press on, and you saw a switch there to ultra defensive. Now, of course, dynamic tactics can be set up in whichever way you want in FIFA 19. Ultra defensive doesn't necessarily mean ultra defensive.
Could mean 3 at the back.
It could. However, that switch does suggest to me, all right, I'm going to play the ball around now. I'm going to keep possession, and I'm really going to dominate this game.
Long ball over the top then from Nicolas, looking for the run of Mbappe. Should be easy work here for Maldini to mop up at the back. De Gea now firing it out wide. Finds Cristiano Ronaldo, and that is going to be a ball that you see a lot of pros using, almost as a get-out ball there, putting Cristiano Ronaldo in that right attacking midfield position to win those headers. Now Web Nasri with the first real opportunity to come forward himself. Vieira finding Hullet. That's a beautiful little ball. A little fake shot from Neymar. But the shot wasn't perfect. And when you're in a grand final here on the PlayStation 4, you need to be perfect to find the back of the net.
Yeah, you are not going to be presented that many chances against Nicolas, so you need to make them count. And that's
you want me to write my name?
And maybe it's a little bit of a, I don't know, a good thing that Web Nasri conceded the first goal, because it is just going to bring him to life. He is going to have to attack Nicolas.
Is that my name?
Mbappe then on this right-hand side. Little ball across. It's a beautiful ball. And look at the space here. And it's that man again, Ronaldo, who gets his second of the game. It was a simple pass, but it was an effective one, and Nicolas now to the good.
I mean, the first goal, yeah, a little bit lucky, but this one, tell you what, it's a beauty.
I will try to
goals like that in FIFA when you work the ball across the pitch, when you notice which players have a little bit of space, and the finish from Ronaldo. Good stuff from Nicolas. And this is the scary factor. 2-0 after just 30 minutes. Is it going to go from bad to worse now for Web Nasri, or can he answer back? Can he find that confidence that we saw in the early stages of the semi-final? Because he needs it.
Now, one man who's not averse to a comeback is Web Nasri. Take ourselves back to FIFA 18, Amsterdam playoffs. I think he was down by 4 or 5 goals against Marv. And he almost managed to claw it back in the latter stages of that game. So
I think that's players who are good goal scorers when they know how to get the job done. It doesn't matter how far they are behind and what time is left. If they manage to string together those passes and string together that bit of momentum, they can always make a comeback. It's just about who the opponent is they're facing. For example, DaXe, who is, of course, waiting in the Xbox final, very difficult to come back against because he really controls the game. You could say the same about Nicolas as well. He's very good at keeping the ball. As I say, that gives the ball away, but that's going to be a chance maybe for Nasri. He needs to make his chances count, but he gives it away on the other side.
Yeah, possession against the players like Nicolas and DaXe becomes even more important, not just defensively, but offensively as well.
Actually, I didn't know how to do that.
Couple of solid hands on that one to push it away with the punch, and now Mbappe has the chance to come forward, and he's got in behind the fullback here, and you can see Web Nasri has recognised that. Finds the Frenchman once more. Nice ball around the corner here to Hullet. Neymar now. Oh, look at that. Hullet just steps in again, and for me, that prime icon moment, Ruud Hullet, has been absolutely exceptional for so many players here in London.
And you have a chance to make him even better as well. If you use Hullet, you've got to put him in the right positions, and that's what Nicolas does. He will drag him out of position ever so slightly, try and get him into spaces so that he's going to be able to intercept passes easier.
Ronaldo around the corner there, little fake shot, little body feint inside as well. The drag backs here from Nicolas. He creates the chance, and it's going to be a simple finish after De Gea made the initial save. Kylian Mbappe on the follow-up on the stroke of half-time, and at 3-0. Web Nasri, he's got some questions to answer here.
Sometimes in tournaments we see a high-ranked player against a slightly lower-ranked player, and they be very close games, and we say, oh, well, you can't really see the difference between the top player and a mediocre player, but I tell you what, Nicolas really showing his difference at the moment, showing why he is the #1 PS4 player in the world. Dominating possession, had more shots, and he's restricted Web Nasri as well. Considering that Web Nasri has found, what, 30 goals so far in this tournament across the games he's played, Nicolas doing very well to stop any sort of aggression from him.
Now the thing here for Web Nasri is I want to see an early change. I think that if he goes up with the same formation, with the same custom tactics on his players, Nicolas is going to end up with an unassailable lead here at the end of this first leg. It's going to be so tough for him to change things in that second leg. I want to see a formation change. I want to see it early.
I think playing 4-2-3-1 against Nicolas is a bad thing. Nicolas dominated the 4-2-3-1 meta. We know that he's comfortable playing against 4-2-3-1, so you have to do something to surprise him, to try and catch him off guard. We've seen him struggle against other formations in the past, like 4-3-3s, like 4-4-2s, which maybe he's not as familiar practicing against. 4-2-3-1, though, he might as well be playing in his back garden.
Second half underway, as you can see. Web Nasri, as I say, with questions to answer here in the second half of our first leg. Still plenty of time, of course, for him to get back into the game, but the pattern of that first half has to be slightly concerning for him. No shots on target. 3 goals conceded.
At this website you can write what you want.
But a goal here at the start of the second half.
Actually, I don't do it.
The Japanese player here. Now Hullet comes forward. Maybe a chance here. It's a beautiful ball inside the box. Nicolas putting great pressure on though with Paolo Maldini. But positive signs here at the start of the second half.
It's not
just
the same confidence,
just gives the ball away.
It isn't the same confidence from Web Nasri that we've seen in this tournament. I don't know whether that's the occasion or whether it's just the play style of Nicolas making it too difficult for him. We're not seeing as much skill moves in the final third. Instead, he's trying to play the simple passing game, which I feel like is always going to be very difficult to do against Nicolas because he positions his players so successfully. So maybe that's what Nasri needs to pull out. A couple of croquetas here or there just to beat that first man.
And Nicolas' player switching at the moment is absolutely superb. He's so difficult to break down. He just closes down those passing lanes. And you can see here that Web Nasri's got nowhere to go. It's going to take, as you say, maybe a little drop of the shoulder, a drag back or two, or some quick passing to finally get anywhere near the goal. Mbappe with that drop of the shoulder. And he got the shot away. It was fantastic play from Nicolas, but he couldn't find the finish. And now Web Nasri comes away again. He's survived what was a real scare there.
And I wonder if that's what he's hoping for, just to try and survive the pressure and then hit Nicolas on the counter-attack. Nasri does look scary on the counter-attack at times. He has done in the tournament. He's just not looking the same against Nicolas here because Nicolas is also dropping back and allowing Nasri to have that space in the midfield. And meaning those through balls, they're not going to be as successful because the players are already sat there waiting.
Little bit of space here then for Web Nasri. Needs a goal here. He's found Neymar. He hit the green time finish. It wasn't bad again in the way, and we talk about how Nicolas kind of puts up that wall of defence. Well, one of those panels certainly held strong there as the block came in from the centre-back.
It's nice to see Modric being there in that central midfield role as well. Adds a little bit of pace to the midfield for Nicolas, allows him to close those gaps so successfully as we see him doing constantly. And also, it means you can
what is the meaning of
with
this
Modric.
word?
You can play those passes, those penetrative balls through the back four. A little bit better than the likes of Vieira would, for example.
There's space here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, found with that long ball, something that you can see that Web Nasri is trying to favour. And Cristiano Ronaldo now has a little bit of space. Heel to heel. Gets the ball back almost for Alexandro. The 89 headliner's foot item. Seems to be coming back into favour quite a lot with a few players now in that left-back position.
I feel like people are starting to get used to defending El Tornado crosses now, so it's not as bad at left-back. You're not being punished as much, so the strength on Alexandro is very important, and of course, a decent amount of pace on him as well.
Here's Neymar then for Nicolas. Will be a throw in here, and you'll see the pause coming here.
What in
Won't
my
be a
language?
surprise to see maybe some changes in the centre of the park. It's actually going to be Pele brought on the right-hand side here.
Okay.
Obviously seeing this at the moment from Nicolas's point of view. Be interesting to see if Web Nasri makes any changes here towards the end of the game, just to maybe steal a goal away.
Nicolas also setting his fullbacks to stay back and not join the attack at all, just to make sure that Web Nasri doesn't take advantage of any kind of fatigue issues as we get to the latter stages of this first leg, and also Nicolas making those changes to make sure that he takes advantage of any fatigue issues on Web Nasri's side. Eusebio and Pele are going to be darting down the wings, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them does get on the score sheet here.
15 minutes or so left in our first leg of the PlayStation 4 final. Modric here for Nicolas. Great ball inside. You saw the run from Cristiano Ronaldo, but Maldini stepped across just in time.
Oh.
And you can see there has been changes in personnel at the other end as well. Lionel Messi's on the pitch. At prime icon moments, Ronaldinho on the pitch as well. Not being able to have an impact here so far for Web Nasri. Obviously only been on the pitch a few moments, but that attack kind of fizzled out without any real danger.
And Nicolas is a very intelligent player, and we will say it time and time again that these stages, when you have a 3-0 lead, it's about solidifying that lead, it's about keeping that lead, and it's about keeping the ball, restricting any attacks from Web Nasri, and that's exactly what Nicolas is doing now. A little bit of time management, and if he notices a gap, if he notices a little bit of space, he will pounce on it, but only if he feels like it is a guaranteed attempt on goal.
Well, Web Nasri does maybe have a chance here for another attack. Doesn't have to rush this too much. Still got 8 minutes plus stoppage time in this game. When we talk about the difficult 2-goal lead, as much of a cliche as it is. But if you can take a goal at the end of this game into the second leg, and before you know it, all of a sudden it lifts your head, but giving the ball away like that with just a few moments left in this game kind of has the opposite effect, to be honest, for Nasri. But look at this, he wins the ball back and he has another chance to make amends.
It's just whether he can actually get through this defence of Nicolas, though. He's manoeuvring his players so successfully, making everything so difficult.
Oh, let's go around the edge of the box though, and oh, Maldini, that is a fantastic interception from the Italian. Pull it now across the box. R9 will recycle this. Fake shot, Cricketta, make it 2. Can't find the finish, and Neuer will come out here. Nervy moments at the end of this game here for Nicolas, but he has managed to see out that little bit of danger that came in from Web Nasri.
And you can see there was just a little bobble, and if that bobble can go your way, sometimes you can break through that defence. And Nicolas did well to keep on his toes and react quickly to everything that was being played in front of him. And as the first leg goes in favour of Nicolas, and he looked so comfortable. It didn't look like Web Nasri had much to offer, if I am honest, in that first leg, but it will change in leg number 2. He does have so much potential going forward. He just needs to dig deep and find that little summit that we saw in previous ties during this tournament.
And the replays then from that first game, as you can see, and it was clinical. That performance there from Nicolas in the PlayStation 4 final first leg. Got a little bit of fortune to break the deadlock, but the second goal down, there was absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever.
No, definitely not. And Nasri will know that he had chances in this game, and if he had timed it green, for example, he might have been able to put it away. But yeah, that is a really nice goal from Nicolas. Those are the goals you kind of want to see in FIFA 19, the ones you enjoy commentating over.
Yeah, it's very nice place.
That's what Nicolas can do. He knows how to shift the ball across the pitch. He knows what he's trying to look for. And again, yeah, slightly fortunate, you got the rebound off the keeper, but he's obviously testing the keeper in the first place to put himself in that position.
I mean, it was brilliant in the first place to even get into that position to have that initial shot. Credit where credit's due. Yes, he got the fortune on the rebound, but he put it away, and I thought that would have been
you can find modern places and also historical one.
R9 a little bit stronger, his leg a little bit longer in that position, but it was a fantastic interception from that prime icon moments Maldini in the centre-back position, and that's why you have him in there.
Not sure like that. There's not enough statistics on a foot item to be able to do that. You're not allowed to improve R9 anymore, Mark. He's good enough.
It's pretty good.
Speaking of R9, though, it is good to see him. It's the first tournament we've seen prime icon moments R9 being used. We saw originally R9 as an icon who was being used all the time at the start of the season. Then when the Team of the Year foot items came in, we saw him kind of dip in and out of a couple of teams, but now he seems to have solidified himself back in. And I think Mike LaBelle was quite right earlier when he said, we seem to have found our base team now for most people. Like, yes, okay, defensively we have a few tweaks still to be made. And I wonder if Team of the Season may change that as we get to the end of the year and the end of this FIFA season anyway. But at the moment,
okay, 1 second,
what they like. But Nasri needs to find something that he likes in this game. Attacking-wise, he needs to switch something up.
Second leg underway then. 3 goals, the advantage here to Nicolas. He's going to have to take something special from Web Nasri to get back into this game. Trying to keep an eye on the formations at the moment. Is there a change here for Web Nasri? Or is he going to maybe just think about starting off the same, feeling his way into this game? But I mean, one thing I'd like to work out, I mean, is how many attacks per game players actually get against Nicolas. But this might be an opportunity as Web Nasri finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Neymar now back to Vieira. Web Nasri looking dangerous here on the edge of the box. Still has to get past a few players, but Mbappe finds Ronaldo! And there is a goal that he needed.
And you were saying how many attacks does a player get against Nicolas? Well, the first one he's presented with, he makes it count. You have to be clinical against Nicolas. And that's what Web Nasri has absolutely done there. He had already queued up the pause right from the kickoff, and he was probably thinking about making changes. And the trouble is, when you're thinking about making changes and then you score a goal, you start to think, oh, well, do I need to make changes?
To change things? That's
and the answer probably still is yes. Oh, okay.
Wait, the ball got pulled back there. The goal was not given. So, still at 3-0. That pause has thrown everyone off. Didn't even have time for the referee's whistle to register there in our ears. And for all the excitement, we're back to where we were. 3-0 to Nicolas on aggregate.
Well, silver lining, you can still make those changes. So, it's not going to change his decision.
So then, Web Nasri shown at least he can create something going forward with that first opportunity. That was ruled out by the referee. That would have been the perfect start for him, though. 6 minutes into the game, getting that goal on the board. Exactly what the doctor would have been ordering. Hullet tries to squeeze it through, but that midfield is just so compact for Nicolas.
Oh, referee getting involved, but somehow Hullet still has that there.
Ronaldo now out to Mbappe. There's an overlapping run here. Just about time in the pass, but Web Nasri now, you can see there are more players upfield here.
What is your country code?
Cristiano Ronaldo now in a foot race against his man, just flicks it up, but just shows too much to Maldini. Can Hullet get there? He does, but a wayward pass allows Alexandro to get back into position to make the tackle.
You can see that Web Nasri is speeding everything up a little bit as well here. He is instantly making those passes. He's trying to beat Nicolas at his own game, saying, all right, well, if you are going to pressure me, if you're going to put those players in those positions, I'm going to try and make those passes before you can even think about moving your own defensive players. So it might work out as this game goes on. He definitely looks more threatening in the early stages than we saw in the first leg, that's for sure.
Well, Mbappe is going to find his PSG teammate out wide here, Neymar. Can Web Nasri navigate his way to goal here against Nicolas? And just look how hard he has to even work to find a simple pass on the pitch here. Nicolas defending is just stifling.
You get punished if you dwindle on the ball against Nicolas. That's the problem. If you can't skill move your way out of things, you're going to have a bad time.
Mbappe then for Nicolas. At 3-0, things are looking bad here. At 4, it could look even worse, and it is 4. Nicolas is just doing Nicolas things in our PS4 Grand Final. 1-0 up here, 4-0 up on aggregate. And he is looking every bit the champion we know he is.
How many times have we seen this tournament players on that left-hand side have acres of space, and the one key factor is always Sergio Ramos at right back? I wonder whether, as a centre-back, he just has more tendencies to come towards the middle of the pitch, or whether players are just dragging him towards the middle of the pitch, dragging him towards that ball. Because it's always that left-hand side which seems so vulnerable for so many teams. It was an easy one in the end when you're given that much space, but you've also got to give credit to the finish. Goalkeeper movement is going to make things difficult, but he still tucked it away.
Well, Nicolas is looking for blood here, and look at this, he can kind of smell the blood in the water. He's like a shark, and he hits the upright. Ronaldo brought down in the box, but the referee is going to bring it back there. But again, Nicolas is being relentless. He knows he is so close to another console tournament win here on the PlayStation 4. And with this kind of form that he's in, he is looking so dangerous moving towards that cross-console final as well.
It would be his third cross-console final of the season, so
phenomenal.
His third console victory of the season, but Nasri gets something and gives himself that little bit of hope and put that seed of doubt in Nicolas's mind.
And there's only 28
I
minutes
send you a
gone.
message now.
If Nasri can find another goal here before half-time, 2 goals with 45 minutes left in game, makes Nicolas a little bit nervous, a little bit shaky. All of a sudden, that tournament win that you thought you had in your hands and you were thinking about maybe the interview after the game, that slips out your mind very quickly.
And I think for a mere mortal, that would probably be apparent. Whether that's the case for Nicolas. I mean, we call him the Iceman for a reason. However, we have seen him show a little bit of reaction in tournament history. When he has fallen in console finals or semi-finals, he does show a tiny little bit of a temper. So there is always going to be something in the back of his mind.
Well, look at this. Web Nasri's in behind once more. He's got players over as well. Goes towards the back post. Vieira is going to collect this one. All of a sudden, the man from Japan has burst to life in this game. Oh, that loose pass, though, is just going to allow A little bit of respite here for Nicolas. Well, Web Nasri is showing that he's still here to play and he still thinks he can get back into this.
And he definitely can get back into it. He just needs to be careful defensively. He needs to stay strong and not rush the ball too quickly up the pitch and just give the ball back to Nicolas very comfortably.
And this will be classic Nicolas here. 35 minutes on the clock, having just had a little bit of pressure applied to him defensively. Just go up the other end and just find a goal to restore that cushion. But Web Nasri now comes forward once more. Mbappe, that's a beautiful little crossfield ball from him. CR7 gets the ball back. Neymar, 1v1 against the defender. Hullet got back to help out a little bit. But Neymar's looking dangerous now, looking mischievous on the edge of the box. Tried to find that pass into Hullet. Mbappe is going to cut out that pass. Has he got the pace to keep that in? Unfortunately not. And Nicolas again can kind of breathe for just a few moments.
Yeah, Nicolas is just making Nasri work so hard on the counter-attack. Nasri is desperate to hit Nicolas on the counter-attack because he knows there were going to be players out of position. It's going to be slightly more easy for him to try and break through that wall of defence. But Nicolas is so good with the pressure that he applies with both the player he's controlling and the secondary player as well, using that R1 button. Nasri's having to constantly recycle the ball back to the midfield, give it back to Hullet, and then back to Neymar, back to Hullet, back to Neymar. He just can't find the way through.
Free kick here just before half-time, and you can see some of the... we can see all of the poll results there at the bottom of who was going to secure the PlayStation 4 crown. 80% of you at home thinking it's going to be Nicolas. And at 4-1 on aggregate, obviously the heavy favourite looking likely, but Web Nasri, oh, he's going to feel hard done by there. Neymar stretched out to collect that ball. He's showing signs of life here, but he needs to have more than that. He needs to find something special here to find 3 goals against Nicolas.
And I think it has to be some sort of formational change now, to be honest. Like, now is crunch time. You've got that goal back. Yes, okay, you've got your little bit of momentum, but that goal even still was probably a little bit too late in the grand scheme of things. You've already allowed Nicolas to get his 4th by that point. So you throw everything forward, and it can work out. We've seen in the past people go to like 3-5-2, for example, and they managed to find 1, 2, 3 goals in circumstances, in extreme circumstances. Yes, you're going to be vulnerable at the back, but you have to go for it. You have to take that risk.
I mean, you're not going to win the game at the moment if you see out the game and, you know, basically create what you've created in the first 2 games. He's only managed 1 goal across 90 minutes of that first half and 40 minutes of the second leg as well. So he needs to change something here, Web Nasri. And it needs to happen now for him. Nicolas coming forward then. Ronaldo on the edge of the box. Hullet in space, takes the shot, doesn't time it though, and just kind of shanks it into the crowd.
You can see the frustration on Nicolas's face as well there, and that shows to me that he respects Web Nasri as a player, and he knows that he needs to be finding more goals. He doesn't feel like a 3-goal difference guarantees him the victory, guarantees him that title of PS4 champion. So he is still trying to press on, he's still trying to find more to pummel Nasri into the ground.
Oh, this is a beautiful little move here. Maybe that pass backwards just allowed some defenders to reset a little bit there. There was space in behind momentarily, but Web Nasri now moving forward, looking to pull some defenders out of place. Cancelo gets the tackle in. Hullet now. May well use Vieira and does. Web Nasri coming forward once more. Look at the players behind the ball though for Nicolas. 10 players behind the ball. And Ruud Hullet again steps in.
It's again, he's just making it too hard now for Web Nasri, and it's going to start to cause a little bit of frustration. And once you frustrate your opponent, they start to make silly decisions as well. Maybe they start to make some desperate passes that you could pounce on with those CDMs.
This is where you need to move the ball quickly here against Nicolas. When there's a few players up in the attacking third, there is a player on the floor here, but it doesn't matter because it's Ruud Hullet. And even when he's on the floor, he can still make tackles.
Doesn't matter if he's on 2 legs or 4 legs there. It would seem he was crawling and he still gets away with it. That's how good of a foot item he is at the end of the day. But it's another attack that's snuffed out. And now Nicolas can just continue to hold possession.
Ronaldo then finding Ruud Hullet, the man who just made an unorthodox interception at the other end, but Web Nasri wins it back. 30 minutes left then for Web Nasri to right A story that he's going to want to read 1,000 times over, and it's Ronaldo who gets in, he gets the shot away. But it's just not good enough to trouble Manuel Neuer and Nicolas' goal.
Yeah, just snatching at it, and that is what happens sometimes when you are being frustrated, when you've only had one shot on goal thus far. You get a little bit desperate. Your muscle memory maybe not quite there with the power of the shot that you want to be able to perform. You asked me earlier, I mean, you'd love a statistic of how often players get to attack against Nicolas. Web Nasri, open attacks where he's actually got to the final third, about 6 so far in this game.
Well, he only needs 3 more. But Nicolas is going to be looking to put the exclamation point on what has been a fantastic performance here in our PlayStation 4 final. It's beautiful, and unfortunately for him, initially, he can't finish it, but who cares when the ball falls to CR7 and he puts you up 5-1 on aggregate. Nicolas99 is looking like he's going to be your PS4 champion once again.
And looking like he is going to secure those 850 Global Series ranking points for finishing in the top 2. He was on 5,710 before this tournament, so he's going to be now at around 6,500 or so. You do the maths, I can't be bothered. And that takes him even further ahead of Stefano Pino. Stefano Pino, of course, who fell a little bit earlier in the tournament. As Nicolas just continues to solidify himself as the best PS4 player in the world. And really, maybe the main competition for DaXe at the E-World Cup currently. I don't think anyone would dispute it.
I might, depending on how the cross-console final potentially goes. Still a lot of players out there.
Yeah, but that's the cross-console final, and in the E-World Cup, DaXe would have to face them earlier, right? He'd have to face a PS4 player in the cross-console final of the E-World Cup, so his main competition might be Nicolas, no? Am I stretching?
I love testing.
Okay.
So then, we were saying it was going to be a difficult job here in the grand final. It was a massive favourite taking on an underdog. But Nasri now is inside the box, and he does find a goal. 20 minutes in game. 3 goals to find. I feel like I've been here before last year with Web Nasri. So I'm not writing anything off at this point.
Yeah, from the get-go, just taking advantage of maybe some of those players slightly out of position and being able to just play that ball and seeing that run from R9 and being able to execute it at the right time as well. So credit to Nasri, despite being 4 goals down at the time, and he makes that deficit just 3 once again, and 3 does seem more manageable than 4. 20 minutes though is very difficult to do so.
And you have seen a few in-game tactics just being adjusted there by Nicolas. I wonder if he's actually might have gone a little bit more attacking, knowing that Web Nasri is going to be committing players forward. He's just thinking, right, let me get a goal here. Let me put this to bed completely. Giving no way back into this game. Nicolas will win the throw-in here. Unfortunately for him, the ricochets are not going to fall in his favour now, and Web Nasri will come forward once more. 15 minutes left in this game. Ronaldinho. A raking pass out here to Thierry Henry, who's on the ball. The Arsenal legend going up against the AC Milan legend there. Mbappe round the corner now to Ronaldinho inside the box. Cricketta, Modric steps in. What a tackle that was from Luka Modric.
And that's the benefit of having Modric on your team. All right, Vieira has your long legs. He can make those tackles as well, but Modric got into that position.
Chance here for Ronaldo. There is a runner. Finds Rudhul instead. Big save from Neuer. Could this happen? Needs a goal here. Hullet times the header. But you just feel that had to hit the back of the net there for Web Nasri to have a chance of getting back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was the opportunity. It was there, it was presented to him, but a great save from Neuer. And now Nicolas can just control the end of this game. As you said, he may have gone a little bit more attacking. The benefit of going more attacking sometimes in these scenarios is your wingers will press up the pitch and you can play a long through ball and then they can hold the ball in the corner, for example. And we might see Nicolas do just that on the left-hand side here.
Eusebio then for Nicolas. The victory lap has very much started for the Argentine. Neymar on the edge of the box. Web Nasri doing everything he can to get possession back. Mbappe coming forward. It has been a great tournament performance for Web Nasri. But unfortunately for him, Dan, it just looks like he's come up against an absolute phenom in the Iceman. NICOLAS99, relentless, cutthroat when it comes to these finals. And even in these situations here, you can see he's just working every second off the clock. Neymar inside the box. At the moment, Web Nasri is just chasing shadows. Eusebio turns back here towards Hullet. And he just can't find the ball, and Neymar has a chance to finish it to Haya. Forced to make sure that he's still paying attention down at his near post. But I mean, sum this up for us, Dan. What a performance this has been from Nicolas.
I mean, firstly, we have to give credit to Web Nasri for making it this far, for making a statement, and of course, claiming his playoff spot as well. We will be seeing his name again.
We will be seeing his name again, but there's only one name we have to remember here in London. And that is that man on your screen. The PlayStation 4 champion for the March LQE here in London at the Gfinity Arena is NICOLAS99.
For the third time this season, he is your PlayStation champion. And of course, if you include his E-Club Championship victory with Tex as well, he has plenty of trophies to his name. However, can he take another cross-console final? That is the question on everyone's lips. No, just my lips, maybe just my lips. He's done it once before in London. Will he do it again?
Well, that's the question that we can't give you an answer to right now. The only thing we know is he is the champion of the PlayStation 4 again, in a tournament where that PlayStation bracket was so stacked. We had 6 of the top 10 players in the world here at the LQE at the Gfinity Arena, and Nicolas comes out on top once more. I mean, sum up his performance, because it has been so convincing at times, especially today on Championship Sunday. A little bit shaky in the Swiss rounds in some of the games, but as we all know, the Swiss rounds, all it is about is getting out and getting to Championship Sunday. He's done that, and today he's shown us why he's so great.
He was just warming up in the Swiss rounds. I mean, he's the Iceman, but it's the opposite. You know when players get those heating pads to warm up their hands?
Yeah.
He doesn't. He gets like a cooling fan and some water just to make the Iceman hands nice and cold. But it was a performance of champions. I mean, the way he dominated the game, his passing style, his finishing, he was clinical. He did everything right, and defensively looks very solid. And he's in a good chance of taking another cross-console final here.
So the Iceman picks up yet another championship here in London. We're going to send it back to the desk now, because NICOLAS99, I mean, there's a lot to talk about.
There's so much to talk about. Mark, thank you very much. Not wearing the shirt anymore. The Iceman himself. He's too hot in here. The shirt comes off. Thank you very much, Mark and Dan Gaskin. Accusations. What is this going on?
I just want to show my love just to Nicolas. Just well done. Well, the Iceman, I'm scared of him because he can destroy anyone.
He's
Not
deadly.
me. I love you.
Can I just say, rookie error, holding up a piece of white card on the internet. Have you never seen that?
Oh,
Donald
no.
Trump thing?
Oh, no.
Anyone can put anything there. That's all I'm saying.
Carl
Rookie
Walker,
error.
Harry Tynes, and the rookie error. Let's talk about, because Mark and Dan have done a fantastic job of talking us through there. Web Nasri just not having enough in the locker to break down or take apart Nicolas. It had a chance in the second leg. I thought it was a goal early on, but it was disallowed.
Yeah, it was just too late. We talked about if you're going to take on the Iceman, you've got to get that early lead and you've got to defend like your life is on the line. And unfortunately, Nicolas just took that lead, which meant that Web Nasri couldn't get back into it. We see there in the second game, he furthered it. He was 3-0 up, then he went 4. After scoring another goal, and it was just relentless. It was time after time after time that he was going forward, and then we saw the moment where Web Nasri pulled one back, and you think, no, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. But maybe that filled him with a little bit more confidence, because he started to push a little bit more. He started to try and hit back as far as he could, and he was trying to get so many shots off, which was such a shame, because if a couple of them would have gone in, maybe it would have been a bit of a different game. But here we see the Iceman, cool, calm, collected, took his time, showboating, and then he finishes it there, making it 5-1. You just think it's out of Web Nasri's reach right here. But he tries to pull one back, which he does. And he made it a bit of a nervy finish, maybe, but I don't think Nicolas would have been feeling those nerves. But everyone else watching would have been going, go on, push for another one. And he just didn't manage that. But look at these right here. 13 shots, 9 on target for Nicolas, 58 of the possession, and then 8 shots, 3 on target with 1 corner kick, 42% for Web Nasri. If you look at that, that is well deserved. 5-2 right there. Nicolas, the Iceman, unbelievable stuff.
What can you add to that, Harry? Kyle Walker has given us the full breakdown, which I appreciate and love. He is the Iceman.
Shall I just go?
No, I want to know what you did ask me to do it backstage, so, I mean, you did say, Kyle, will you take this one? So, I did.
One thing I will say, you cannot go into a second leg against Nicolas and be 3-0 down, because he's not going to let you back into the game. We saw it just then. I feel for Web Nasri, because he's played a fantastic tournament, but his tournament life is ended now. You summed it up perfectly, but that's the one thing I will add. If you're going to take down Nicolas, you can't be trading 3-0.
No, indeed. Obviously taking those 450 Global Series ranking points, which will help Web Nasri going forward. And now we sort of look ahead to that Xbox final, and it's going to be exciting. We know that Nicolas has got the minerals. He's going to be in the cross console, but what do you like about Nicolas? Well, what can he? How do you break him down? Because we've seen Msdossary do that before.
I think it is all about that kind of all-important start. It's how you get off. It's that confidence level and bringing it into the game and attacking and not being afraid to attack. I think a lot of people are worried about Nicolas's counter-attack and how good he is at exposing you, that they sometimes forget to actually try and score themselves. And Nicolas will just break you down. Even if you're not attacking and you're defending, like I said before, like your life is on the line, he will still manage to find a way and get through. So, yeah, you've got to just go for it and try and get an early goal.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Tom.
No, not at all.
But I like the way he can beat any style of attacker. You know, he's proven today in the first game against Houston that he can defeat sharpshooters who are going to score loads of goals. He's proven just then he can defeat players like Web Nasri who are somewhat unorthodox and present a different style of puzzle. He can beat, you know, some of the best in the game on his day, and I think it was never in doubt, really, that Nicolas was going to win the tournament here. As much as we like to harp on about the PS4 side of things and how stacked it really is, that man sat on the top of the Global Series rankings for a reason, and he's proven it here again today. I'm looking forward to the cross-console because I think he can do it.
Okay, all right then. Well, that is on the way. What is also on the way is the grand final in the Xbox. Msdossary taking on PSG DaXe. That is coming right your way after just a cheeky little break. It's only a cheeky little break. Join us because down at the analyst desk, I've got Kyle Walker, Harry Channon with me, and it is Championship Sunday, and we are getting ever closer to that cross-console final. We know who is going to be there, Nicholas, but on the Xbox side of things, it still needs to be decided. Msdossary taking on PSG DaXe. I'm going to turn to the guys now because you know what's going on. Msdossary taking on PSG DaXe. Msdossary is so good. We know how good he is. And PSG DaXe is proving that he is warming his way into this tournament, and he's got to be good. He's here in the final.
Yeah, definitely. What we've seen over these past two days is that PSG DaXe has taken this opportunity. We said that on the Xbox side, there's a lot of opportunity for these players to jump up, to grab this chance with both hands and to take that whole win of that side. And that is what PSG DaXe has done. At first we thought, maybe this isn't the greatest start, maybe he's not going to do this, but here he is, look, in the final of the Xbox side against Msdossary, one of the best in the world right there, and now this is DaXe's opportunity to prove himself and put himself as one of the best as well.
I'll pose you this question, Harry. Msdossary, his opponent today, has beaten Stokes. There was a real chance there because he lost to Stokes in a Swiss format, but he got himself to the semi-final, and when you look back at those highlights, Msdossary just picked him apart. He was a predator. Yeah. He saw the weaknesses and he attacked.
That's the worry for DaXe, how good Dossary is at, like you said, breaking down, picking apart his opposition. It's something that the Frenchman in DaXe should really, really be worried about. This is a bit more of an orthodox console final, I suppose you could say, compared to the PlayStation side, where you have Nicholas, who's the champion, versus an outsider, so to speak, who's kind of squeaked through. This is Seed 1 against Seed 2 on the Xbox side. And like you alluded to earlier, you know, DaXe is a player who really is on the upswing after having a bit of a troubling time in the Swiss stage yesterday, has really found his form here on Sunday, and we're about to see, I feel like, what a tremendous console final this really could be. This could be one for the ages, I think.
One for the ages. That's a bold claim, but I like it.
Think about it. How well Dossary has played, not only this weekend, but in England as a whole, versus DaXe, who has really become almost like an unstoppable force from yesterday, you know, from being in the position that he was in to make it in and then to, you know, sweep his way pretty much through the knockout stages so far. On the other side, Dossary's had his own kind of I don't know how you want to call it, hurdles to overcome.
Yeah, adversities.
Adversities, exactly.
One of those adversities was Stokes, the UK man that we were rooting for here in the UK. Not showing bias, but just we're in England. We're just hoping to push forward the UK talent. On the other side of things, PSG DaXe had an adversity, which was #Harry, and he put him out of the competition. So these two guys have eliminated that UK competition. And
wait, so it's not coming home?
I'm afraid, Carl, it is coming home, but not for any UK pro. However, PSG DaXe took on #Harry here, and it was all to do, and the PSG DaXe just proving why he is so clinical and he's so good.
Yes, that word of the day from Richard Buckley, clinicality, the quality of being clinical, and this man right here, PSG DaXe, shows us how to do that. If you were to look up clinicality in a dictionary, it would say the quality of being clinical, and it would just have this headshot of DaXe right beneath it right there, because he is someone that has been clinical, and he deserves this place in the final. When somebody, was it you said, I think yesterday, saying he's got to take this opportunity, Tex isn't here, he needs to take this opportunity. I thought, but is he going to do that? Yeah. And look at
Tex didn't
right now, so hopefully he can. I'd like him to cause
this tournament without Tex.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, Harry, and I've loved it all day with you because I just want to play devil's advocate. I want to do the hypotheticals.
Okay.
There is a man in that audience over there representing Poland. He is Bajot. He is there with his girlfriend. He's on his phone. There he is, a little smart. That man there, Bajot, stood in the way of PSG DaXe, and it finished 3-2. That was elimination. And it could have been oh so different. PSG DaXe had to take on Bajot. It didn't quite go down well for him, but PSG could have been out of this competition.
He could have been, and the thing I worry about DaXe is that he was in a very similar kind of position last month, right? Where he made it to the console final and struggled and stumbled in the end against Megabit. I feel like this is, I keep using the expression hurdle to overcome. I feel like if he wants to make waves and really have a grandstand finish to this FIFA 19 season, I feel like he has to win right here. I feel like he has to overcome the psychological hurdle, so to speak, because we're always looking for a breakout performance on FIFA 19 from DaXe, and it really hasn't come yet.
DaXe didn't
a real
qualify.
opportunity to see that kind of performance.
I don't know if you see what happened there, because we hadn't pre-warned Peugeot that we were going to go into camera system. I had to shout a little bit louder. This one, I'm going to try this one. Mike LaBelle is coming to you! Mike LaBelle's at the touchscreen right now, breaking down two teams. What do you like the look of?
Thanks, Tom. I always appreciate being yelled at. Makes me remember my childhood. So on screen, we have DaXe, the artist squad. And actually, both of these guys' teams are almost identical. So we're going to do this short and sweet. But I do believe their gameplay styles are a little bit different. DaXe typically wants to crowd that box area. And he's going to try to generate as many opportunities as possible from crowding the box and maybe making those overlapping runs and so forth and so on. But the big difference is is in the back line. And I think this also kind of reconfirms the value of Rio Ferdinand. He's far from the highest rated center back that we've seen in FIFA 19, but he constantly is being used by the best players, and he's not that expensive, guys. Even if you use the baby or the middle variation, I love both of them. Put him in the squad, you will appreciate him. He's also gone with Varane, and we're going to take a look here at Msdossary's team. Like I said, almost identical, very close. In the shift that he uses Virgil van Dijk, he prefers Van Dijk over Varane. He thinks that if you're going to use Ferdinand, you have to make sure you partner with someone who has that passing. So if you look at Van Dijk's statistics, short pass 96, long pass 98. And that's really important if you're looking for counterattacks. And we've seen Msdossary thus far in this event look for some of those counters, and he definitely dominates the wings in terms of not just whipping in crosses, but also developing little drag backs and maneuvers, finding the angles for those pass across opportunities, which are always sure things. And I want to say that it's almost vintage Msdossary when you look for those pass across. But back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, MLB. I do apologise for shouting at you.
Tom!
Whoa, caught me off guard there. I wasn't expecting that one. What do you like about those two teams then, gentlemen?
I think it's just really interesting, the kind of the minor details that these players go into when they're looking at, well, what's the possibility of their opposition? What could they pull out there? You've got Van Dijk instead of Varane. There's just the tiny...
Countering, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But there's the small differences which make these players obviously different, but it's their playing style as well, which you kind of think, oh, why does that suit that player? Why are they not going with a different player in that position? Why are they sticking with Team of the Year Van Dijk there instead of going with Varane? So I find those things so interesting. I'd love to get inside the mind of Msdossary and go, oh, why are you choosing that? Why are you choosing that instead of this? And really pick his brains.
Explain yourself. Show your workings out.
Yeah.
Harry, I'm going to throw it to the casters, Mark Hatcher, Dan Gaskin. Just remember that you are going to be on screen. They will be able to see you. Mark, Dan, this is the last time we're going to see you. And talking of teams of the year, I'd put you out as some of the casters of the year. How do you feel about that?
Confused. Overwhelmed.
Listen, gentlemen, you've seen the lineups, the two teams. Msdossary taking on PSG DaXe. Who are you leaning towards and why?
I mean...
If I lean, I'm leaning towards both of them. But I feel like I have to go with Dossary. Just the achievements that he has, the history he has. But it is, I think Harry hit the nail on the head. It's going to be one hell of a final.
This is DaXe's tournament for me. I think this is his best chance to win a tournament on his side of the bracket on the Xbox. And I think if he makes it through to the cross-console final, he's going to be full of confidence. This is where DaXe finally picks up a championship.
Oh, beautiful. Well, listen, Harry, I didn't take your prediction. Who are you going for?
You can't bet against Dossary. I'm going with Msdossary on this one.
All right, well, there you go. Listen, Mark, Dan, over to you for the Xbox Grand Final. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And just to remind you, Harry, you are indeed wrong. But anyway, let's get into this. Obviously, our Xbox Grand Final. It's going to be a fantastic match. That's one thing we can guarantee. I kind of joked around earlier. I was saying it's the artist versus the Joker when we had hashtag Harry taking on DaXe. But now it's the Prince taking on the artist. And I mean, it's two fantastic players on FIFA 19. The current the current FIFA World Champion.
Yes.
Put my teeth back in. We're doing back-to-back here. It gets a little bit difficult. Going up against someone who has been, in my opinion, the most impressive player we've seen today.
At this tournament, for sure, DaXe has looked phenomenal, and we can't really question his ability going forward. You call him an artist, whatever. He just gets the job done. However, you're going up against Msdossary, and Msdossary is one of these players that whenever his back is against the wall, he will always find a way. He plays beautiful FIFA as well, and we haven't seen loads of Msdossary this year. If you compare him to Tex, for example, who was at every tournament prior to this one, he even qualified for this tournament but decided not to come to the tournament. Dossary has only been at, what, 4 tournaments? I believe this is his 5th tournament. And he's been there or thereabouts. Of course, he was the winner of FUT Champions Cup number 2 in London. He got to the console final in FUT Champions Cup number 4. And I think he just comes to these tournaments and he gets the job done. He secures those Global Series ranking points. He's still at 2nd in the Global Series ranking points despite doing maybe 6 events less than some of the players below him.
Yeah, it is really a great point that you bring up, how successful he has been in FIFA 19 at the tournaments that he has attended. And we talk about the ability to win a championship. It just seems this intangible thing that certain players like Nicolas, like Tex, like Msdossary have somewhere in their DNA as we get our Xbox Grand Final underway. We're going back to back, and I'm excited to see how this one turns out.
And I think DaXe has a point to prove at this tournament. Of course, Atlanta, a very disappointing one for him, eliminated from the Swiss stage, but he's bounced straight back here and got to another console final. But he always falls at that final hurdle that Harry was talking about on the desk. Can he finally make that leap and get over it?
Well, he's certainly going to be looking to do that. Right the wrongs of his season so far on FIFA 19, but Dossary straight away puts him on the back foot. Never count out Msdossary. He's a champion for a reason. He's the current world champion for a reason, and that's because he gets out of the gates hot. And he starts off with electrifying finishing.
Yeah, what a way to start this Xbox final here. Again, it's that left-hand side. Just really players noticing the vulnerability of right-backs, it would seem. We talked about all the vulnerabilities of left-backs with the crossing. Well, it seems like that right-back isn't able to get across quick enough. And the quick pass and move seems to punish them so often now. And Dossary just asserting his dominance right from the get-go.
Just what DaXe didn't need at the start of this Xbox final. He's very much a player who likes to kind of feel his way into a game. But again, when you're going up against a player of the like of Msdossary, you kind of expect at some point you are going to concede. So you have to kind of just take that little knock on the chin, move forward yourself, stick to what you know. And Dossary reads that pass so well there, moving Virgil van Dijk into position to intercept that. And you can see him already getting aggressive on the attack there, Dan, trying to move the ball off to his forwards very quickly. But here's DaXe in behind now with Neymar. Maybe the first chance for him to get in behind. Little combination. Oh no, big chance, big save. Doesn't matter. There's the follow-up, and DaXe is back in it.
And I mean, yeah, okay, he got the deflection, but what a beautiful work towards that goal. I think you called him the artist at the start of this tournament, and maybe it should stick because he does paint a picture every single time he goes forward. And Dossary, despite his early dominance, DaXe has struck straight back here. And this is the Xbox final I think we were all just gagging for, hoping that we were going to see 2 of the best players in the world collide and go toe-to-toe with one another, back and forth action. I think strap yourselves in because this is going to be a good ride.
It certainly is going to be an exciting final. 2 goals in the first 13 minutes of our first leg. Marcelo steps in then for DaXe. And look at the space here for Kylian Mbappe. And there's players in front of him as well that he could use in this situation. Dossary pulling some players out of position in the centre-back role here. Gets Van Dijk back into position. R9 now. Into Kylian Mbappe, the goal scorer for DaXe. Hullet comes back though. I'd love to see a stat on how many times Ruud Hullit's made tackles in that midfield area so far this tournament.
I think it would be off the chart. I don't think you can actually analyse it because there is just too many times that he's been in that position. Really is just the core of so many of these teams. And the players taking full advantage of how good that foot item is. But for DaXe, he just needs to stop Dossary from having the freedom to get creative with his attacks. It's one thing that Dossary does very successfully is he does have a little bit of variety. He notices where weaknesses are in his opponent and he will expose them.
A little bit of misfortune goes DaXe's way and he gets away with it there. Good tackle by Rio Ferdinand after a nice little ball roll from Dossary inside the box. That's one thing I think we'll have to keep an eye on in this game is we know how good both of these players are going forward. It might be the defensive display which wins them a title.
And that's always one of the most difficult things to do against some of the best players in the world is try and defend, because even if you're the best defender, a best attacker is always going to find a way past you.
Ooh, Vieira has to stretch there. And he does so using every single inch of that big frame to get the tackle in on Neymar. You have to think any other player in that position, would they have even had the reach to get to that ball? But now Dossary comes forward again. Vieira again on the edge of the box. tries to fire the ball into CR7, but DaXe again, well defended.
Both of them really targeting the central area of the final third as well, trying to get that direct pass through the middle, hit it first time, driven. We've seen it several times, well, more than several, we've seen it so many times this tournament, that first time shot after that through ball is played. And it almost feels like they're both just kind of feeling each other out a little bit at the moment, seeing if they can get away with those through balls. And then once they realise that it's being cut out too often, they'll start to switch things up a little bit. Maybe we'll see some crosses coming out. I know DaXe has been more than happy to resort to a cross if he needs to, if he feels a little bit frustrated. So maybe we could expect that as this game goes on.
Obviously, both these players have so many different weapons in their arsenal as far as chance creation is concerned. So almost expect the unexpected in certain situations from both of these fantastic players. And here's Mbappe then. Ronaldo, the cheeky little back heel around the corner. Dossary with plenty of men behind the ball here, but DaXe doesn't mind that too much. It means he will have time to be comfortable on the ball, build those attacks, and Mbappe just coming under slightly too much pressure there from Ronaldo and is forced out of play.
Yeah, DaXe, similarly to Nicolas, I feel, is always going to be comfortable against a player who's playing a similar style and a similar formation. The drop back, the 4-2-3-1, it's going to play into DaXe's hands.
And there's the ball towards the back post. Cristiano Ronaldo isn't going to be able to get there. Slightly overhit there by Marcelo, but nice overlapping run there from the Brazilian. It'll be interesting to see if Dossary does have his fullbacks on, set to join the attack, or always overlap.
Yeah, sometimes you set them to overlap, but they're still on stay back. They will join the attack. And of course, you can encourage them to join the attack using the LB button as well. If you're controlling that left midfielder, sometimes you can make sure they're joining the attack with you and taking full advantage of it. There is a lot you can do to control a team, even though you only control one player at a time, as it looks. You can actually control many more if you know how to use the buttons correctly.
So then the game has kind of quietened down a little bit after that early flurry of activity and those 2 goals within the first 13 minutes of the game. Half-time just around the corner then. Is it Dossary who's going to have the final chance here before the referee's whistle does blow? CR7 inside the box, but Marcelo's just going to pinch that off of him. DaXe has to be a little bit careful here. Defends it well. And maybe he'll have one more chance to go forward as we get into stoppage time here at the end of this first half. Ronaldo with a little stop up from DaXe. Neymar, this is where he's so dangerous. These little intricate passes. Neymar tries to find the ball back into either R9 or Roee, who was waiting on the edge of the box, but it was a great start to the first half. Then it became a real tactical battle down.
Yeah, it became both of them just realising that, okay, there is a lot of goal-scoring threat from my opponent here, so I really have to work hard and focus on containing them in that kind of midfield area into my final third. I can't let any chances just slip by. And you can see with their player switching, they're watching every single run, whether it be down the wing or whether it's through the middle. They're cutting all of those passing lanes and really trying to frustrate each other here. And it is going to be a mental battle as well as a physical one on the pitch.
And of course, let us know at home as well who you think is going to win this Xbox final as well, as who you think might take home that cross-console championship. Use the hashtag Gfinity FIFA to get in touch and let us know your views as we are into the second half now. DaXe, great ball. Look at the space here for Vieira. Great little interchange on the edge of the box. It's a beautiful little bit of play. Ronaldo to Neymar. Ball falls back to Ronaldo. And he makes it count.
Every single time he was prepared to pounce on that ball. It was bobbling left, right and centre, but DaXe stayed focused. He didn't hit it first time when it dropped to Neymar. He played the pass and then got the pass across again. Fortune favours the brave, and he's able to put that one away. And now he has the lead against Msdossary.
This is the position that DaXe loves to be in. Having that goal lead, having control of the game, means he can minimise the risks he takes going forward. And winning the ball back here from the restart as well is going to be huge for him. Now he can start his slow, methodical build-up through the midfield, getting everyone on the pitch involved, giving everyone a touch before he does. Just light that touch paper and ignite that attack.
It's a perfect case, perfect scenario now for DaXe because he's in no rush. He can play at his own speed, which is the dangerous thing, the scary thing. Because when he's given time to think and time to experiment, he does always pull something out of the bag.
Well, speaking of pulling something out of the bag, Neymar, who's full of tricks, he's on the ball here for DaXe. Vieira trying to play a little first-time ball. Van Dijk has to get across his man there to make the tackle, but again, DaXe looking dangerous.
We've seen a lot of Van Dijk this tournament, and I am somewhat surprised. I mean, of course, he is an absolute unit at the back, but Maldini and Varane both a lot faster. Even Ferdinand, I think I would prefer in some instances, but it's all down to preference at the end of the day. I think Van Dijk can sometimes be vulnerable to some of these really quick strikers. They can almost run a circle around him if he doesn't manage to get hold of them. But you know what? I'm not really going to argue with the current world champion. I think he knows what he wants.
Here comes Dossary then. Hour gone in this game. Of course, we do have the second leg to come as well. Here is that man, Virgil van Dijk. That's a nice little pass driven into attacking positions, but a speculative shot from distance there. A little shake of the head there from Dossary as well. Comfortable save for DaXe. And if you can keep Dossary to those kind of chances, I mean, DaXe can be smiling.
I wonder
all the way through this final.
That's what the shake of the head was from Dossary, maybe, of why am I shooting from there? I shouldn't be shooting from those distances.
Here comes DaXe then. Again, giving so many players a touch of the ball here in his attacks. Ronaldo now, a few step overs, gets away from Mbappe. Keeping Dossary guessing here. And that ball around the corner to Ramos. It's going to create the room here for Ruud Gullit to go forward. Ramos just gives the ball away there. He was looking for the pass into Gullit. And this would be classic Dossary now on the counter-attack. You see Ramos trying to get back into position, and he does so effectively there for DaXe.
And that's where DaXe does have to be careful, though, where he's in that final third and he's playing those balls, and there's so much room here, Mark.
He has to finish this, but no! So many options.
Almost too many options.
And if all the options were available, he chose the wrong one.
Yeah, you see that player darting towards the left-hand side, and 9 times out of 10, that cross is going to be perfect, with the keeper movement from Dossary just cutting out that cross. And I think he'll be wiping sweat off his brow right now.
Here's Vieira then for Dossary. 1 goal down with 15 minutes left of our first leg here in the Xbox final, but Patrick Vieira just bullies Patrick Vieira off of the ball. And look at the running behind here from R9, but DaXe playing it smart, showing that experience. Not overcommitting to the attack, and just inviting Mbappe to get forward as well.
He doesn't need to take any silly risks.
R9 to Gullit, R9 inside the box. Oh, big tackle comes in from Marcelo.
Because silly risks will result in Dossary getting more chances, and if you present Dossary with chances, he is going to jump on them, as that's what a world champion does. However, we knew this one was going to be close. As the desk said, we've had games in the past where we have kind of an underdog versus best in the world. Like, these are 2 of the best players in the world. These are 2 players that we could see realistically in a final at the end of the season in the E-World Cup.
Back underway then. Marcelo flicks this one up for DaXe, but a strong tackle comes in from Dossary. Now he's just looking to get into that space in behind the fullback. Marcelo chasing down Cristiano Ronaldo. 10 minutes left here for Dossary to try and find an equaliser. Inside the box here, looking for a little El Tornado, but well defended by DaXe.
Notice how DaXe doesn't get frustrated as well. When he makes a tackle but he doesn't win the ball back, a lot of players in that situation would be, I don't know, just rolling their eyes or throwing a hand aloft. It's constant focus. It's just always being reactive and pouncing on that current situation, not allowing the game to get the better of him.
Eusebio then for DaXe, looking to run through the middle here from R9, but he chooses to use Eusebio instead. Defender goes to ground to get the block in. Vieira to Mbappe. R9 might get there. He's dropped on the edge of the box. Nothing given, though, by the referee.
A few minutes left and time maybe for one more attack for Dossary in this grand final on the Xbox. Of course, it is still just the first leg, so still 90 more minutes to play. So I don't think Dossary would be too disheartened with going into that second leg with just a 1-goal deficit.
Yeah, but he's going to want a goal here If you know Dossary, you know he's never happy with even losing a leg, let alone a match here. He's coming forward. There is space out wide here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Into stoppage time here. At the end of the first leg, Hullet now. Is he? Oh, I was going to say, is he going to pull the trigger? He does, and he gets the corner.
Corners are dangerous, though. Will he look for Cristiano Ronaldo, or will he look for maybe Hullet at that back post? You can see.
Last attack of the game then, in the first leg. De Gea's going to come out and claim that. And that's going to be a deep breath and a little bit of relief here from DaXe, because he has taken the first leg. 2-1 here in our Xbox Grand Final. What a performance from the Frenchman.
Half of the job is done. However, we know that the second half of that job is going to be extremely difficult, holding off Dossary for 90 minutes, because this is where champions get creative. This is where champions will analyze that gameplay. They will look at what went wrong and what went right, and they will then change
didn't
up
qualify.
their style in that second leg, and you have to be ready for that switch up.
That was the opening goal then for MS Dossary, a fantastically worked opportunity. DaXe, though, coming from behind as well. We should highlight that for the people who might just be joining us in the final. Guess a little bit unfortunate, Dossary there, but, you know, 9 out of 10 times you're going to see R9 put that one away. It was, again, a beautifully worked chance. Almost found his way through there, MS Dossary as well, but it really was a tactical battle, with both players trying not to make any mistakes, and there was barely a mistake from either player in that game.
Yeah, and both of them are trying to work the ball as far as they can into the box as well, and when you get this deep into the box, situations like that are going to happen. It is going to bundle off a couple of players. You just have to take advantage of it if you're presented with that opportunity, and that's what DaXe did exactly. However, Dossary wasn't able to get as far into the box as DaXe.
This is the one chance that I look back on, and I wonder if DaXe is going to pay for that, because that was an opportunity he really should be finding a player and be at least getting a shot on goal in a 1v1 situation.
Just come forward a little bit more with Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe make the keeper second guess himself and maybe attack the keeper right from the right-hand side. But either way, he still gets his goal lead going into this second leg, and that's what's going to be important for DaXe. We've seen him struggling in these situations before, but now, rather than being on the back foot, he is on the front foot. It's his game to lose now.
I speak English and Arabic.
He's 2-1 down. He looks relaxed at the moment. He looks pretty chill. He's been in these situations before. You know, a game of FIFA isn't won in the first leg. We know that. It's the second leg where we get our result, and we see those big swings in games. We see those big changes in tactics at certain points when players are changing the game, and DaXe is going to play the same way. DaXe is going to come into this second leg playing exactly the same as he did in the first leg, because it was so effective. And I think not only was it effective offensively, he limited Dossary to chances as well.
And you saw that with Dossary as well, taking a shot from long range and having a shake of the head. And yet mentally, of course, Dossary has been in these situations before. He knows exactly what he wants to do. But at the same time, when you notice little shakes of the head like that, you know he's not feeling particularly happy with how he's playing. But that's also a scary factor. Yeah. Because if he knows he's not playing well, he will just switch it up a level and he will come out firing in this second leg. And DaXe has to be ready for that, because if DaXe switches off ever so slightly, you know Dossary's going to jump on it.
Well, here we go. Second leg about to get under the way. And just remember, Dossary has that 4-2-2 up his sleeve as well. One goal the difference between the two players after 90 in-game minutes. As you said, Dan, half of the job done here for PSG's DaXe. Can he go the whole way, though?
He doesn't need to make mistakes like that. That's what he's got to be careful of. Those simple passes, he's very good at a passing game, DaXe. Just needs to limit his risks and try and really limit Dossary's attacks. It sounds simple. That's exactly what he needs to do. Just keep the ball away from him, almost.
Not running the ball out of play as well is going to be important. Don't want to gift the ball to Dossary and give him the chance to build attacks. You can really feel the tension in the Gfinity arena at the moment. The concentration on both these players, you can see it on their faces, Dan. They have a real mutual respect for each other. You can almost feel it in the way they're playing. And Dossary now's in behind, trying to burst around the defender, but Rio Ferdinand does have the strength to deal with Cristiano Ronaldo there.
That's what happens when you get to the latter stages of these tournaments, though. Players do know each other. They have faced each other before. They know how each other work, and they respect the ability of their opponent. So they almost play a little bit more defensively and less risky, because they know if they give that opportunity to their opponent, they are going to seize it in the moment. So that's maybe why it's been a little bit quieter in that first leg than we might have seen if it was against a different opponent from either of these players.
Dossary then tiptoeing forward with Neymar. Mbappe gets round Ramos. That's a ball in towards the back post. Oh, I thought the man was free there, but Rio Ferdinand again showing his worth. In that centre-back position, rose highest and dealt with the danger there for DaXe.
And maybe for Dossary here, he actually needs to speed up the gameplay. I know I speak so often about players who needs to slow things down, but if he can get this as fast-paced football, try and take DaXe out of his comfort zone, that's where Dossary is going to be really thriving.
Ferdinand again with the interception. That all came from DaXe giving the ball away a little bit unnecessarily, and he's almost done it again here. It seems like Dossary trying to apply a little bit more pressure to the passing game here of DaXe. And he seems to be having a little bit of success here at the start of this second leg.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give DaXe the room now to just play his own game. He's saying, all right, I'm going to take it to you, DaXe. Let's see how you handle the pressure if I'm running at every single one of your players. And then, of course, he can slow things down as well, Dossary. He can switch it up as well if he would like.
Here's Neymar then takes this one first time! And that's all it takes! Dossary fires first in the second leg. And now we're tied up at 2-2. The left foot of Neymar is the one that brings it back into it.
And sometimes you just got to hit him. You've just got to let it fly. And you can see it soaring into the back of that net. A cheeky smile from Dossary. What a finish that is. From Neymar, Team of the Year foot item, of course. They do have the ability to do it. He was frustrated in the first half when he did take a long shot. He wasn't able to find the goal, but now he saw that opportunity, he saw that sight on goal, and he took it.
And I think the thing that's going to frustrate DaXe most about that goal is he's limited Dossary to doing that, to taking a shot from distance. But as we mentioned, sometimes with the meta change, with the first-time finesse not being quite as effective, goalkeeper movement gets forgotten about a little bit from those shots from distance. I think take ourselves back to one of the first patches that we had where the first-time finesse was effective, or more effective, I should say. The goalkeeper movement you probably expect to see there.
But even with goalkeeper movement, I mean, that was hammered home. It wasn't like a simple curl into the top corner. It was absolutely rifled there. The power was just perfect from Dossary, and sometimes that's all you need. You just need to be able to know exactly the right amount of power you'd like to apply to the shot. And it can just hurtle in.
Dossary then starting to look more dangerous as this game goes on, but an important interception there from Kylian Mbappe is going to allow DaXe to come forward. Mbappe is in all sorts of space in behind here. Virgil van Dijk is trying to chase him down, and Van Dijk makes up the ground on Mbappe.
And maybe those are the scenarios where DaXe can still improve in those kind of one-on-one situations where he doesn't have the players to pass to, where he can't play his artistic style of passing between 5 players and finding a tap in. A simple ball roll, a croqueta to get away from that first defender and then restart that attack almost. Maybe what he needs.
Here's Dossary then up the other end. That's aggressive play there from Mbappe, getting around the edge of Sergio Ramos and looking for a player into that front post. Didn't find a target. But Dossary showing how effective he is on the counter-attack. 10 minutes till half-time here. Still tied up at 2-2. And it's DaXe now who's got in behind Dossary's fullbacks with Neymar. Ronaldo into R9. Turns his man. Finds Neymar! Can't beat De Gea. Neymar then shot from the corner. Gets past another man. CR7 into the box. Varane's arriving. Well defended by Sergio Ramos, and Dossary can come away.
But you can see that DaXe is switching things up now. He is changing his style of attack. He is trying to utilise those wings. He's going to get crosses in. He's going to try and make 1-2s and take shots from different angles. And that's good. He does need to try everything to try and break down Dossary now. If he becomes a one-trick pony, if he tries the same thing every time, then Dossary will start to read him. But DaXe has demonstrated all tournament long. He has so much to offer going forward. But it's still all tied up, and for once in the tournament, DaXe is behind on possession. It's Dossary who is dominating that at 60% right now.
And that's a great ball into Mbappe as well, just getting between the defensive lines here of DaXe. There's a run outside of him. Ruud Gullit takes it on though. De Gea has to be alert and turns it up behind for a corner. on the stroke of half-time. The ball goes into the box. I'm not sure who got part of that. It was actually the defender who sends it out for another corner into the front post. No reaction here from DaXe with the goalkeeper. And he sends it over the bar there, Dossary. Ronaldo won the header. And I think that might be it as we head into half-time.
Yeah, Dossary just taking those corners so quickly to not give DaXe even any time to think about goalkeeper movement or trying to move that player to the front post. When Ronaldo is waiting there, you've got to try and stick it on his noggin.
Is there going to be another chance then? No, there isn't. The half-time whistle goes in our second leg. And after our first leg, and after 45 minutes of our second leg, still nothing to separate these two players. And there's one man who's sat in the crowd right now who has made it into our cross console final, Nicholas, who's definitely watching this game with keen interest.
He was looking the wrong way. Doesn't even care who he faces.
Half-time, Dan.
He's the Iceman. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it was half-time. He's all right. He's allowed to have a chat with one of his mates, but that's who they're going to be facing. But first, they have to conquer one another. It's all tied up, even Stevens, and we knew it was going to be tight between these two. We knew the ability of them. Who's going to have the bottle to try and break this deadlock now?
Dossary then tries to find the pass into Hullet. That was really well read there by DaXe. Credit where credit's due, excuse me. Defensively there from the Frenchman. Fantastic stuff from him. Sometimes we sort of laud plaudits on the attacking flair of players and how they break down defenses, but you have to give credit sometimes to the things that you don't see, the little player switches defensively. Marcelo then for DaXe on this left-hand side. Just trying to bait a midfielder out, and that creates the space here for Vieira. Nice play here from DaXe. Again, not afraid to use the centre-backs to draw a player out, and now you're seeing Ronaldo in space. Marcelo comes across the cover. Ramos. Into Hullet, space here for Vieira. Oh no, it's inside the box! Oh, what a save from David De Gea.
And what a well-worked chance that was from DaXe as well, utilising that fullback, Sergio Ramos joining the attack, and he didn't want to make a risky pass. He wasn't playing a pass until he knew he was going to guarantee it, because if you give the ball away with Ramos, then suddenly you're going to be vulnerable on that left-hand side.
Here's Hullet then. Inside the box, it's R9 again. A couple of scoop turns, a couple of fake shots. De Gea spills, but no one there on the follow-up for DaXe.
And it's all DaXe at the moment. And Dossary, can he answer back? You can see the run being made on the left-hand side, but great work from DaXe once again to track that.
Mbappe's managed to get round the outside of his man. The advanced fake shot, he stands it up inside the box. DaXe's defender wins the header, and all of a sudden, Dan, this game has completely opened up with just 30 minutes to go.
And I wonder if it is just going to come down to one goal for one of these, because they have been defending so well, because they have been controlling the game when they need to. You feel like if they do take the lead, it might just be enough.
That's a fantastic ball from DaXe. Mbappe with a couple of step-overs and a body feint to go back inside. You feel like the next big chance could decide this game between these two players. Hullet finds the ball round the corner. Mbappe's going to get there, but can't find R9 in the middle.
Almost Ramos again, just making that mistake. Does seem to be a little bit of a liability at times. A lot of goals have come from that area, and we've seen in tournaments Ramos giving away a lot of penalties as well.
Here comes Dossary, then up the other end. It's Marcelo versus Ronaldo. De Gea comes out for DaXe though and deals with that problem before it even became a problem.
Look how much more quick DaXe is playing with the attack now as well. He really is actually trying to hit Dossary on a bit of a counter-attack instead of working it through his defenders and recycling the play. He's only recycling when he feels he has to.
Ronaldo against Marcelo then. Drag back, gets it back onto Cristiano Ronaldo, strong foot hit. Ramos tries to find that ball into R9, and now Dossary can run away with Mbappe.
Those are the ones you have to be careful with. Those little passes where they look like it's a comfortable pass. However, there are players always waiting to cut that passing lane.
Neymar's looking to get in behind Ferdinand, but again, Ferdinand being so solid at the back here for DaXe.
I mean, that's what most of these games throughout this tournament have been. It's been defensive displays from players that have really dominated. We can talk about the Swiss stages and how we saw players winning, what, 9-2, for example. You can see on the right-hand side when DaXe beat Jazz in his final game in the Swiss round. But as we've got to the later stages, we've got to the better players, arguably, they are so much closer, these games, and it's so difficult to try and break down these defences.
Inside the last 15 minutes then of the second leg. Is there a goal in it? Is there another twist in this tie? Dossary defends well and looks to release Kylian Mbappe down this left-hand side. Trying to get away from the attention of Patrick Vieira, but you saw Dossary there so frustrated, he ran the ball out of play.
Sometimes it can happen when you just... when you're focusing too much, you try and do a little bit too much with the ball as well. As you said, runs it out of play and gives possession back to DaXe, and that's something you've got to be careful of. You don't want to allow DaXe to have that possession, but DaXe almost gives the ball away. He does give the ball away.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy here from DaXe, and Dossary is going to more than happily take advantage of it. Big chance for Dossary. The only thing that was missing there was green for go.
And I thought it was in. I think Dossary probably thought it was in as well. Almost taking advantage of that little slip up from DaXe, and that's what happens when we get to the latter stages of a game. Players start to get a little bit fatigued, both the players that are playing with the controller and the players on the pitch.
Here's Mbappe then again looking to test out the goalkeeper from range. Dossary is the player who's kind of taking command in the last stages of this game. But DaXe has the chance here to come forward once more.
7 hours of FIFA we've had today. These players are going to be starting to get a little bit tired. It's not easy. I'm sure you at home have played weekend league for hours upon end, and after a few games you do need a rest. One of these players is going to have to go straight into a cross-console final, whilst Nicolas has been able to have a little bit of a breather.
Dossary then looking to find the player on the edge of the box. It's Pele, finds the ball around the corner. Mbappe, DaXe has to be so careful here, and I take my hat off there to DaXe. That was so well defended. Under pressure with just a few moments left in the game, not to dive into a tackle there. It sounds easy, but when the pressure is on, making those decisions is so much more tough.
Was there a tournament last year where we measured heart rate at a FIFA event? Yeah,
أنا أتوقع إن مساعد هيخطف هدف دلوقتي.
The heart rate of some of these players every time you see your opponent attacking and they get into that final third, and you really have to just switch on, because your palms do start to get a little bit sweaty. You do start to panic.
Here's the ball into Eusebio. Eusebio goes across goal, can't get the second shot on the follow-up. Big chance there for DaXe. Into stoppage time. The current world champion is looking for a last-minute goal. Marcelo wins the header, and that is going to be extra time here in our Xbox final. 50-50 on possession. Nothing to split these two players on goals. This has been a phenomenal Xbox final so far.
I think that shows the caliber of DaXe as well. Considering he's 10th in the Global Series rankings at the moment, you could argue he could be higher. I think with a win here, he would jump up to around top 5, which you could argue is where he deserves to be with some of the performances he has shown at this tournament. But 180 minutes could not separate the two, so it means we get an extra 30 here of extra time, and then of course it will be penalties if they are still drawing. And if we did have a heart rate monitor, just imagine what it'd be like during those penalties.
It's almost disappointing for me that we only have extra time. I'd like to watch these two play again and again and again. It really has been a fantastic Xbox final here. But there has to be a winner. There has to be someone to go into that cross-console final to play against Nicolas. DaXe now on the attack. Eusebio finds Mbappe. Big chance. De Gea with a huge save.
And those are the chances you've got to tuck away against Dossary as well, and DaXe will know that. Wasn't quite timed to perfection, but he had worked his way into such a good scenario. And I wonder whether he will live to rue that chance, because this is such a fantastic opportunity for DaXe. He has struggled against the top players in the history. He's been eliminated by Tex, by Megabit. Neither of those players at this tournament.
Ramos, a little misstep from him. Ronaldo's in behind. Ramos gets back, makes the tackle, wins the ball. But scary moments there for DaXe.
And I think DaXe knows that Dossary is here for the taking. He can get to this cross-console final. He has the ability. He just needs that one moment. He needs to tuck away that one chance. But he needs to be very careful at the back as well, because Dossary, we know what he's like. Just when you least expect it, he shows up, he gets the job done.
Well, that's an uncharacteristically misplaced pass there from Dossary, and what a ball that is inside. Hullet now, going forward, Ronaldo, R9. Just gets shoved off the ball there by Patrick Vieira. No surprise to see The set piece being arranged here by DaXe. Couple of runners off the ball. Mbappe, Ronaldo, Marcelo now to the byline. Tries to get round the outside of his man. He almost gets the ball on the rebound. But you can feel the tension and the pressure on every single attack now from both of these players.
And I talk about nerves when your opponent's attacking. It's nerve-wracking when you're attacking as well, because you know
nerve-wracking to watch.
It could be your last attack, it could be your last chance.
R9 then, opening up in front of him here. Dossary, oh, Vieira almost directed it into his own goal. Corner for Dossary. Whipped in towards the front post. Oh, it's there towards the back post. Ronaldo might have won it.
In added on time of the first half of extra time, Dossary gains the lead once again in this tie. After coming back from behind, he was 2-1 down going into this. And now DaXe has it all to do with just 15 minutes in game.
And I talk about that intangible championship mentality that some of these players just seem to have. MS Dossary has been under the pump a little bit in the first half of extra time here. But he finds the goal. He gets one chance. He puts it away. That's the difference between these players at this level. Making those decisions, finding those finishes in those moments, and he now only has to hold on for the second half of extra time here to once again call himself the Xbox champion.
Tactics to be changed now for DaXe, as he's going to throw everything forward, and I imagine on the other side Dossary will be just setting up and building a wall. And we talk about just these split decisions, how little things can really change a final. If we rewind just before that goal, maybe 30 seconds before, DaXe almost had a corner, but Marcelo kept the ball in. Dossary did fantastically to make sure that that wasn't going out for a corner, because we know how dangerous corners can be with the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Hullet with their aerial presence. If you put the ball in the mixer, you do have a fantastic chance of finding a goal, and Dossary found just that. And maybe the goal from Cristiano Ronaldo will be enough to send him into another cross-console final.
All the pressure now moves back onto DaXe. 15 minutes here in game to find a goal to send it to penalties. And with how tight this game has been, it wouldn't surprise me to see a penalty shootout have to come in to decide who goes into our cross-console final. But that goal from MS Dossary at that moment in the game might be what decides the Xbox final.
And he has kickoff as well. Very important, because it means he can control the early stages of this second half of extra time, keep possession, force DaXe to bring some of those players out, and most importantly, waste a little bit of time and eat away at that clock, because that clock is going to disappear very quickly. 15 minutes in game is not long at all.
ده نهائي الاكس بوكس، يعني لو هو كسب ده هيلعب نهائي قدام بطل البلاي ستيشن وخلاص.
I don't think Ronaldo's going to get there. You see Dossary's frustrated at himself again. He knows the margins of this game.
And sometimes you can still take risks when you're in these situations. A long pass like that, if he was able to pull it off, he would have gained so much room and so much space on the right-hand side to be able to just run the ball out and run that clock away. You do have to be brave, even if you are trying to play this defensive style and close the game.
Cricketa here from DaXe though. Ronaldo now in the box, but two players from Dossary just crowd the man on the edge of the box, and now he's got all sorts of space here, MS Dossary. R9 striding away, ball's cut back across, Ronaldo completely gets it wrong. And DaXe has a lifeline here.
That could have been game over. Unfortunately, the player just off balance.
أو داكس أهو بيهاجم بكل اللي عنده هو مش خسران حاجة بقى خلاص.
Maybe one more chance. You often say, Mark, a second bite at a cherry. This is going to be what, the 18th bite at a cherry now to try and get back into this one. DaXe, who arguably, for me, has demonstrated some of the best FIFA we've seen at this tournament, might have just met his match in Dossary.
ممكن نتقابل في بطولة المنتخبات لأن السعودية هتلاعب إنجلترا.
Mbappe then for DaXe. This has to be perfect, and Sergio Ramos steps in for Msdossary. This could be it. Dossary moving towards goal and moving towards another Xbox Championship. Rooney on the edge of the box. R9's in space, and R9 will finish it here in London. Msdossary, he is a special, special player.
And it has been a very tactical affair between these two. It's almost been like a game of chess, and that is going to be checkmate. And I'm sure that Dossary knows that. DaXe will know that. And Dossary will move on with this victory to face off against Nicolas in the cross-console final. But, I mean, what a shame it's been for DaXe after all of his hard work. He needs something now to have any chance of getting to penalties here.
خلاص كده خلص.
Mbappe then for DaXe, and that's going to be it. Modric steps in. The Ballon d'Or winner wins the ball back for the current world champion. And here in London, it's going to be another Xbox title for Msdossary. I said he's special. Now once again here in London, it's a happy hunting ground for Msdossary. Another title. He is your Xbox champion.
And another bitter end, unfortunately, for DaXe. So close, yet so far. I mean, he still gets a considerable amount of Global Series ranking points, but he would have wanted that victory. But it's Msdossary who makes the headlines again. And he sets us up for quite a phenomenal grand final.
Well, that's going to do it all from the commentary booth for now. Unfortunately for DaXe,
خلاص هو كده مساعد بطل الاكس بوكس. فاضل الماتش الاخراني. اخر ماتش
he's your Xbox champion.
هيلعب قدام نيكولاس.
Mark and Dan, lovely work from those two gentlemen today. Props to them. And for the last day as well, rippling applause from a few people in the crowd. That is it. The casting duties done for them in the LQE of March. But I tell you what, we were treated to a masterclass there, and as you could see, PSG DaXe distraught with that loss, just going through all the emotions. And Msdossary getting the job done. The word was used, special. That's a great way to describe Msdossary.
Yeah, special this goal was as well to equalise at 2-2. And when you're scoring screamers that are absolutely disgusting like that with Neymar, you know you're off for a great start if you're Dossary. And honestly, that second leg especially went kind of one way, and then the next there were spells where Dossary looked like he was really going to start scoring goals and put DaXe to bed, and then DaXe started changing things up as he thought that Dossary might have figured him out. And they were inseparable in 180 minutes worth of FIFA. We had to go to extra time, and that's where Dossary really makes his money. And it was a classic game of FIFA, but Dossary, as I said pre-game, you can never count him out in England in these types of situations. It's just when he gets it done, and I do feel for DaXe. It's him struggling to get over this console final hurdle. I mean, we were here last month in a similar situation when he played against Megabit. Couldn't defeat him there, but he can go home now. He can you know, figure out what adjustments he needs to make to beat these top tier players in the console final, and eventually, hopefully one day move on to a cross console final, because he has the talent in him. He just needs to get it done in these big stages, and Dossary, as I said before, has been here, done that so many times before, and it's tough to beat experience.
So close, and yeah, I feel like, and I'm sure you'll agree with this as we see Ronaldo score that last goal for Msdossary. Once he does win a grand final on the Xbox, that'll be it, and we'll see a PSG DaXe that just cannot be stopped. But sometimes this is the hurdle. This is where he keeps hitting that glass ceiling. It will just take time to get past that. But you know, hey, all the best for PSG DaXe. I like the way you said that. Harry, he can go home now.
Yeah,
it wasn't aggressive in your time. He can go home now.
Don't get me wrong though. Let's not discredit DaXe as a talent. He's been placing phenomenally at these tournaments. It's just that final hurdle, that final push, that really grandstand finish you're waiting to come from him. Just we haven't seen that from him yet, and that's the one thing really missing from his tournament performances are those final placings. Still phenomenal, but not, you know, very, very top tier where we can, you know, kind of consider him alongside the Techs and the Megabits and the Dossaries of the Xbox standings.
450 Global Series ranking points goes to his ranking, which takes him still in second behind Msdossary, but now he's over the 2,000 mark. So look, focus on the positives. We regroup, we rebuild, going through to those playoffs 4 tournaments time.
Definitely, I think the positive you have to look at each time, and DaXe will be It'll be difficult to do it right now. However, maybe tomorrow he'll wake up and go, do you know what? February, I came here and I did this. I got to the final. And March, I've come back. I'm back-to-back finals. Yeah, he's not won, but he's got all the way to that final. And do you know what? Credit to him, because he's been one of the most electric players to watch all weekend. And do you know what? I just think moving forward, you have to keep positive. He secured his place at the playoffs. He definitely has, all right? Yeah. So keep on playing the FIFA. Keep on enjoying it. Keep on making sure you're having lots of fun. And when you get to those playoffs, make sure your confidence is as high as it can be. The high, like it's been here, and just go and show everyone what you can do. And I guarantee he'll be causing a few upsets in those playoffs.
Definitely. Credit where credit's due. Now let's give the plaudits to that man, Msdossary. Another cross-console final for the man. He loves the UK, doesn't he?
Yeah, he could make it yet another tournament win here if he was to defeat Nicolas in the cross-console final. If I'm not mistaken, we've seen this matchup before.
December. Right? The Champions Cup. It happened in December. It finished, I think, about 8-3. It was one-sided, shall we say? And now Nicolas gets an opportunity to put that right. We're going to build that up because, of course, that is going to be our cross-console final for the LQE in March. We'll have a break right now. When we come back, we'll give you all the stats. Too many stats will be coming out of your ears. We'll see you after the break.
Hey, listen.
ايوه مين بينده؟
FIFA World Tour.
Yeah. Shout out to the real ODB. You know, you can add the J if you like.
I've been playing FIFA since like 2001. Like I've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Saw you, bro.
Games like Sorry. What was the first sport you fell in love with as a kid?
I'll tell you the truth, it really was soccer.
I was always trash at sports. Short pass, long pass.
I think FIFA's just in the
تكسب ما تأهلش يا جماعة، تكسب ما تأهلش، ما لعبش البطولة أصلا.
Some of his people from Bayern Munich over at the crib. Me and my boy played them 2-on-2 and they was like cussing in German the whole time. We couldn't understand anything, but you can understand that they was getting it.
Boy, how you did that, bro? So what settings you got on your controller?
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
Juegos somos sobrevivencia. Cuando marcas un gol, te quitan los jugadores. Fútbol champán, ¿eh? Segundo. Corazón de gas, claro. Hemos perdido a Modric, pieza fundamental, ¿eh? ¡Qué balón!
Este no falla, ¿eh? Este no falla, golazo.
A ver qué jugador perdemos ahora.
Sergio.
Capitano.
مباراة مساعد ونيكولاس المفروض بعد ما يعني بعد الإعلانات هيرغوا شوية وبعدين هو المباراة. جاني نوم في يومك. والله كنت مركز في المباراة، طب أعمل إيه؟ مش لاقي حاجة أقولها.
Ahora jugamos de verdad. Final de la Champions, ahí vamos otra vez.
تحب أقول إيه؟
Vamos a la revancha. Venga, jugador a seguir, dale.
Cuidado con Galo. Ahí la tienes, mételo. Zola, mételo.
Golazo de Odrio, Mira, la cámara.
Mira,
Oye, ¿tú estás conmigo o qué?
¡Métela!
¡Grande, tío!
بص انا شايف ان احتماليه الحوار ده يحصل يعني 20%، يعني هو مساعد هيكسب بنسبه 80% ونيكلاس يكسب في 20%، يعني هي موجوده بس قليله. معايا؟ ده من وجهة نظر انا يعني.
Alrighty, Gfinity Arena, thank you very much for joining us and coming back because we have got a cross-console final very shortly on the way for the LQE in March. These two guys smiling away. That's Harry Channon at the far end and Carl Walker here. And we've been treated to grand finals in the Xbox and the PS4, and now we've come to the all-important bit, the cross-console. Excited on a level of 1 to 10?
24.
24, okay, I'll take that.
Bit of a random number, 25. 25 over it, just because I'm petty.
Okay, well, I'll take that. I'll take the numbers. Let's have a little recap of what happened in the PS4 to get us to this stage. Let's start with the two semi-finals. We kick-started with Feldman taking on Web Nasri, two guys that really haven't been in this position before, but straight away off to an early lead for Web Nasri, 0-2 in the first leg. And in the second leg, 1-0, eventually finishing at 2-1. Nicolas took on LeVinken, 3-1 in the first leg, 4-1 in the second, meant that Nicolas went through 5-4 in the end. And then when it came
زي ما قال ماجد العتيبي بالظبط.
in that grand final of the PS4, Nicolas beaten Web
وعليكم السلام يا عمر.
2-5, so 5 goals for the main man. Impressed with Nicolas' performance so far before we move on to the Xbox?
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. The Iceman has come and conquered once again. Cool, calm, collected, charming, confident.
Is there going to be another C champion overall?
Well, we will see. Definitely on the PlayStation. Who knows on cross-console.
Okay, let's have a little reminder of what happened in the Xbox, starting with the first semi-final, which was, of course, between PSG DaXe and #Harry. And off to a fly at the UK man. Unfortunately, didn't get off to a great start. 1-0 loss in the first leg and a 4-2 loss in the second, meaning 5-2 overall for DaXe. Then Rebel Stokes, the other UK hut, taking on Msdossary. Well, Msdossary wasn't in the mood for it, eventually winning 4. The business, a great save there. Yeah. So I know I'm putting you on the spot, gentlemen, but Msdossary taking on Nicolas. It's a repeat of the Champions Cup back in December. Just to remind everybody, Dossary was the victor in that one. Is it going to be a repeat?
I don't think so.
شايف المذيع ذات نفسه بيسأل نفس سؤالك.
I'll tell you why. December was a long time ago, and I think Nicolas has added a lot more to his game since then. I think he's added goals, he's added all kinds of different tactics, plans B, C, D, all the rest of the alphabet. I also think so far this tournament he's taken bigger scalps than Msdossary, and of course there are more scalps to take on the PS4 side because of how highly ranked the players are in the PS4 Global Series standings that we're here in comparison to the Xbox side. But that really helps you as a player. When you're going into a cross-console final and you've already had a fantastic tournament, you've won your console, you've known the tremendous players that are on your side of the tournament that you've already taken out, you know there's just one more ahead of you. Whereas Dossary, you think about who he's beaten so far, I'm thinking DaXe was probably the biggest scalp he's taken so far this entire tournament, and that was in the previous round. So for those reasons, I'm going to go with Nicolas this time around. I think he can do it.
I thought you were going to do like a Dragon's Den. For those reasons, I'm out. But it is going to be an all-out cross-console final. We know that. There's goals in here. There's beautiful... Because we've been treated for the last 2 days, and I'm sure you'll agree, what we've watched has been top tier, and it's been top level. And now this cross-console final is going to deliver. I'm adamant of it.
The exciting thing about this cross-console final for me is I actually don't know who is going to win. When we have Tex here, and you've got Tex in that cross-console final,
طبعا انت غني عن التعريف يعني.
Because I just feel like he's so good. The margins that he loses at are so small that I feel like it just doesn't happen. I feel I can't remember the last time Tex lost a game. So he always manages to bring it back. Whereas with these two, I feel like this is a close competition.
بس احمد شو برضو يعمل فريق من غير مال يعني هما الاثنين يلعبوا بنفس الفريق.
It's gonna go down to the wire. I don't think it's gonna be one-sided at all, and I just hope it's close and we have lots of goals.
I wonder how good Nicolas is on the Xbox side of things as well as how good Dossary is on the PS4 side. Because when you speak about a player like Tex when they're in this kind of cross-console final, I don't remember the last time Tex lost on the PS4, which isn't even his home console. So I think it's going to come down to that kind of weaker console side. Obviously, we play on both consoles.
على فكرة في ملحوظة البطولات دي كلها بيبقى متاح لهم ان هم يستخدموا اللعيبة اللي هم عايزينها كلها يعني ممكن تعمل فريق زي خصمك بالظبط عادي.
I think so, and I think that toss is actually a really important what actually you choose from that or what side goes first. Because if it does go down to those penalties, you want to feel so confident. You want to feel like, actually, I've got this. I know this gameplay and I know what is going to happen and I can control it. Even in the 90 minutes or 120, or if it goes to penalties, you want to be in control on your console. So hopefully, whichever one you choose, if you have to go first on yours, you have to put up a substantial lead to make sure that happens.
I'm hearing it in my ear. Actually, the coin toss has happened. Nicolas won it and chooses to go, as we can see from the pictures that are being thrown through to us, with a big man, Ali, there, from the ops for Gfinity. Great work all weekend from him. And you know what? I'm going to put it out for the whole team. Why am I rambling? Because I'm keeping you on the suspense of what's happening.
Okay.
Basically, Nicolas won and decided to choose Xbox first. But I meant that as a nice thing as well. The staff who put this event on together has been amazing work from everybody. So there we go. Xbox we start with. That means that Nicolas will be on his stronger console to go up second.
I think that is a very brave decision, but a very smart one. If he can keep Dossary at bay in that first game, he can ensure that he keeps that score level down, or he manages to score against him, well, then going into that second game, if he's got a lead, I can't see Dossary catching him up.
Could come back to bite him, though. I mean, we're talking about Dossary who's just come off a grueling 2 legs against DaXe on the Xbox. To make him then come and play Xbox again, I'm not sure it'll play in his favour as he's hoping to. I think a lot of it does come down to if we do go to extra time, you want to play those extra 30 in-game minutes, those 2 15-minute halves on your own console instead of the Xbox. So, I mean, I can see both sides of it. I think I personally, though, would rather throw Dossary into a whole different ball game and make him play on the away console after just playing a very close tie on the Xbox.
We can get bogged down with tactics.
أنا بالنسبة لي شايف أحمد شو بيلعب للترفيه أكتر ما هو بيلعب على أساس إنه هو محترف.
The PlayStation and the Xbox. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Please welcome out NICOLAS99FC versus Rogue Msdossary. Gentlemen, Msdossary, lovely to see you, Nicolas. Great work from you. The top seed in the PS4. How are you feeling right now? ¿Cómo estás?
I'm not too much happy. I'm playing so bad, so not much happy. Again against Dossary, so we'll be close, and he's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you,
نيكولاس بينيم مساعد
over the last 2 days. We're feeling he's not even
وعامل نفسه ملوش فيها.
Still in the final, so congratulations. Cross console final. Msdossary, how are you feeling? How do you feel about the fact you're going to start with the Xbox?
As all maybe know, that I'm pro on both sides, Xbox and PS. I'm qualified for Champions League and the PS4 Continental Cup. So
yes, fair play, and also a humble brag, and I like that from you, Msdossary. Listen, how are you feeling right now going into this? You want to retain that title that when you come to the UK, you deliver.
Before we start about Nico match, I think we should put a huge respect for DaXe. He played really good, and I think it was the most toughest match I played in Gfinity here. So yeah, I'm really happy to play Nico again because in last for Champions Cup in the console final we played, but of course it's a different match.
It's a different match, different time. Well, listen, best of luck, Msdossary. To Nicolas, I'll let you head back on up. I've made you walk down, but now I'm going to send you back up again. Go and get ready. As they both said, December was the Champions Cup. Follow me back over to the desk. They both seem calm. Nicolas, straight away. I don't know if that's a psychological game he's playing now. I'm not playing that well. Don't worry about it. And Msdossary takes his foot off the gas. That would be a mistake.
Well, I think if it's psychological, it's very, very smart what he's doing, but he's coming out there and saying, I'm not playing my best, whereas Dossary says, look, I can play on both of these consoles and see what I can do in the PlayStation. It doesn't matter.
لا احلى حاجه مساعد بكل تواضع انا بعرف العب على الاثنين عادي يعني مش فارقه.
That Nicolas is trying to do, if it works, amazing.
Yeah.
But Dossary looks and sounds extremely confident.
He does, and in his body language, the way he was just talking to me there. I mean,
بكل
people
ثقه.
said when we had the Xbox, people said,
الثقه دي كلها جابها منين؟
And I feel like you're probably sitting at home. How are you feeling about this? You can tweet us at Gfinity using the hashtag Gfinity FIFA. But is he going to win this again? I mean, that's what he seems confident, and maybe Nicolas is playing into that with the psychological game there, or he's just not his best and he's being honest. People like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, really. I'm not really too sure you can take much from that interview. I know you guys are hyping up like, oh yeah, Dossary is qualified on the PS4 console. Yeah, it's worth noting, but at the same time, I would disregard Nicolas's comments because if he's not playing his best and he's still winning the PS4 side of things, I still would be worried because, you know, there were some decent players. I mean, we've been speaking all weekend long about how much of a gauntlet that PS4 side is. I think we had 6 of the top 10.
احمد فعلا لعبه حلو. طب اقول لك حاجه، انتوا ممكن لو عرفتوا توصلوا لاحمد وتخليه يلعب قدام مساعد عادي يعني هم اعتقد اصدقائه ينفع يلعبوا عادي.
And also, actually, I think you're right there, Harry, because I was told very clearly in my ear, you know, and I've chatted to Nicolas before and interviewed him. He's not the most confident person chatting in English and being interviewed, so maybe that's playing in his mind as well. If it was in his native Spanish, he was able to talk there, his Argentinian native tongue, I think he'd be a far more confident guy. So maybe that's a part to play.
So maybe if he doesn't win, it's because of you. So maybe.
Well, there is that. I mean, I could be that jinx. I feel like sometimes my interviewing can be a little bit off, but there, I'm just trying to get a sense of how they feel, and I think we've nailed that on the head. Nicolas is going into this feeling like he's not firing on all the cylinders, and at the same time, Msdossary feels the humble brags of, I'm the top on PS4 and on Xbox.
Yeah, and I mean, if the time to come out and show the world what you can do is this cross-console final. He might not have been playing well. If that's Nicolas not playing well and he still gets to this final, well, I don't want to play against him. I don't want to see him play. I don't want to be the person that has to play against him when he is feeling confident and when he is playing his best FIFA. Because if he decides to flip that switch and turn it on in this final, maybe we could see a bit of an upset.
ما شاء الله عنده ثقة شقلباظية يعني. واثق جدا.
Nicolas recently winning the E Club World Cup team for Tex back in February. We're looking at a guy who's finished in the top 4 in his past 4 major tournaments, I think it was, and also on the other side you had Dossary, we said before, 2 times Champs Cup winner just in the UK alone, won the world title here last year as well. So many accolades between these two. We've seen them match up before. That was a few months ago now though, and also on a different patch of FIFA 19. So this is going to be a fun one to watch, I think. And as I said before, I think Nicolas so far this tournament, despite him not agreeing with me, I think his form and the caliber of player that he's beaten so far really just.
وما شاء الله مساعد اتطور كل بطولة هدوءه بيزيد يعني انت لو كنت شفته في اول بطولات لعب فيها لا ما كانش هادي كده.
Star Spangled is what it's called. Richard and Brandon will be looking after everybody casting. Gentlemen, how are you seeing?
هو حاليا يا عبد الله ده النهائي مساعد قدام نيكولاس لسه ما لعبوش.
In so many events, we see Nicolas and Dossary flying all the way from Saudi Arabia, all the way from Argentina, making a final again.
It's just what they do, really, isn't it? If you're coming into the tournament, you've got the #1 ranked player on the Xbox from this tournament, obviously not including Tex. On the PlayStation, the #1 ranked player coming into the tournament. They're going to match up. If you're going to put your money on it, you'd have predicted this.
Exactly that, and you know we can't wait to get into this game. So, how are you guys feeling on the desk? Are you excited for it?
We're very excited. Interesting. We're just waiting for a few technical issues to finish before we get into the cross-console final. But Richard, I'm going to put you on the spot because you like to put people on the spot. So I'm going to do it for you, sir. If you were to take all of your chips and put them onto red or black, Nicolas or Msdossary, who are you going for? Come on, Rick.
Well, if I were going to go to the casino, I'd probably go second 12, third 12 first. But I'll go with Nicolas.
Okay, well, look, I take that and I respect that honesty. Carl, Harry, myself, we're going to join Finalist desk. I'll pass it over to you, gentlemen. Enjoy this final.
Thank you very much, Tom, Kyle and Harry. And yes, we can't wait for this. Another cross-console final. The last
حبيبي تسلم يا خالد والله.
went to a penalty shootout. Stefano Pina against Megabit. And fingers crossed we can have a final just like that here, Richard.
Yeah, the last two that these two players matched up, the last time Nicolas and Msdossary matched. Dossary beat him 8-2 in the cross-console final. I spoke to Nicolas backstage. I said to him, how are you getting ready for this final? What are you feeling like? He said, in December we played, and you know what? I was more bothered about the points. I was more bothered that I got the 1,500 points. It was early in the season. Now, he said he wants to win. This is why he's here. He's coming for trophies. He's coming for checks, is Nicolas. And he's got the Saudi Arabian prince, the FIFA world champion, in his way, in Msdossary. I'm excited. Brandon's excited. Let's get into it.
Exactly that. And, you know, I want to point out the whole debate about the cross-console final. Obviously, sometimes when we get into this kind of stage of the tournament, it's the Xbox against the PlayStation. PlayStation players, on the record I've got here, have only won 5 cross-console finals. There's been a lot of them. You know,
Since
Xbox
2016,
have probably, you know,
شكرا يا علي.
number or even more. So I'm sure there'll be a few PlayStation players out there rooting for a Nicolas win here. But as you said, you've got Msdossary, second in the world on those global series rankings. Obviously about 6,000 points behind DaXe. Maybe about 5,000 points after this weekend. Both players already guaranteed themselves 850 global series ranking points each. But we are here, we are on the way. This is your cross-console final. Msdossary up against Nicolas, or as we call it, the Prince against the Iceman. And we're kicking off on the Xbox first. It was Nicolas that won the coin toss. We were up here watching it, Richard, and Nicolas just turned round into the eyes of Msdossary and went, we're playing on Xbox first.
And this was Nicolas' decision. He won the toss.
الله على خلاك يا ابو مكة.
I think the thinking behind picking your less preferred console first is that you can chase the game on your preferred console. It's much easier to chase this year in FIFA than it is to hold on to the ball, in all honesty. You've got the tools to be able to press, constant pressure, team pressing.
I think there's a stat as well, I think that we've seen go around. The players that normally start on their away console
شكرا على الفولو عبد الله.
normally go on to win in a cross-console final. I think, you know, we think back to the times that Texas won, Dylan Mike. Even you go back to the likes of Resende against Nicolas. The chance comes here, ball rolled over. Going to see a direct shot, and obviously both these players have won titles this year. The FUT Champions Cup in December here at Gfinity. The same arena that Msdossary just seems to thrive off playing in. He won that tournament, and that was your cross-console final we're looking at right now.
Nicolas winning the Club World Cup and also the LQE in February. Both, again, in London. It seems like London's been the hub of competitive FIFA this year for both of these two players, who will be lifting their third, for Nicolas, their second trophy of the year.
As we said, we didn't see them in action in Singapore. Nicolas wasn't feeling too well. When I spoke to him earlier, I was like, you feeling all right now? He said, yeah, I think I'm feeling a little bit better now. And he, you know, his FIFA ability has shown that. Even though when he spoke to Tom there, he said, okay, I'm maybe not playing the best I can, as Msdossary comes in with this attack now, just tries to drill it.
One of the only players to use Neuer in between the sticks is Nicolas. A lot of people either going Van der Sar or De Gea, whereas he likes that 91
يا رب يا مسهل.
It's a comfortability thing. If you use him at home and he does well for you, you qualify for events and you win events, such like Nicolas does. Why change it if you get a new shiny item that comes out?
This is Nicolas now on the attack. R9 Ronaldo for him, back to goal, up in there. Rio Ferdinand like on the floor there, just completely fell over, but you have to have a look at the journey that these guys had. Msdossary yesterday. At one point he did lose a game, you can see some of the results there for Nicolas.
اعمل ريفرش لو في
Nicolas'
مشكلة.
first, and I guess we may, as he beat Web Nasri in that last game, 5-2, beat LeVinken 5-4 in the quarterfinals.
After trailing 3-1 as well, let's not forget that.
بس شغال تمام يا جماعة ولا في مشكلة؟
7-5 victory against M10 Houston. For Dossary, 6-3 against Hensu, 4-1 against Stokes, and 4-2
against kicking us off here.
حلو.
Kylian Mbappe, 20 minutes on the clock. And still the man that we all keep talking about, that 97 team of the year. Kylian Mbappe, right place, right time for the Frenchman. And I think the moral of the story was, Richard, looking at those results of how both players got to this final. Very, very difficult.
Oh, unbelievably tough runs for both of these two players to get here. And the 99 finishing from Kylian Mbappe, coming out on top once again. He always seems to be in the right place at the right time, does Mbappe. Taking the reins from Messi, you'd say, as the second best effective player behind Ronaldo, if not the most effective player.
تتوقع يخلص كم كام الماتش ده؟
And the player as well on their home console with a 1-0 lead. As we were talking about earlier, that coin toss where Msdossary was kind of like, okay, we'll start on Xbox then. Maybe in his mind, if he won that coin toss, maybe he would have played away. We don't know that. He did take the lead 20 minutes into this one.
Also, just given the fact that Dossary is a pro and he's qualified on multiple consoles.
He's played tournaments on multiple consoles as well. The Continental Cup, he said that earlier.
He's just one of the best players for this cross-console situation. He's had experience.
ده الماتشين مع بعض الذهاب والعودة مع بعض ولا ده بس؟
And he's a world champion. You said it earlier. People will kind of be forgetting that a little bit this weekend. You don't forget winning $250,000 on the big stage at the O2 Arena, and what a final that was. Stefano Pina. Still, fantastic run for him. Obviously, best player on PlayStation in the world. And he's been having a fantastic FIFA 19 as well. It's going to be Neymar into Ronaldo now. Lovely little drag back to interchange into Eusebio, who's going to be a starter, in fact, actually.
تمام.
Cleared long there from Nicolas, just getting back doing the defensive work. Oh, that's an awful touch from Ramos.
On the right side of his man. Yes, he can.
مش عارف أنا حاسه 3-1 ده بس.
Just dropped it off to R9 and Mbappe now heel to heel. What can he do with this one as it just gets recycled back onto the edge of the box? Lovely fake shot chance now for Neymar. The goalkeeper move.
مساعد راحت دبي موت.
Yeah, the keeper movement from Dossary. When we saw him earlier on, he didn't really, in Paris, that Paris Games Week, in the first couple of tournaments, he'd not mastered the new techniques to FIFA 19, the keeper movement, the times finishing. Whereas now we're further into the year, he's greening pretty much everything. But that goalkeeper movement, there's still a couple of question marks about it, in all honesty. And you saw it there, they were expecting him to shoot across him, just a little bit too, you'd say, aggressive in the movement on the analog stick, and that's one of the big differences, really, between the two consoles. The controller placement on the analog stick is different. You can't, that's not something that's made up, that is just a fact. The controllers are different. And if you're not used to picking up an Xbox controller, if you're a PS player, or vice versa, with the goalkeeper move, how effective it is and how meta it is, you'd say, this year.
إيه المشكلة يا أنيس؟
That's going to be something that's going to help our India.
Obviously, that was Msdossary on his home console as well, making that little mistake. So, as you pointed out, you know, the only thing you can really look at now with a cross-console final is the difference in controllers. And where you could say that the right bumper is a little bit higher. When you move the goalkeeper, that could be something to look at now. Lovely fake shot into a shot. Back again, and it's going to be Nicolas. Turns this one round, and he does it very, very well. 42 minutes on the clock. Neymar fell straight back to his feet, and he will not be missing from there.
Yeah, the shot just getting fired in from R9 there on the angle. De Gea gets something on it, but it's not really anywhere out of danger. It's just up into the air, off his ankle. And Neymar, quickest to react, fires that home and puts Nicolas into a lead just before half-time.
دلوقتي اكس بوكس.
Planning to be a fantastic cross-console final. I seem to remember we went down a similar road in December. I think it was very, very cagey, and then Dossary just pulled away.
هو لسه هيوقع وهو لابس الجون خلاص.
So it's good to point out as well, both players have already earned 850 global series ranking points each. They're just battling out for the chance to call themselves a champion at this event, to win the event and to pick up that check worth $8,750 and in time of 2 minutes in our first half.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think both of these two players, it's the accolade of winning rather than the prize money. They've won multiple amounts of money.
They're at the grand finals.
Yeah, throughout their FIFA history. It's more the accolade. I spoke to Nicolas. It's about winning. It's about being able to call yourself a champion, a multiple champion throughout FIFA 19. Something that
حلو كده بقى الشوط الثاني مساعد يجيب جونين او جول على الاقل يعني.
As we said, I'm sure the PlayStation players could do with another cross-console final win in the books as well. And then if anything, we start debating about Nicolas enjoying playing in London and playing in the UK, because that'll be that'll be his third title this year.
Alongside a Club World Cup and also
تمام حاضر.
the LQE February trophy, and he's bringing on that team of the year. Look at Modric.
تمام كده.
CDM, I think he's played the 4-2-3-1.
عليكم السلام يا حازم.
Nicolas, so he's using a left mid and a right mid instead of the left cam and the right cam. Slightly more defensive 4-2-3-1 iteration of the formation.
It was a very interesting start for Nicolas yesterday into proceedings. Lost his first game in Swiss style, 6 goals to 1 to Roee Feldman. He was a semi-finalist on the PlayStation. As we keep talking about, a player that's not, would you say, in the top 100 of those global series rankings. That's a silly foul to give away, though.
Both of these two players have suffered defeat throughout the weekend, which something you wouldn't really predict with how dominant they've been this season. He's going to spin into the back post. He's not actually been marked by anybody, really.
Little dip all the way across. It's going to fall to Ronaldo, who actually doesn't need to use his head on this occasion. Very, very composed at the back from Msdossary.
مرتدة مساعد بقى.
In that sort of area, he plays his way out of trouble extremely well there. Dossary. A couple of the passes there looked a little bit flimsy in the way that they were getting. The ball was just getting pushed around the defence. It's played out nicely.
It was a great game as well against DaXe. The one we just saw a minute ago. DaXe as well, playing some fantastic FIFA this weekend as well, making so many events, especially in London. Feel like we see him at every single Gfinity event. And getting to the latter stage, that's a lovely ball through. The goalkeeper movement was there as well, so if he did fall to the feet of Ronaldo, that could have been an equaliser.
Yeah, he just didn't actually get onto the ball in the end. It didn't lock him onto it. Short one into Hullet, who's going to always win that header in the centre of midfield. I like that goal kick. He's not punted it long, he's not played to Ronaldo, but he's also not really played risky. Into Hullet, play off of him.
There was a silly free kick. Are we going to see one of those we've seen recently? Just a bit of a hoof into the box, and I think he will play that short, or not. Yes, he will. Luka Modric into Cancelo, and then all the way across for him. We have to repeat, this is Nicolas's away console. This is on the Xbox. Msdossary with a pause there. He's not happy about something. This is our cross-console final here at Gfinity. That's a lovely fake shot to move away from the man. And to time the shot green as well with... Oh, no.
دلوقتي بيلعبوا على الاكس بوكس الماتش الجاي في البلاي ستيشن.
3-1 down on aggregate.
Really nice fake shot. We've seen that a couple of times from him.
هو انا قلت 3-1 بس كان قصدي لمساعد.
Instinctively out of his feet, creating a little bit of space, and then that green timed shot. Green means goal this year in FIFA. Timed very accurately, and it just rockets off his boot. Extra power, extra height on the shot, extra venom, and it will fire Nicolas into a 3-1 lead. Again, to reiterate, on his away console, Dossary would not have been predicting this.
I think as well, you know, it's going to be in Nicolas's head that time. That, you know, that game he lost, the cross-console final he lost back in December. I know it was a long time ago. I know we've had game updates since then, and new players have come into the game. But it's always going to be in his head that he will not want to be losing 8-2, and that's why I think for me that this first leg here, he wants to get a bit of a lead or something to go off.
You might forgive, but you'll never forget, and that's what Nicolas is all about coming into this cross-console final. He wanted revenge for that performance at the hands of Msdossary. It looks like he's in a 4-2-3-1 standard formation right now, is Nicolas. R9 quite fatigued in at central cam. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come off, but when he's producing magic like that, why bring him off? The Brazilian prime icon moment on the stroke of 60 minutes. 2/3 of this game have been wrapped up right now. You see Dossary forced into making a couple of changes there. Looks like Modric coming on.
And how good has that
فعلا ده هو عملها ديفنسيف دلوقتي.
He's had a bit of a journey, R9. Beginning of the year, he's in everybody's team. Team of the year's come out. Some players will still use him, but if anything, a sub. The prime icon moment is like a rebirth. Pushed back into so many teams, and you know, if you don't start him, you are asking questions there. Pulled back inside, and that would have been an unbelievable finish.
انا اتوقع مساعد هيكسب في الماتش بتاع البلاي ستيشن. كل مره كان بيحصل كده. كان بيلعب في ماتش البلاي ستيشن احسن من ماتش الاكس بوكس.
As you always say, Richard, it's going to be an interesting one because Msdossary's got to go to a console. His away console. Yes, he's got experience on PlayStation.
لا 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 لا.
What a save! What a save, David De Gea. You've just stopped potentially one of the best goals we've seen all weekend go into the back of the net.
Perfectly timed Elastico.
That's what the skills are in the game for. Effective skill moves used in the big stages.
Tell you what, Nicolas is playing with such confidence right now against Dossary.
That's the guys said, I don't know if it was a psychological thing, he's saying, I'm not playing very well at the moment. I think you are.
If you can save your best performance for the cross-console final, what timing?
As I said, he did against Resende back in LQE number 3. That was in January.
Dossary was victorious on the stage a month earlier.
Every tournament is different. Msdossary's in some tournaments struggled to get really to the latter stages. Atlanta, he did pretty well.
And losing out to Tex, who went on to eventually win the event.
Back in LQE December in Bucharest, that was the first event we saw him of the year, other than, obviously, that was the first event we saw him on Xbox, I should say. Continental Cup we saw him before that, we didn't actually see him at the first major of the year.
We have got a lot of time left in this game. If Nicolas was to go on and win this, what an era of domination from the Club World Cup champions, can I just add? What a save, Manuel Neuer.
Ball across there, and I think Msdossary just had the blink there, or just look away from the screen like, how has he pulled out that save? David De Gea and Emmanuel Neuer down the other end.
The goalkeepers proving their worth right now. Pele and Eusebio both on. I think they just made a little change there. So he's switched back into that 4-2-3-1's second variation, I think it is. It's still in the first one. I think he made a little change for the second one.
How do you view the maybe a CDM? Obviously Modric is pretty fresh, but would you, for you, obviously, if you went to those two CDMs, Hullet and Vieira, would you stick with them for about 90 minutes, or about 70 minutes? Would you say it's a natural change to bring on a Modric?
One of them freshen up the midfield, but in a two-legged game, it's all about maintaining the lead and trying to build on that lead going into the second leg. So if you can bring on Pele, Eusebio, the upgraded prime icon moments, do it. Get the attacking players on and try and extend that lead. He must feel like there's a little bit of blood in the water right now, Nicolas, and he can start to extend this lead going on to his home console. Let's not add.
It's going to be 2 corners in quick succession for Msdossary. There's a lovely lofted ball into the box. We've seen Ronaldo get onto the end of them in past times. Look at this, a 4-on-3.
He's got to use it.
Just maybe slightly too slow there. Obviously, he could have played that obvious ball out to Eusebio. Maybe slightly too obvious to Pele. Now, is he onside?
لا امسك بقى.
Again, the back-to-back elastic.
لا انت بتديها له.
Coming to the scene recently, with Tex demonstrating perfectly how it's done against Tuga in that Atlanta cross-console final, and then we've seen a multiple
مساعد فقد هدوءه.
set of goals this weekend.
Through to Pele, back to Ronaldo. Can we get the shot away as well? Scoop turn into a shot, and it just stings the legs of the Spaniard in goal.
De Gea شايل يعني.
Look for maybe the back post or the near post from Nicolas from this corner into the back for Mbappe.
Oh, Ronaldo was in there. That was a little bit too heavy on the header back over.
Just look though, he's got nothing going forward to Dossary right now. He's having to recycle the ball all the way back to front, because from that defensive set piece he had nothing going forward.
Lovely little dink, nearly over the head of Maldini. If you have just joined, this is our first leg out of 2 of the cross-console final. We're actually on the PlayStation side next leg, Xbox side currently this one. So Nicolas is winning on his away console. 3-1, and he has deserved it. In the attacking sense, he's been so good. Defending as well, he's matched up Dossary quite well. You said it best, if you can leave your best game, Richard, till, you know, the last game of the day, the grand final.
Oh, what a touch from Pele.
You're going to be in good stead, and what a touch that was again from Pele after a repeat. Added time of 3 minutes, and this is going to end a fantastic first leg. Can you get another one? If you can go 4-1 up, this is going to be massive for the Argentines. Great save.
Yeah, stinging the hands once again of David De Gea, fired into that near post. A very quick, rash shot there. Modric could float one into the back post.
لا امسك يا عم.
Modric there. Just collect that one, David De Gea, and send us in to that half-time interval in this time. And it's still an advantage right now to Nicolas. Smiles all round. The coach there, Nancy Basel, saying you've done a fantastic job there on your away console as well. We have to repeat that. And if anything, it was just that element of surprise in the attacking third.
That little bit from Modric at the end there, that's one of the big reasons people use Modric over Vieira. Modric, so well-rounded in all of the elements, but the one thing he's got on Vieira is that 4-star skills, and you're going to see the goals here. from the game. Dossary actually took the lead in this game. So Nicolas has come from a 1-0 position to smash 3 past the Saudi Arabian.
This was a little bit risky there, also, and then it started to turn it, you could say, its course in this game. The error into Ronaldo. This was Nicolas, of course, on the attack. Lovely fake shot there. And just a small bit of keeper movement that we mentioned. Just wait there.
هي دبي مول دي اللي فتحت
Really
الماتش.
nice goal though, but he's worked the ball. Some players would have crossed that instantaneously. He's worked it in such a good area. That's a big slice of fortune there. Ball fired from R9. It's come off of David De Gea, and Neymar just the quickest to react. That's a chance, and he's not locked onto it. The attacking player there.
And it was Nicolas that scored another one, and lovely, just a little turn of pace there to be that extra step ahead of your opponent. We always talk about it in any sport. It really does pay dividends. And shot over the bar from Msdossary, and then there was nearly another one at the end. That would have been probably goal of the weekend. A little Elastico away from his man, and David Gea, huge save. This save's even better from Manuel Neuer. Played across the danger zone, and I don't even know what he saved that with.
I think he got his face on it. A couple of Elasticos there from Pele, but nothing really created from it. You see another little skill run here into Hullet, played all the way across the box. De Gea saves that one though, and final chance of the game. Pele in this wide area, scoop turn. I should not say scoop turn. I should drag back. In fact, back onto the edge of the box, but shot parried away from David De Gea. 3-1 at, you could say, half time at the interval in this game. We've played the Xbox leg. We're now coming on to the PlayStation. Away goals don't count if this is the first cross-console final you're watching. However, one player has won the Xbox side and one player has won the PlayStation side, so you're going to have that preferential sort of treatment for the PlayStation player now coming on to, you could say, home console.
And as I said, you know, both players already guaranteed 850 Global Series ranking points each, but for these two, they already pretty much know they're going to be at the grand final, especially for Nicolas's case. He'll be pretty much just over 6,500 Global Series ranking points, chasing Tex, you could say, for that top spot of how many points we've earned this year.
Coming into this tournament, it was very much chasing Nicolas. That was, on the PlayStation, what a lot of players were doing. Mo Auber, xLevVinken, Pina, Houston, all these players were chasing Nicolas, chasing Nicolas. He just extended his lead again at the top of the pile, and I find it quite poignant that the players who won the Club World Cup, Nicolas and Tex, they were number one. Then they're still number one now. Are they going to be number one come the grand final? You'd probably think so. What a season they've had.
And also the players that, as we keep talking about, you know, we keep speaking about these kind of how many points will get you here, how many points will get you there. We've said playoffs will be about 700, 800 points for a top 60 finish on PlayStation or Xbox. But for the grand finals, we kind of said 2,500.
I think 2,000, 2,300. And then a lot of people come back to me and say, well, a lot of these people, like, there's more points for grabs, there's more points for grabs. Look who's getting to the latter stages of... respond to anything they can get, and the playoffs are going to be so clutch.
Exactly that. We're going to gather a few thoughts from the guys down on the desk of what they thought, of course, at the half-time interval in this game. What do you make of it, guys?
Yes, good question. Thank you very much, Brandon, Richard. Great work in the first leg there, the cross-console final for the LQE in March. Harry, Kyle, well, the question stands from Brandon. Answer it. How did you see that first leg?
Nicolas is a genius.
The mind game.
He now has a lead to take to his home console. Now I'm starting to take into account what Dossary said in the interview before the game. You know, he says he can get it done on both.
لسه فاضل مباراة تانية على البلاي ستيشن.
His console, the PS4, to try and get back a 2-goal deficit. It's going to be difficult to do against the Iceman. I'm not sure if he can do it, but either way, stroke of genius by Nicolas. The fact he wins the Xbox leg alone against Dossary is pretty fantastic.
If there's anyone that can do it, though, it's the man that he talks all that gas. He gassed himself up. He was saying, I've done this, I've qualified for the EC Champions League, all of this on the PlayStation, so I play on both, so I can do it. So if there's anyone that can come back on the PS4, it will be Msdossary. Will he do it? Who knows? Will the Iceman let him in? I don't think so, but it's going to be interesting watching Dossary trying to break the ice wall down to get to the Iceman's heart.
Yeah, okay. So taking that on board then, Carl, I'll pose the question to Richard and Brandon. We're asking, who knows whether Msdossary can do it? But Carl makes a good point there. If you remember back in December for the Champions Cup, Msdossary winning 8-3, so it's still possible a repeat of that result. Can he do it, gentlemen?
So many ice references from Kyle there. I'm getting a bit chilly.
يعني يديهم دقيقتين كده هيبدأ.
Personally, I don't think he is. I'm confident that my chips are on Nicolas, and I'm cashing in right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think he's just had such a good first leg, guys, and can he go and replicate it? You have to say he has to.
يا حازم اتوقع ان هو على الاقل هيجيب 2 ويتعادل وممكن نلعبه اضافي.
Onto his PS4, he would be devastated.
Richard, yes, he did make lots of references, Kyle, to ice, but there's only one reference: lit and hot. Those are my references to you specifically, Richard Buckley. Take away for the second leg. Enjoy this one, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, guys. You're going to be all right to carry on there.
I might need to lay it down, to be honest. I can't believe what he just said. Let's get on, come on.
Here we go then. We're going to jump into our second leg over on the PlayStation now. So Nicolas, you could say, he's back home, playing in his home console. Msdossary, though, he does have experience on this PlayStation, and for me, you know, we've gone past the stage where there was icons, there was legends on certain consoles. Other than just the controller issue, it's FIFA. Yeah. It's just FIFA at the end of the day, and it's how you get yourself up for this next game now for Msdossary.
You might think he's just saying the same thing over and over again. The first goal in this game is so important. So if Nicolas gets it,
really
and just chips him down another step, and then can start to build on this lead, build on this lead, build on this lead, it's going to be all over quicker than I can say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. However, on the other side of it, if Dossary can get that goal back and start to plant that seed of doubt in Nicolas's mind, Nicolas has suffered big defeats on cross-console finals before. In Barcelona against DaXe, he got beat heavily. That were almost a year, longer than a year ago, like 14 months ago. 3 months ago, he suffered a massive heavy defeat against Dossary. He suffered heavy defeats in cross-console finals. Will it be another one, or will he add another trophy to his collection? Let's find out.
يلا بينا.
Here we go then, our second leg of the cross-console final for the Gfinity LQE of March. It's the Iceman. All the ice references have been out. And if he can continue in this way, they'll be going all night long as he's 3-1 up at this moment. Msdossary, on the other hand, though, kicking from right to left in what looks like the Ajax kit. Needs 2 goals, but 2 goals is nothing in competitive FIFA, especially across the 2 legs.
Let's go with Dossary in the black kit, kicking from right to left. Nicolas in the white strip. I think it's the Basel away kit, in fact.
Eusebio now into Neymar. It's a wake-up call for Neuer. First shot of the game registered.
How good were both goalkeepers last game, though? De Gea and Neuer were both unbelievable for both of these two.
I've been saying if there was ever question marks over them being involved, certainly wiped away. Made some amazing saves. As you saw the kind of elastico, I want to say, into the shot for Nicolas. And down the other side, it was just a very dangerous ball that was played across the box. Emmanuel Neuer got someone onto it. I think we came to the end of the conclusion. It just came off his head. Here's a chance. Great block again for Ferdinand. We'll go out for a corner. This is great early signs from Msdossary.
Well, it has to start strong.
In it comes. Can he get the header? No. Neuer parries that one away. Still in the hands of Dossary, though. Or not.
This is what Nicolas needs to do. Just keep hold of the ball. Frustrate his opponent into pressing in positions he doesn't want to really be in. Force him out of his comfort zone. And then capitalise on any sort of mistake, any sort of open space in the defensive third that Dossary does leave.
Lovely threaded through down the line for Neymar.
Cancelo's been fantastic.
He has. He kind of gone under the radar as well.
It's the 89 João Cancelo for Nicolas, and he's using the other Juventus fullback over at left back, Alexandro. 89-foot headliner Alexandro, I think that is. Been unbelievable.
Both players under organisations as well. Msdossary and the team Rogue, and what a team they have. Goal machine, Nicolas Rajek as well, who's playing in the virtual Bundesliga today, did very well over there. The other side of that, FC Basel. What a roster they have as well, and you know, the likes of Cody the Finisher, the Stranger, they've been involved over in Germany as well in those playoffs. Those virtual Bundesliga ones, part of the Global Series too. Both players playing for very stacked. The one thing I'd say about Rogue, get yourselves a PlayStation player. They always have Xbox players, because they've only got Xbox players yet, and they always match up against each other. They're just missing that PlayStation player. Get himself a PlayStation player.
Probably, in terms of points, the best team. 3 players in the top 10. I know it was a couple of weeks ago at least. Razek, Dossary and Goal Machine. If you add up all their points together, I still don't think they've got more than Tex.
I don't think anyone has really. They've had quite a few people together to add up that kind of total point tally. There's a shot from Nicolas, his first one of the game, but was very tame. Just ricocheted off the legs of Ramos. And we're nearly a third in this game. Still 3-1, needs to keep that in. Unfortunately, Ronaldo can only touch that one out. And Msdossary still trailing on aggregate by 3 goals to 1. They've both got themselves those Global Series ranking points. But just playing for that all-important check. That's fantastic now. Play through to Neymar. What's he going to do here? Out on this left-hand side, takes the shot. That was brave.
Ferdinand getting back, doing the defensive work there. Quite a rough shot from that sort of angle, though, do you not think? With Neymar there, it's got to be...
Bullets.
Off the line.
Off the line. Is that Cancelo? He's happy to pick up the ball there as well, just off the feet of De Gea.
We talked about how good Cancelo had been for Nicolas, off the line, doing the defensive heroics back there.
Been end-to-end these last few minutes. 2 big chances for Dossary. Rushed that shot to Neymar, and then that corner came in. Wonder what the results are. They keep on popping up on the right-hand side of your screen. Just how everybody has got to this stage. Obviously, Swiss-style format was yesterday. Knockout football all day today. From quarterfinals onwards. Dossary needs the first goal. Has to get it.
Yeah, it's essential for him in his trail to climb the Nicolas mountain, you'd say. Get a real good foothold in the game if he can break the deadlock here in this second leg. He's been up top in terms of the play. However, we know how dangerous Nicolas is. Only takes one shot.
فعلا هو محظوظ.
It's nearly fallen kindly as well to Neymar. To think.
بس أنا شايف إن ربنا ما بيديش الحظ غير اللي يستحقه يعني.
So far, or have I just cursed it now? Msdossary play to the back post. Surely, yes, he will, and surely he's going to score.
نيكولاس راح دبي المول هو كمان.
Here in London.
The goalkeeper movement, you can't really question about it that much. Nicolas thought he might have gone across the goal, so he moved his Manuel Neuer all the way to the other post. If he would have predicted it, it'd have been unbelievable. Would have been saying fantastic work, but he should really not be missing that chance there with Ruud Gullit. You're asking how he got that much room at CDM going forward, bursting past the defensive line there. Frank Lampard-esque getting in the right place at the right time. And this game is well and truly on right now.
It really didn't matter who was at that back post. Anyone would be finishing that. Anything I was worried about was if it was going to just play that ball slightly too heavy.
It overran.
This will be a great story as well. You've got Nicolas that wins on his away console. If Msdossary can go and turn the game over on his away console, it would be one hell of a story. Call it the goal scorer in this game. We can be all square by half-time. This second half is anyone's game. Vieira into Mbappe. Is he going to go for a cross? Is Ronaldo in there? Ronaldo is in there. He's at the back post.
Alex Sandro, fantastic defensive header there. Many times we talk about the home and away console, but for me it's just 2 legs of FIFA against 2 players who rarely match up. It's sort of the novelty match. It's the showcase match in many aspects. Both of these players have played on Xbox, played on PlayStation before.
الشوط الأول خلص.
It's just putting 2 players who have won their sides against each other. Unless there's one player, for example, I remember Principe back in Madrid in FIFA 17 when he played against Gorilla. He said, I've never touched an Xbox controller before. That's when it was sort of Xbox versus PlayStation. Whereas now, it's just 2 players who have won their so-called brackets, won their consoles, fighting against each other. The winner takes home a big old check.
That big old check worth $8,750 US. Nicolas has got a bit of a deja vu probably picking that check up just a few months back And Msdossary picking up a check as well, with a lot more money on as well. Plus that FUT Champions Cup. He's already lifted once before. We keep on making that reference. He loves his FIFA here in the UK. A world champion win here for him. Modric brought on straight away. I think that's for Nicolas.
Oh.
And there's the equaliser. Hello, hello. This game's certainly on.
What a strike straight from kickoff. Msdossary with a thunderbolt from Ronaldo's right boot. First time shot, timed it green. Still took Neuer into the back of the net with him. No stopping that one.
That came out of absolutely nowhere, Richard.
From CR7.
Modric straight into Cristiano Ronaldo, and you poised it best. If that hit Neuer, he would have been flying to the back of the net with it.
That's his 50th.
خطفها على مجيتها كده على طول.
It probably will be.
I doubt it.
If it is, that would be. I doubt
بس
it.
هو كده
If he
خلاص.
did, that would mean that he's been involved in so many goals.
كده ممكن مساعد يجيب جونين كمان.
Maybe on that account, potentially on the stage.
Yeah, I'm looking at the goals he scored, of course, in the previous rounds. That would be one hell of a goal tally for the Portuguese striker. Team of the year fight, so we're all square here. This is perfect.
Perfectly poised.
Can we please have a penalty shootout?
Again, the second LQE in a row where it's come down to a penalty shootout.
What a penalty shootout that was. Stefano Pino gets mega bit. Feel like Dossary could go in front.
Oh!
He will! Everything the Saudi Prince is touching is turning into goal.
Msdossary. He bigged himself up. He said, yeah, I'm a pro on both consoles. Don't matter watch console. I can do bits. I can do the business. And that's exactly what he's done. 3-0 lead in the second leg. Very, very similar to what Nicolas did against XLevVinken earlier on today. In that semi-final, Lev was leading 3-1 going into the second leg, and Nicolas turned it around.
3-0 Dossary in this game, but a 4-3 advantage on the aggregate scoreline. Really has been a tale of two halves. Insane stuff here. Really, really impressive.
One thing that I've noticed, and I'm not sure if someone said this to Dossary, but he's shooting a lot quicker. First time shots pretty much
اقفل عليه.
Nicolas to reply,
دب.
and he will. What a game. As you would say, hold that phone, we're back again, 4-4 the scoreline. And we've still got
كده
30
تعادلنا تاني.
minutes left.
What a game. What a showpiece for FIFA Esports here in the Gfinity arena. The top two seeded players coming into the tournament in Nicolas and Dossary. They've both won multiple championships throughout their illustrious career. And they're battling it out. See who can call themselves champion over this weekend.
And they both love playing their FIFA. Here in London, the Gfinity Arena has hosted so many big tournaments and created so many storylines. Can it do it again for this cross-console final in front of us now? We can't see the changes that are being made, but we can see the goal again. And that front post, which Nicolas has been happy to take a few times.
Yeah, time and time again, he's just rattled it in at the near post. He's shooting early enough that Dossary doesn't actually have a chance to move his keeper. As soon as it's coming into him, that was what I was saying. All the shots, mainly in this second game, have been first time. Just first time shot, first time shot, first time shot. When you time it green as well, the time from the goalkeeper to actually move is so slim. It's almost impossible to defend.
لا هي مش مغلقة، هو حرك الحارس وبعدين ما لحقش يرجعه.
When you do move that goalkeeper, you just interfere with their natural kind of movement. So if you're going to move it, you've got to be moving it perfectly. Ronaldo into R9. Ooh,
أنا بحس إن هو لو شاطه من ركنية هتيجي جون.
I'm sure Msdossary would have been praying, please ref. Roee for that penalty. This is really anyone's game. Well, given to the hands of Ronaldo, the one man you don't want to give the ball to.
Little relaxed pass there, out of the back, but good defending. Real Ferdinand stepping into like a CDM position there and winning the ball back for him.
That time is ticking down. Slowly approaching either a late goal or an extra time finish. Our last game of the day here, which has been another fantastic weekend of competitive FIFA as part of that FIFA 19 Global Series. Went for the through ball and out. It couldn't lock on to that one.
20 minutes left. Will we get a winner in allocated time, or will it be another 30 minutes of FIFA action? Or maybe a dreaded penalty shootout needed.
Across to Modric now. This is the time to play the best FIFA you played all weekend long. So composed, both of these two. The best of the best. As you said, the best seeds coming into this tournament. Nicolas #1 on the FIFA.gg rankings, and Msdossary ranked #2. In it comes Dossary now. Just didn't fall kindly, did it?
You can see his face in the bottom left. He knows how big of a chance that was. It just didn't fall nicely for him.
I think it was a rush pass from R9 into Hulle, and it kind of just took a bit of a ricochet on the way through to disrupt the natural flow of the ball. A little hook round the corner. Nicolas now, Ramos.
Didn't know if that was going to be a foul. Ramos seemed to just bundle over Eusebio there. A fresh Eusebio at that as well for Nicolas. Are we going to see a substitution be the match winner potentially for either of these two?
Who's it going to be? 10 in-game minutes now. The FIFA world is watching, and potentially watching a winner here from Msdossary. No, not yet.
So Nicolas will come forward again.
Really well done. Watch out for Eusebio. He's pretty fresh as well. Just about keeps it in.
Allah. Ramos's tracking on Eusebio since he's come on has been unbelievable. That's twice he's made huge recovery tackles in at right back.
Sandro to Modric. Needs to be patient.
المفروض كان شاطها من الأول.
A few times now, it's fallen kindly though. Modric to Hulle.
يقفل عليه ليه؟
Won the whole tournament here. He tried
أوه.
So used to saying
الحظ قلب.
those goals go into the back of the net. When they're timed green, they're always going to be on target at least. That one hits the framework.
How has that not gone in? He worked it nicely, did Nicolas. Modric won the ball back in midfield. Teed it up.
Now it's Msdossary's turn to come forward. 88 minutes on the clock.
Ooh, that's
this could be a time to try and create something. Goes up for a goal kick though. Are we going to extra time?
Or will
for
we
a
get
second LQE in a row, Richard?
A match winner here. It's going to be Nicolas, really with the last attack, you could say, of the match. Before we go into extra time, 90th minute just ticked over.
As you said, Nicolas is in possession. It's up to him to make a chance here, or if he gets dispossessed in his own half, Msdossary will have a sniff at something.
2 allocated minutes.
Get the ball forward, Nicolas. Last chance saloon for you, quite literally.
It's going to go the other way. Is he going to move it forward in enough time? No, he's not.
No, he needs to play that ball forward. Extra time for a second LQE in a row here at the Gfinity
Arena.
Arena.
Stats. 7 shots, 7 on target from Dossary. Nicolas has had 1 shot on target, and that's what the first leg can do for you. Win 3-1 in the first leg. Almost, would you say, took his foot off the gas a little bit in this second leg. Dossary's just been so good going forward. And here we are with 30 additional minutes of added time.
And still nothing to separate these two powerhouses in the FIFA esports scene. Here we go. 30 more minutes in front of us. Extra time. Let's see how these ones go.
Pele coming on for Neymar.
It's simple. Nicolas needs to create more chances. Msdossary has looked very good in this game.
It doesn't necessarily need to create more chances. He needs to create the 1 chance to win the match.
Completely different story, as I said, in the first game. It was all Nicolas, and he was on his away console. This game, it's been all Msdossary. Speaking of which, though, Nicolas, who said he needs to create that 1 chance. Could that be the chance? It falls to Eusebio in the end. He somehow gets something on it just to dink it over the keeper. I need to see on the replay there was definite confusion at the back of who was marking who.
نيكولاس ما احتفلش ولا جون احتفل.
You said about Ramos getting so tight to Eusebio. Just that occasion, Eusebio was a step ahead of his man.
Fantastic finish from the super sub. Prime icon moment, Eusebio. We talk always about him getting in the right place at the right time. I talk about how he's the super sub with 99 finishing, 99 attack positioning.
Or is Msdossary got to reply again, and that'll be for the 5th time.
Wow.
Across these 2 legs. 10 goals it would be as well. We've already seen 9 go in.
That's such an awful pass.
Oh, played
لا بقى.
the other side, he's still in possession. Look at the run. Maldini, right place, right time.
Does this not just show as well how much Nicolas has improved since FUT Championship 2? It was a blowout for Dossary in December. It's now extra time and Nicolas is leading.
Mbappe. Then Msdossary, a minute or 2 left, and then we're nearly at the half-time interval in extra time. That's twice now Msdossary's had the ball in the final third. This will be the 3rd time he's had it. Has to use it properly, has to do more with it, because defensively Nicolas...
You see how deep Nicolas is sitting as well right now. That defensive line pretty much...
نيكولاس بيضغط جامد.
If he can get into half-time in extra time here and just recompose himself going into the 2nd period. He's in a great
لا بقى معروفة وواضحة ومقرية وكل حاجة. نفس القرية.
Fantastic first leg performance from Nicolas on the Xbox.
If the referee going to play on that, I think we should be there for half-time in extra time. And you could just see there Msdossary just scratched his head, put a finger.
نيكولاس واقف في كل بصة واقف فيها.
To get in there, make a few changes, see exactly how Nicolas is going to try and approach this last 15 minutes. Because you said it perfectly, he's going to defend naturally. He's going to try and manage these last 15 minutes.
Yeah, if we could jump back onto Dossary's point of view to see what changes he is making, that'll be ideal. Here we go. So he has switched into a 3-4-2-1, 3-1-4-2, I should say. Right now has Dossary.
He used all his subs as well. I'm just looking across there. He's put on Pele.
That was it. He was changing his ultra attacking, so he can play 4-2-3-1 maybe for 5-10 minutes and then switch into it straight away.
On the other side of that, we have no idea of what Nicolas might be changing. Pele into Modric. Msdossary ultra attacking right now. Forward.
ركنية؟
No idea about that one. I'm going to just stick a leg in. See, look, let's see what happened. Is there one more twist to this tale? Or will it be the Iceman picking up another LQE check worth $8,750 here? And his 3rd title of this global series. For this year, FIFA 19, you can't be making Nicolas, golden chance for him. Surely that will do it. Yes, it will.
GG.
The back from Msdossary. There was always going to be gaps there.
It's all come from the mistake. He's gone to switch the play, Dossary. Nicolas has just got in front of him. You can see the chance how it got created there. He kept his composure in front of goal. Tucks it past the goalkeeper with who else but the magic man, CR7. With a 2-goal lead with 10 minutes left to play. Is it just too much to ask for Msdossary?
Needs to reply. If he's got a reply in him, R9. Let's get a corner. Last 10 in-game minutes here of this tie.
Oh!
Wow! Game on.
يلحق يجيب جون كمان؟
7 minutes left. Please, another penalty shootout. If only. Is that Mbappe leaping up or Cristiano Ronaldo? I couldn't really see that. Mbappe leaping up there.
Post.
It's either Mbappe or Cristiano Ronaldo in that box. 13 minutes left.
I'm going to sit down after this game because it's put me through the ringer.
ارقص يا سيد ارقص بس لسه فاضل جون.
Only imagine what the players are feeling on the stage right now.
Nicolas must be thinking, just see out this game. This is my game to lose right now. I did it against Resende a few months back.
It's a great ball. Just utilising all that space in the attack.
امسك Eusebio.
Just watching that time run out. Keep the ball. manage this game well. Or if anything, go and create another chance. I think that's exactly what the Argentine might be wanting to do here. Oh, they would have been through there.
This is Dosary's chance. 2 minutes on the clock.
آخر هجمة دي.
Dossary, a world champion in London, back in August last year.
It's a free kick.
فاول.
I'll tell you what, this is his opportunity.
Not a direct shot.
هتعملها ازاي يا معلم؟
Pele now, 33 yards out. Last chance of the game, a little dink.
ايه ده؟
And if anything, a wasted chance there. He didn't really have much to work with.
هو ليه عاملها كده؟
2 minutes.
I don't really get that. I think he's looking obviously for Ronaldo inside the box, but just play it short, just work an opportunity. As long as you don't pass the ball backwards, you're not gonna. The referee's not gonna blow full time.
And he should be there. He's done it again. The Iceman dethrones the Saudi Prince in London. 3 titles for NICOLAS99FC from FC Basel. He did it back in January. He did it in the E-Club World Cup, and he's done it again here in London at the Gfinity Arena, Richard. A fantastic weekend. And if anyone was in question about this guy, can he go for the full season? Can he keep up to this level? He's proved everyone wrong once again.
He's been unbelievable from the start all the way here to the middle of March. Unbelievable performance from Nicolas. Another trophy, and you can see that smile on his face. All I'm going to say is, Tom, you asked me where I'm putting my chips. I put on Nicolas, and I'm coming up. I've won everything.
Sorry, I can't stop laughing. Absolutely beautiful from Richard Buckley. He put all his chips in, and he's won everything. I tell you what, that isn't far off the truth. The man who has won everything for the LQE in March is that man up there, Nicolas. What a champ! And we love to see someone with adversity that facing that Msdossary is put a wrong right that he would feel from December, that Champions Cup, and he's defeated Msdossary, the Saudi Prince, and he should be feeling very happy with his efforts.
Oh, unbelievable. What a performance over 2 games of FIFA right there. That first one was obviously on the Xbox, and he just comes out and beats him.
Not his home console.
Exactly, and then we think, oh no, wait, whoa, Dossary's pulling this back, scores some quick goals, and you think, no, he's not, Dossary's not going to pull this back. But the Iceman comes back, Dossary was jumping over that wall, the Iceman could see him, he just shut him out. He said, no, not today, you're not having this ice heart. Oh no, I'm the Iceman, I'm going to conquer everything.
Beautiful stuff, well put there, Carl. Harry, we were watching backstage in the green room, watching what was going on. I mean, Msdossary did what Msdossary does so well. He made it tense for everybody. It went to extra time.
Yeah, Nicolas made it difficult on himself after doing the hard work on the Xbox side. To then have Dossary come and at one point be 3-1 up on Nicolas is a testament really to Nicolas's mentality, because when momentum is on the side of a player like Dossary, who has, as we said before, won a load of tournaments, is strong on the PS4 as well, it's very easy for a player in Nicolas's position to just crumble and not so much give up, but succumb to the pressure and just allow Dossary to swarm him and take the victory. But Nicolas fought back, and it was a well-fought victory in the end.
Well, listen, gentlemen, we could chat loads. I know that you've got a job to play in this right now. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the Global Series FIFA 19 LQE for March. There could only be one cross-console champion, and that is NICOLAS99FC! My man, I'm going to come this side of you. Here we go, Nicolas. Congratulations, take that check. It's right there for you. There you go.
ايه الرقم ده يا جماعة؟ 8750 بس. الجوائز التعبانة دي.
I tell you what, you need to take this in, this feeling. What does it feel like, and how do you feel when you get LQE from March?
Obviously, I'm happy, but I'm not too happy to play back PS4. I think I played better Xbox, so much better. I don't know why, but it was strange. But I don't know if I deserve win, because he plays really, really good and really, really better than me PS4. So I don't know, but I'm happy for the win.
You should feel very, very happy, Nicolas. Myself, Carl, we thought you were playing mind games, saying that you're not playing that well. It worked. enjoy this moment. We'll give it up one more time for the cross console champion for the LQE at March. It's NICOLAS99FC. There we go. We'll let Nicholas enjoy this moment. Oh, Carl, come and join me on the sofa.
تنسوش يا جماعة الفولو واللايك والسبسكرايب، الله يبارك لكم.
The main man heading off there. Lottie, he seems relieved. He was almost shaking at the sort of thought.
I think it comes to these moments, you know, you get right to the end of your journey at an event and a tournament like this, and let's be honest, it's a long tournament.
ظبطونا بقى يا جدعان.
Hours of work, and you practice leading up to this very moment here, and to be able to get to a grand final, cross console grand final, and do what you came here to do, that is complete and utter relief. You know, you're obviously happy, but it's like, I can breathe again, you know?
Yeah.
This guy came here for one task only, and that was to win today, and he did just that, so.
He did indeed, Carl. There's loads of questions I'd like to ask, but his English is not... he seems absolutely confident with his English, but yeah, it's a nerve-wracking moment. You've just won, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, apparently he didn't want to come down because it was Lottie's Lounge. He said if it was Kyle's cool-down corner, he would have come and sat right here and had a conversation, but he said Lottie's Lounge isn't as good, so he's going to miss this one. He's going to go back up, enjoy the check, and he's going to get sorted.
Honestly, good banter in this area, whatever we want to call it. Let's have a little replay of everything that took place in that cross-console final. And obviously we move straight into the second leg. Nicholas having that 3-1 advantage. And this is in his home console. And as he said, just at the bottom of the stairs, being crowned the champion, he said, you know, it didn't feel like his home console there. He didn't play as well when he was on the PS4.
Yeah, which we saw actually, because Dossary, we've talked about this all weekend, he is an elite player who can pick out those little mistakes that you make, and we saw that time and time again. And this was the point I was talking about. Thought, whoa, within 58 minutes he'd gone 3-0 up, and you thought, whoa, that means he's 4-3, he's winning. How's he doing this? And then Nicholas claws one back, and I said it, the Iceman comes here and he makes sure that he's going to deliver for everyone. And he pulled it back 4-all, goes into extra time, and he certainly delivered right here. A little bit of luck, I'm not going to lie, the keeper probably should have taken that one, but he didn't, he wasn't allowed to. And yeah, we just saw a dominating performance. I think you can't let that negativity get to you. You can't be down. You've just got to stay positive and fight until the end. And that is what he did. He fought until the end. Even when Dossary pulled one back, it could have been really easy for him to get another. But Nicholas shut the shop. He said no.
اي حد فتح البث دلوقتي مساعد خسر. عشان لو حد هيسأل.
Sometimes when it's about 4 o'clock and you're thinking I need to get something, no, you have to wait until Monday morning. The likes that he's beaten Feldman, he lost actually Nicholas, and it wasn't the best start for his tournament coming into this LQE in March. He beat NYC Chris, Immortal, Pina, he beat also Houston, xLevVinken, and Web Nasri in the final for PS4. So he's done the hard work. One loss in his competition, that's not bad going.
If you iron it out right at the start, if you make those mistakes,
حاضر يا
and work on those and improve,
مع
that's when you
السلامة.
get the best results. Make mistakes, absolutely fine. It's the way you come out of them.
Indeed. Listen, guys, in whatever area, space, it's a good vibes. That's what I want to keep. I want to keep positive vibes, whatever you want to call it, Carl, whatever you want to call it, Lottie. It's definitely Lottie's Lounge, because that's what it says on the auto cue over there. Let's go to the breakdown board one last time to see how Mike saw that cross-console final.
My energy is buzzing right now. That was quality FIFA. I love seeing extra time. Nicholas put on a clinic. Dossary put on a show. And we're going to look at what Nicholas does that makes him so special, at least on the offensive end. It's how he unlocks the defense. And we've got a few examples here. So I want to talk about unlocking the defense. This is where you're on the edge of the box and you've got to make something happen. It's the predicament most of us find ourselves in. So the area that you want to get the ball, this is going to be your money zone. Just right on the outside of the box, because it leaves you a few different options. You're usually going to have players to pass to, or you can beat one man with a quick skill move, a sidestep, and you can take a shot. And we're going to show examples of all of the above. As you can see with Nicholas here, he gets it with Cristiano Ronaldo, starts to go away, gets fortunate with a turn, beautiful finish. He sees the goalkeeper scoop, and he's seeing the game one step ahead of Dossary in that instance. Our second freeze frame, relatively similar. You see, he's got the ball in. This is that money zone that we're talking about. You want to be in there, and that's what Nicholas does offensively so well, and he's so clinical in terms of finishing 1v1s and finishing his chances.
دي بطولة Gfinity.
And it makes it where Dossary has to take chances.
هي البطولة خلصت كده خلاص، دي كانت آخر مباراة ومساعد خسر النهائي.
And it turns a lot of these matchups into 50-50s. And the final example is a perfect situation or sequence here where he's still got that space. He doesn't have the same amount of options, However, he's going to have R9 attacking that zone. And when you're looking at R9 here, Nicolas goes for it, puts on a little bit of a razzle-dazzle with a fake shot. And you're going to also see a hesitation. And I want you to really focus on the hesitation because what he's doing is Nicolas is seeing if Dossary is going to move the goalkeeper. So work with me here. I might play this twice. You see that boom, and then he hesitates. He doesn't shoot right away, and that allows him to see if the goalkeeper is going to move or not. We're going to go at full speed one last time. Rood hold it, feed R9, and there you have it on the finish. It's a beautiful thing. And congratulations to Nicolas. Back to you guys to close it out.
Thank you very much to Mike LaBelle. Make sure you're coming down here into the lounge area to join us. Lottie, I feel like you want to say something to Carl on this. It's definitely been the Lottie Lounge, isn't it?
It has been, Carl. I'm just saying, Nicolas may have been put off by some of my...
طب يا جماعة كده خلاص البث خلص ان شاء الله. شكرا على المشاهدة واشوفكم ان شاء الله في البثوث الجاية ان شاء الله يعني. وهحاول اتكلم اكتر. متنسوش بقى اللايك والشير والسبسكرايب وكده. مع السلامة.